1. Life is just a series of obstacles preventing you from taking a nap. T-shirt. Conleigh. I watched with my heart in my throat as the ball was released from Linc and James, star quarterback of the Longview Liners, hand. The ball went into a flawless spiral, the absolute most perfect pass there ever was, only to stop short when the man who was supposed to catch it was slammed to the ground seconds before it hit his hands. Everyone everywhere who loved the Longview Liners like I did collectively groaned. "No!" I cried out, pissed off and outraged that the man didn't catch the ball. "How could you do that?" Then the buzzer sounded, and the season was over, just like that. I prayed that they'd pan over to Linc so I could see him, make sure that he was all right. But the stupid cameraman panned to the coach, who looked mad as hell, then to the little pissant who they called Joe Blow, but was really named Joe Hoyt, who looked even epically pissed off that he was tackled. I immediately felt horrible for calling him a pissant because he really was a great guy. And catching that ball really was impossible, especially with half of their team hurt, and Joe the only logical choice to throw to since he'd been the only one to make actual plays tonight instead of fumble the damn ball. I watched with avid fascination as the world went on around them, waiting for a glimpse or two of Linc. However, none ever came, and I only realized when they were filming post-game interviews that Linc had straight up gone to the locker room and avoided all contact with everyone. Not that I blamed him. Linc was always a sore loser, and he'd told me before that he was forced to put on a happy face and play nice when he least wanted to. My phone chimed on the chair beside me, and I smiled when I saw my mom's name on the screen. She'd put a sad face with huge fat tears on it, and I knew that she and my stepfather, Steele, had been watching the game just as closely as I had been. A couple of years ago, my mother wouldn't be caught dead watching a football game. They reminded her too much of my former stepfather. But now, she'd cuddle on the couch with her big bad biker president and stay there for hours watching a game with him. Me? I'd always loved the game of football. I loved it even more now that I got to watch Linc's tight ass running around on the field, though he thought I hated it, and I allowed him to think I hated it because me and Linc had a weird relationship. Another text came in while I was replying with my own sad smiley face to my mother, and my heart started to pound. Other things in my body started to act weird, too, like my vagina. That thing was always betraying me, especially when it came to Linc James, my one-time, not-so-much boyfriend. I say one-time loosely, though. At one point, we'd discussed being more than friends, but then he'd gotten too big for his britches, so to speak, and had forgotten all about little old me. Sure, he still texted every now and then, like right now, but it wasn't like how it used to be when we'd talk every single night. I always made it a point to reply to him, always. But I was never overly friendly. I had to protect my heart because I'd had it broken by one too many men over my life. My father, my first stepfather, and then finally Linc. I couldn't handle being broken again, especially a second time by Linc James, professional football player and owner of many hearts, including my own. "Linc, you up?" I swallowed past the lump in my throat and replied. "Conleigh, yep, lots of homework to do. I'm not sure this master's degree thing is for me." I really was thinking that. The more that I studied and the more I got away from the actual nursing part of nursing, the more I realized that maybe I'd made the wrong decision. Originally, my goal had been to become a doctor, but that would take way too long for me to accomplish. And on top of that, the required schooling was so intense that you couldn't really work or do anything else while in school. In the end, I changed my major to nurse practitioner with a plan to possibly explore the option of becoming a doctor once I had established myself financially. A long time ago, my mother, brother, and I had been poor. And when I say poor, I meant the kind of poor where eating ramen noodles once a week was a treat, and I was stealing shoes from the store for my baby brother. That kind of poor. My mother wasn't the one to do that, though. Nope, it had all been me. But as I got my bachelor's degree in nursing and then pursued my nurse practitioner's license, I only had one goal in mind. To never be poor again. I didn't want to be poor. I couldn't handle being poor. And the one thing I could do to ensure that I wasn't was to educate myself and find a very well-paying job. Linc. Then quit. I rolled my eyes. He'd told me that before. Conleigh, I can't just quit. Not everyone gets multi-million-dollar contracts to play football, you know. I have to pay my bills and my school loans. School loans were scary to me. For someone who feared being in debt, putting thousands of dollars on credit to be paid after I finished my degree would be downright debilitating if I let myself think about it too hard. Like right now. Linc. You have a degree from what I remember. You also have a job utilizing said degree where you make pretty good money, or so my dad tells me. Why don't you just keep doing that job? Your mom said that you liked it the last time I was over there. I felt my stomach drop. Linc still thought that my ultimate goal was to continue in school to become a doctor. He hadn't realized that I'd changed my degree path, and he'd gotten the wrong profession and hadn't taken the time to learn the right one because he was too busy trying to save my soul by staying away from me. At least, that was what I got from my mom. Mom was never one to pull punches with me, and from what her husband had told her, Linc thought he would hurt me. And in order not to do that, he stayed away even though he supposedly didn't want to. I called bullshit, but it wasn't like I could force someone to be with me who didn't want to be. Just thinking about it made me angry, which was why I did what I did next. Conleigh. Sorry you lost. Linc. Night. I chuckled at that. Linc really didn't like to lose. Even more, he hated being reminded of that loss. Well, I didn't like being reminded that he didn't want to have anything to do with me, so there was that. Instead of dwelling on it like I usually did, I turned my focus to studying for my exam tomorrow and tried not to think about how much I hated this class, as well as the subject that I was studying in general. The next day dawned bright and early, and wouldn't you know it, Linc's face was the first thing I saw as I turned on SportsCenter. I immediately turned it off and skipped my normal morning routine, knowing that if I saw Linc's face again, I'd likely lose my shit. Linc had a way about him, a way that made me lose my train of thought and caused me to forget that I was a grown-ass adult and not a teenager with a crush on an older man who didn't want her. It had been 8 years since I'd met the man, but with the way I still felt about him and how much his rejection still stung, you would think it was yesterday. 8 years ago. I was not happy to be there. My mother had dragged me there instead of letting me hang out with my friends, and I was about as enthusiastic about going to this particular party as a person heading to the dentist for a root canal appointment. Opening the door, I took a long look at the large house that we were entering and felt a tiny thrill coursing through me. This house would have a lot of fancy stuff inside. Fancy stuff that would likely get me a lot of money if I went and pawned it. But then I mentally smacked myself. I wasn't stealing anymore. Why wasn't I stealing anymore? Because for one thing, Steel Cross, my mother's man, would kick my ass. And, in addition, because I didn't want to spend any time in jail if I could help it. I was too soft. I'd probably die the first day on the inside. "Conleigh," my mother called. "Are you coming?" I kept up a running dialogue about how much I didn't want to be here, as I kept my eyes down on the ground to make sure that I didn't trip and make a complete fool of myself in front of all of these bikers. I managed to make it to the front door before it opened, and walk inside unassisted and without falling on my face like I was known to do. My eyes were searching the area when I saw him blocking our way. He was tall and younger than the other men, but he had a beard that made him look way older. I felt my heart stall inside my chest and felt the start of panic rising up. I hadn't dressed nice. My mother hadn't given me the time I normally needed to make myself presentable, and since I was told this was being held outside, I hadn't bothered with anything more than jean shorts and a t-shirt that said cheer across the breasts, though I hadn't cheered a day in my life. I swallowed thickly and turned away, following my mother and Steele into the very beautiful house. But it didn't have anything special about it. Though the outside was very nice, the inside made it seem more like a vacation rental rather than someone's actual residence. Which coincided with Steele's explanation that this was their clubhouse, a place where they hung out but rarely ever stayed at. The reason for today's party was that a couple of men from other chapters were coming in for the week for some reason that I hadn't been privy to. I suddenly felt that feeling that one gets when someone is staring a hole through them. I was surprised to find that it was the teenager with the beard and tattoos. My God, he had tattoos everywhere. I felt my stomach dip as our gazes caught and felt something akin to excitement start to course through my veins. Steele's face split into a wide smile as he threw his arms around the man and said with great affection, "Linc." I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, could barely keep my knees from knocking down. "Linc," Steele said, stepping away from him and shifting sideways to allow Linc to see us more fully. "This is my woman Winnie, her daughter Conleigh, and Cody, her son." My eyes widened at hearing Steele say my mother was his woman. Linc caught both and started to chuckle. "Y'all could pass as sisters."
Chapter 2. If you drink a gallon of water a day, you'll be too busy pissing yourself to worry about other people's problems. Nutrition fact. Linc. I was still pissed off about the text Conleigh had sent me 8 hours later. Since we'd lost the game, we were no longer in the running for the playoffs, and we were officially off until next season began, leaving me with not a goddamn thing to do but think about how much that girl pissed me off. Instead of dwelling on how she always knew just how to press my freaking buttons, I did the one thing that I knew would piss her off even more. I called her Mom. Finding her name in my contacts, I pressed go and put it to my ear. "Hello, Lincoln," Winnie Cross, Conleigh's mother, drawled. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" She knew exactly what I was going to ask. I sighed. "Is it time yet?" Winnie laughed. "You know what he's going to say." 8 years ago when I met Conleigh, I was warned away from Conleigh by none other than Steele Cross, the president of the Alabama chapter of the Dixie Wardens MC. Normally, I would have completely ignored anyone and anything that got in the way of what I wanted, but it was hard to tell my father's club president that he could go fuck himself and that I was going after his new stepdaughter anyway. So instead, I'd become friends with her when that was the very last thing I wanted to do. A few years after meeting Conleigh, and the same day that I'd been drafted to my team, I joined the Texas branch of the Dixie Wardens MC. However, when we'd gotten to Bare Bottom, the residents had started calling us the Bare Bottom MC, and it had just kind of stuck. We'd officially changed our name 6 months later, despite the anger and uprising that it had caused our fathers, original members of the Dixie Wardens. But we decided that we didn't want to follow in our father's shadows and found that the best way to do that was not to use the Dixie Wardens name at all, but to instead go with Bare Bottom Guardians MC. Of course, our loyalty was always with the Dixie Wardens MC, and we'd always have their backs if they needed us. But we were branching off on our own into something entirely new. In a show of respect, we had a Dixie Warden's MC rocker added onto our cuts. We still referred to ourselves as Guardians, though, which was still kind of rough on all the old-timers that had put the Dixie Wardens on the map, so to speak. There was Silas McKenzie, the president of the Benton, Louisiana chapter. There was Gordon McGrew, the president of the Little Rock, Arkansas chapter. Oh, and my personal favorite, the man who liked to make my world a living hell by denying me what I wanted so dearly, Steele Cross, a.k.a. Big Papa, who was the president of the Mooresville, Alabama chapter. Those three men had been downright pissed that we didn't take the Dixie Warden's name and had almost gone so far as to demand that we use it or not be affiliated with them at all. That was where Ezekiel McGrew, Gordon's son, had come into play. Ezekiel, better known as Z, was the brains of our small band of misfits, and also the one who had seen the posturing for what it really was. Posturing. The older presidents were used to getting what they wanted, and Z had suggested that we give it to them. Not by bending to their order to use the Dixie Warden's name, but by going with the bare-bottom Guardian's name and letting them figure their shit out on their own or not at all. Eventually, the three presidents accepted our decision, but not before it had caused a little bit of animosity between our clubs, meaning that there was still some lingering bad blood between myself and Conleigh's stepfather, Steele Cross. Unfortunately for Steele, I met Conleigh before I became a member of the Bare Bottom Guardians MC, and all of that stuff between the two factions had gone down. Because, if I hadn't, Conleigh wouldn't even know who I was right now. And if she did, she would hate my guts, because Steele really did dislike what I stood for. Change. Winnie laughed. He's in a bad mood today. There's an unsolved case that he can't seem to solve, and they're running him around in circles. Not to mention, he bet on y'all last night to win, and... She left that part hanging. I winced. What if I just went ahead and continued on with this relationship, and we just agree that he said I could? I suggested. Winnie snorted. Honey, you're the one holding you back. Steele's probably never going to agree because he thinks you're a playboy and too full of yourself. Despite what you might think, when you pulled back right before you were drafted, that was all on you, not on him. That was true. When I was drafted, Conleigh and I were fairly tight. However, I hadn't been able to handle all the things that came with being drafted, playing professional football and everything else I was expected to do. That, and Conleigh had started school clear across the freaking country from me, making me realize that it probably wasn't our time. Then there was her stepfather, a man who'd always intimidated me since the day that my father had joined his MC, telling me that I needed to stay away from his girl because she was too young. So I had. And now, 8 years after meeting her, she was 24 and I was 27, and I'd had an epiphany. The time was now. I was wasting it. Conleigh was no longer across the country. She was less than an hour away from me, going to school in her spare time while also working as a nurse at a local hospital. I'd purposefully stayed away from her for too long, hoping that she'd finish school and her stepfather would lose the grudge he held against me. But then last night, she'd said that she didn't like school, and I realized that maybe it was time to do me now. Fine, I said to my future mother-in-law. How many grandkids do you want? Winnie squawked. I'm too young for grandkids. I chuckled. Well, maybe you should start preparing yourself now. Oh, and tell that husband of yours that I'm going for it. Then I hung up before she could say anything else, like the word no. Pulling up my phone, I texted Krabby Pants. Linc, what time should I pick you up for lunch? I got an immediate reply that had me nearly laughing my ass off. Conleigh, I'm too far away for you to just pick me up for lunch. Sorry. Linc, I'm sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you in Kilgore? The dots that indicated she was replying went on forever, making me chuckle. Putting the phone down on my bed, I stood up and shucked out of my underwear, walking to my closet to find a brand new pair, along with jeans and a Liners t-shirt. Then I thought better of that t-shirt and pulled it off before tossing it into the bottom of my closet, settling instead for a solid navy blue one that didn't declare me as a member of a losing team that the people in the surrounding area would still be pretty miffed off at. Once I was dressed, I picked up my phone that still had those 3 dots rotating and headed out the door and toward my lunch date. I grinned when I saw the blinds flip up and immediately backed down at the sound of my Harley arriving in her driveway. She had a cute little rental on the outskirts of town, and it was more than obvious that she cared for the little place. It also happened to look a whole lot like the one I'd purchased just a year ago. Sure, I could have easily afforded something more, but what was the point? I only utilized half of the house I had now. If I had more, that'd be just one more thing I'd have to clean. My eyes took in everything, and aside from the flowers planted next to her mailbox, almost everything about it was nearly identical on the outside to my own. There was a small front porch with 3 steps leading up to a red door. The house was painted white and the shutters were red. Then there was the 1-car detached garage that had a bright red goddamn door, also exactly like mine. What the hell? Was my place and hers by the same builder or something? This was uncanny how similar our houses were to each other. Then the blinds flicked again, making my lips twitch. Getting off the bike, I hung my helmet on the handlebars and started up the well-groomed path, stopping to study the flowers. Red and blue. That was so Conleigh. My girl wasn't a pink girl, nor was she a purple girl. I didn't think I'd ever seen her in anything that even remotely resembled those colors. Black, yes. Brown, double yes. Blue jeans, hell yeah. Dresses, fuck no. Conleigh was not a girly girl. Conleigh was a functional girl. That was why when she opened the door in a goddamn dress, I was so fucking surprised that I almost questioned whether I was at the correct house or not. When I saw the long, flowing brown hair that was the color of dark chocolate, I knew that it was her. The makeup and the dress, though, those both threw me off. "What the fuck?" I asked. "Why are you wearing a dress?" Conleigh, who also never had her hair curled like it was right then, looked down at her attire. "I'm going on a date." She bit her lip. I narrowed my eyes. "Let me guess," I said sarcastically. "You're going on a date knowing I was coming here to take you to lunch?" She smiled. "How did you know?" About that time, a car purred to a stop behind me, and I turned my head to study her date. He wasn't anything special. About 6 feet even. He was skinny as a rail and had a fucking pink shirt on that I knew Conleigh secretly hated. He was the epitome of the type of man who would not do it for her, not even a little bit. But then she smiled at the little prick as he stepped out of his shitty little eco-friendly car and acted like I was the interloper here, not him. "Tyson," Conleigh called. Tyson looked at me, glanced at Conleigh, and then smiled. Hello. Are you ready to go?" If I would have been in his shoes, I would have been straight up hostile toward a man who was sharing the same space as my date. This Tyson loser looked like he'd blow over with a stiff wind. Then he reached his hand out to her, and Conleigh's hand connected with his, and I started to pay attention to other aspects about the man. Not only was he skinny and wearing a pink shirt, but his hair was perfectly styled, and he had soft hands. I looked down at my own hands. They were big, weathered, and had scars on top of scars. I had one on my right pinky from a pair of size 16 feet stepping on it. The spikes that helped with purchase on the grassy field punctured the skin. Then the same thing had happened on the other hand, but unfortunately, not only had it punctured the skin, but it had also nearly crushed my left ring finger. Wearing a wedding ring would definitely be tough, that was for sure, seeing as it was about twice the size of my other fingers, which were quite big to begin with. I had calluses from lifting weights without hand protection, and my fingernails were all bruised in some way. And then there was the fingernail I didn't have at all on my right ring finger. Yeah, I didn't have pretty boy hands like this guy. I certainly didn't have hands that were the same size as hers, and probably felt nicer than hers did either. So, there was that. "You ready?" I heard him ask again. What a pussy. "Yes," Conleigh said with false excitement. "Totally." Then he led her over to the smart car that was only just a little bit bigger than my bike and stuffed her inside. When he walked around the car, Conleigh's eyes connected with mine. She didn't read anger in my eyes, though. No, she read the challenge. And I knew that she was going to understand it, too. Her lips pursed and she looked away, but she kept glancing surreptitiously at me through her hair, wondering if I was still watching her. She needn't have worried. I was watching every move she made.
Chapter 3. Me. I need to do a thing. Body. You did a thing yesterday. Conleigh's secret thoughts. Conleigh. Who was that man on your front porch? I wasn't even halfway through the date before I realized that I'd made a really stupid decision. I'd finally accepted one of the doctor's countless offers to go out on a date. Doing so only after Linc said he was on his way over, and was learning too late that he was a real piece of work. He was everything I hated in a man, and I knew without a single doubt in my mind that I would never go on another date with him. I was so stupid. Agreeing to go on the date was going to make it incredibly awkward when I turned him down for future dates, and then I'd have to see him at work. Yeah, the date idea was incredibly stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. All of it had been done just so I could avoid Linc, and honestly, I wasn't sure why I'd done it. It had been a split-second decision to say yes to him, and I was regretting it now. I knew that if I didn't have a valid excuse to give to Linc, he'd take my no as a yes and take me out to lunch. Then I'd start spending time with him, and my stupid traitorous heart would fall in love with him all over again. And honestly, I wasn't sure that my heart could take any more of him leaving me behind. I already thought about him too much as it was. "Are you even paying attention to what I'm saying?" Tyson asked. I frowned and focused back on the man who was clearly not on my mind, and smiled, or at least I tried to. "Yes, I'm sorry," I apologized. "My stomach hurts." Tyson lifted his lip in a silent snarl. "The stomach bug that's been going around at work?" My heart soared. Yes, maybe. I think I should be going home now. Tyson stood up and backed away, his eyes a little wide. I stood up before he could protest and started toward the parking lot. It took me until I was at the door to realize that I hadn't driven. Tyson had. Son of a bitch. I contemplated turning around for a whole 2.5 seconds and then decided against it. I didn't want to be in Tyson's presence any longer. There was only so much I could hear about how well he had done in school and how if I was studying more, I'd be doing better. Hell, a broken heart was almost preferable to listening to this jerk-face treat me as if I was a lesser being, because I didn't want to continue further with my schooling. I pushed through the double doors and contemplated my next step. It was only after I'd gotten to the parking lot that I saw the biker leaning against his bike. I narrowed my eyes at Linc and stalked over to him. "What are you doing here?" I growled, crossing my arms. "Getting lunch," he lied. "Why?" "Yeah, right." He didn't answer. "You don't like sushi," I countered. Linc's lips twitched. I've heard that taste change as you age. Maybe mine have. I rolled my eyes. You're full of shit. Where's your date? He asked. I almost told him exactly what I thought of my date, but then Linc's mouth kicked up at the corner, causing me to feel like punching him instead of explaining anything. This cocky, rude man was the reason I'd said yes to the date in the first place. Now I remembered. I looked behind me to see Tyson exiting without any to-go boxes full of his leftovers. Then I had a moment of sadness realizing I wouldn't get to finish my California roll. That one was my favorite. And I didn't get to have it very often because I was trying to pay for school without taking out any more loans, which wasn't really working out all that well for me. Though I made fairly decent money as a nurse, I was the low man on the totem pole. I was the first one to get sent home if we were slow, and the last one considered for overtime. I never got any of the good overtime days with the holiday pay because the other nurses wanted to work them to get the time and a half plus the holiday pay bonuses. Meaning I was left either not working on those days or complaining about it to get one of those shifts, and I would not complain. I wanted my fellow nurses to like me. I wanted to have friends. I hesitated. Tyson, are you ready to go? Tyson looked like I'd just asked him a question he couldn't answer. And I had a bad feeling about what was about to come out of his mouth next. I'm sorry, Conleigh. I don't think that's a good idea. My car is pretty small and you might pass that bug to me. That would be bad. I don't deal with sickness well. I heard Linc's low, slow chuckle behind me. Then he opened his mouth. Aren't you in the medical field? He asked. How would he know that? I frowned and looked at Linc to see his eyes full of mischief and gleaming with excitement. God damn it, why did he have to look so good? Yes, Tyson admitted, momentarily stealing my attention from the way Linc looked. Then you should be used to sick people, Linc countered. But I'll do you a solid this one time. I'll take her home, and you don't worry about ever talking to her again. Sound good? Tyson let out a relieved breath. Thank you. I had no doubt in my mind that Tyson would be back. He'd hounded me for months until I'd finally given in. He wouldn't give up just because Linc told him to. Would he? Hope you feel better, Conleigh, Tyson rushed out. Bye. Then, without my precious California roll that I'd only had one bite of to help me forget about this debacle, I watched Tyson get into his stupid little smart car and practically peel out of the parking lot. I was sure if his car had been capable of it, he would have. I turned to Linc and felt my stomach jolt at the smile that lit his face. He was fully bearded today. Not out-of-control beard, but well-maintained I'm-sexy-as-fuck beard. He had straight white teeth that were exposed by his smile, and the creases at the corners of those green eyes were on display. He was wearing a pair of faded blue jeans that fit him like they were made specifically for him. They were snug in all the right places, and I could make out the shape of every bit of muscled flesh underneath of them. The plain navy blue t-shirt he had on did nothing to hide his magnificence either. He was wild, savage really, and looked like the biker he was. Where's your vest? I blurted. Linc's smile fell. Had an incident with an overzealous fan last week and she ripped the damn thing. I bought a new one, but I've got someone putting all my patches on this week. My mouth fell open in affront. I was instructed when I first started at the ER to never cut the vest off of a biker, I told him. Isn't that vest sacred to you? Linc's lips twitched. If it's life and death and you need to cut the vest, most of us won't have a problem with it. Yes, it's sacred to us, but we like our lives a little more than we like the vest. Do what you gotta do, unless it's a 1%er. Then don't touch his cut at all. In fact, you should probably work around it or let one of his MC brothers take it off him if need be. And it's not a vest, it's a cut. I hadn't thought about that. Do we normally get a lot of 1%ers here? I questioned. I hadn't always known about bikers. In fact, when my mother had met Steele, I'd been in awe because not only was he a biker, but he was also a cop. But Steele was a regular guy, doing regular things. I'd thought they were all like that TV show where they ran guns and did drugs while fucking woman after woman while their old ladies were at home raising their children. But he's proved to me that most bikers weren't like that. Most. No, he answered my question. Honestly, we get less 1%ers around here now that we're here than we did even 5 years ago. Though you're in Kilgore, and there's also another unofficial MC who kind of helps keep the area safe. Who? I asked, surprised to hear of an unofficial club in Kilgore, let alone an official one like Linc's. They call themselves Free, he answered, standing up. Do they have chicken in there? I thought about that for a moment. I think so. What about steak? He pushed. Yes, I said. They have steak in some of the rolls, so I'm sure they can make you a steak to eat on its own. Good, he grunted. Let's go finish lunch. I didn't bother to tell him that I hadn't even really started lunch. I had one bite of my California roll, and it was the end piece, the smallest part. I also didn't bother arguing with him. I was there. I was still hungry, and I had no ride home. I wasn't a stupid girl by any means. I sighed as I followed him back inside the sushi place I'd just come out of moments before, and tried not to let my eyes stray down past his waist. That way, I could tell myself that I wasn't staring at his ass. I was staring at his very well-defined back. It was okay to look, wasn't it? Looking didn't constitute feelings. Table for 2. I heard Linc say to the woman who had seated Tyson and me not 20 minutes before. She glanced at me. Her eyes widened, and I found myself flushing. Linc's eyes were mischievous when he said, We have an open relationship. I don't mind when she sees other men as long as she comes home to me. I sighed and followed behind the startled server, happy when she led us to a table next to a window that overlooked the parking lot. That way, I could people watch and not Linc watch. The less I looked at him, the better. I was already going to have to ride home with him. I had to prepare myself for having my body pressed to his. You look weird in a dress, he said once we were settled. I gave him a blank look. I feel weird, too. Why did you wear it? He pushed. Because I thought it might piss you off if you happened to see it. It was a little on the short side, and I had no doubt in my mind that when I got on the back of his bike later, I'd have to hike it up to almost my waist to be able to get on. Because, I shrugged, I wanted to. He didn't call me on my lie, even though I was fairly sure he saw it for what it was. The waitress came to the table then and took our drink orders, and it just so happened to be the same one who had taken my order when I'd arrived earlier. Water again? She asked politely. I shook my head. Sweet tea, and a beer, whatever you have on tap. Her eyebrows rose, but she politely wrote down what I wanted anyway. Her gaze turned to Linc, and she reeled. Aren't you... Before she could finish, I started to laugh. He gets that all the time. You have no idea. He's not Linc James, though. His name is Bonnard. I call him Bonnie for short. The waitress's shoulders drooped. That sucks. He's one of my favorite players. I doubted it. If he was one of her favorite players, there was no way in hell that I would have been able to convince her that he wasn't the Linc. She would have caught on to my bullshit in a millisecond. Linc James was a popular man, and the football world loved him, the big bastard. I guess the beer's for me, but let me have a water also. Linc smiled politely. He didn't show his teeth, though.
Thanks for that.
Linc sighed when she walked away.
You have no idea how exhausting it can get sometimes.
I did. It happened while I'd been with him more times than I could count over the years. Even in college, he'd been a big deal. Now back home, he would have been recognized in a heartbeat, and I'd have had no hope of going out to eat with him. Linc James was a popular man, and honestly, the only reason nobody recognized him in this restaurant was likely due to the hoity-toity atmosphere. The restaurant catered to a more refined crowd. I'd never been to this particular one because it was just too fancy for me. I preferred places that didn't look down on me for not eating with a fork when I didn't want to.
What was that look for?
My non-date asked. I pursed my lips. This place, I would have preferred to go to the one down the road. They have better California rolls. I would know. The one bite I had was all it took for me to realize that. And they have free margaritas because they don't have a liquor license yet. They have applied for their license, but until it comes in, they're giving the alcohol away as a promotion, I explained. Linc laughed and stood up.
Well then, let's go.
I blinked at him. Are you serious? He nodded, jerking his head toward the door.
They haven't brought us anything yet, and they don't charge anything for sitting at their table for 30 seconds.
I agreed with that wholeheartedly. Okay, let's go. I was standing up and hurrying in the direction of the door before anybody could stop me. Linc came much more leisurely, uncaring that we just walked out of a restaurant after we'd already placed our drink orders. But I reminded myself of the lady's face as we'd ordered our drinks and gave 0 fucks. Only once I was outside, I was reminded of the fact that I was wearing a dress and it happened to be super tight.
I swear I won't look at your panties,
Linc drawled as he saw me sizing up his bike. I grinned and hiked my dress up, happy that I'd thought ahead to slip the tight Under Armour workout shorts on underneath it. No worries, I said as I hiked it up to my navel. The look on Linc's face was priceless, and it also made something low in my belly squirm. I ignored that feeling and watched as he threw his leg over the bike.
You want to go for a ride?
I'd been staring at the bikes in front of me, wondering what it felt like to be on one when he'd come up behind me. One of them is yours? I asked softly. I didn't want to turn around. I wanted to be able to speak to him without tripping over my own tongue. The man was gorgeous, heart-stoppingly, panty-melting. All I have to do is smile to get what I want gorgeous.
That one that you were staring at,
Linc pointed, coming up to my side. It had been the one I was staring at. It was all black. The handlebars, the brake cords, the engine, the gas tank, the helmet hanging off the handlebars. All of it was black. I liked it a lot. And it looked older than all of the others, but also very well cared for. I liked older things. One day I wanted to get an old house like the ones Joe and Chip renovated on Fixer Upper and make it beautiful again. My dream car was a Pontiac GTO, fully restored, cherry red, fast and loud. I think I want to, I murmured softly. If we can get out of here without any of our family noticing that we're gone. Linc laughed.
Honey, I've been sneaking out as long as I can remember. I could probably break you out of jail and not be caught at this point.
I snorted. Hopefully we never prove that fact, because then it'd mean that I was in jail. He grunted in agreement.
They were talking about you before you got here, you know. I was told that you're not all that innocent. Maybe I should start preparing now for that breaking you out of jail thing.
My mouth fell open in affront. What? I gasped. He got on the bike and started to wheel it out of its parking spot between two much flashier motorcycles. There's nowhere to sit, I said, and you only have one helmet. He handed the single helmet over to me.
We won't ride far, just up and down the road. I'll scoot up enough that you have at least some cushion." And he was true to his word. We only went up and down the road twice before he came to a stop and gestured for me to get off. I did, albeit very reluctantly, and felt my face stretch into such a wide smile that there was no way that my mother wouldn't ask about it. I want to do that again. I paused when I felt stiff in places that shouldn't be stiff. But only after you get a new seat. I looked down at the seat that Linc had installed on his bike specifically for me and felt something inside of me warm. It wasn't like that my ass had been the only one to use that seat, but I still felt all warm and fuzzy on the inside that he'd installed it specifically for me so many years ago. "What?" Linc asked, turning his head to look at me. I swallowed, winding my arms around his tight abdomen, and smiled when it felt like I'd come home again. "Nothing," I said. "Just remembering." Linc's grin said it all. He was remembering right along with me, and liked the feelings those memories inspired. Chapter 4. I want you to know that someone cares. Not me, but someone. Conleigh to Linc. Conleigh. The next day at work, I couldn't stop thinking about my date with Linc. "What has that smile on your face?" my coworker asked. I looked over at the woman who was about the same age as me. We'd gotten hired at the same time and went through hospital orientation together. Now we were good friends. "Hey, Prue," I said softly, carefully sidestepping her question. "How's your sister doing?" Prue pursed her lips. "Which one?" I giggled. "The one currently in the military and deployed, your twin. I know that your other sister Phoebe is just fine, since I saw her this morning looking bored next to the nurse she was following around today." That was her advisor. She was less than thrilled. Apparently, she had some patient grope her during her clinical last night, and her advisor thought that maybe she should make sure she was okay. We both paused as we tried not to laugh. I know, right? Phoebe is so much like my dad, it hurts. "What did she do to him?" I wondered worriedly. "I punched him in the throat when his hand went up my scrub top," came Phoebe's reply. I jumped at hearing her explanation directly behind me and whirled. "Holy shit, you scared me." Phoebe's eyes lit up with laughter. "Why are you all always talking about me?" she asked. "Why are you always so paranoid?" Prue countered. And we started talking about Piper, but we somehow got sidetracked and started talking about how you had someone following you around today, and you look less than thrilled about it. "I'm not thrilled," she grumbled. "I'm a fourth-semester nursing student. I shouldn't need to be followed around like I'm a first-semester nursing student anymore. They're treating me like glass because of who Mom is." Her mom was now the director of nursing for the entire hospital, and I could see how that would be worrisome for the school, since the director of nursing could potentially make it a pain in the ass for the school if she really wanted to. Not to mention, her mom also taught classes at the school that both had graduated from, but hadn't done so in 3 years since her daughters were there, and she had backed away from the teaching aspect of her life until they were all the way through. "Ladies!" I inwardly cringed. Outwardly, I smiled congenially at Tyson Threadgill, an emergency room doctor, a.k.a. the man that made me want to wash my hands multiple times when he looked at me weird, like he was doing right now. "Are you feeling better?" Tyson asked, his eyes only for me. I smiled weirdly at him, which worked in my favor. "No, my stomach is still pretty fragile. I had a really bad weekend." "It was only bad for those 20 minutes I spent with you." "Oh!" Tyson backed up a few steps. Inwardly, I smiled. Phoebe and Prue looked on with avid fascination. In fact, we were in the middle of the damn nurses' station, so everyone that was in a 5-foot vicinity was probably listening and watching. "You weren't feeling bad yesterday," Prue said teasingly.
You seemed just fine when we went and did laundry together. Prue and I didn't have washers or dryers, so every Sunday we went with each other to do our laundry. Yesterday, she'd gotten the lowdown on the date the day before, as well as how much that 20 minutes with Tyson had wigged me out. It's a come-and-go thing, I lied quickly when Tyson took a step in my direction once again. She thinks she might be pregnant, Phoebe chimed in. I closed my eyes as horror washed over me. You're pregnant? Tyson asked, sounding alarmed. Who's the father? Was it that big biker guy that looks like Linc James? That big biker guy was Linc James, Phoebe continued to say, a wide smile on her face. Conleigh's known him forever. They used to date when they were younger, but they had a falling out. They've just recently reconnected, if you catch my drift. Phoebe lifted her eyebrows suggestively, and if we hadn't been at work, I would have smacked the fakeness out of them. You got pregnant by Linc James? He's never going to stay with you. Not only is he a professional football player, but he's a biker. They're never faithful, Tyson blasted me. I would have answered, but I knew that the grenade's pin had just been pulled, and the two women standing beside me were likely seconds away from losing their shit. Their entire family was full of bikers, including their father. Yeah, they weren't going to let that comment slide. They were about to blow up, and things were about to get dirty. There might even be hair-pulling, especially by the youngest, Mackenzie. I eyed Phoebe worriedly. Are you feeling queasy again? Tyson asked with a curl to his lip. I bit my lip to keep the laughter inside. One positive thing had come out of it all. Tyson wasn't sure what to think about me. I'd confounded him. Did he keep asking me out because he wanted to date me, knowing that I was pregnant? Did he back away? Did he act like nothing was wrong? He hadn't asked any of those questions, yet I could practically see them flashing through his mind one by one. He was a very expressive thinker. Every single thought was written all over his face. No, I grinned. I feel fine right now. Do you want to go get some lunch in the cafeteria and talk about it? Tyson asked, obviously deciding that my newly pregnant status didn't deter him any. Damn it. No, I said. I don't have lunch for another hour, and I have patients to see to. Thanks, though. With that, I turned away, glaring at the two smiling sisters at my sides. Go fuck yourselves. Prue's grin went wider. Phoebe's broke into a small smile. I left before anything else could be said about the matter, which was a mistake. Because had I stayed, I would have been able to stop the shitstorm that was taking place in the hospital all around me.
Chapter 5. Sometimes you run into people that change your life for the better. Those people are called bartenders. Linc to Joe. Linc. I was halfway through my morning run when my phone rang for the third time. Seeing this one was my father, I finally stopped running and answered, waiting impatiently for it to connect. Yeah, I said through a few panting breaths once I'd heard the call go through. You got Conleigh pregnant? Are you fucking insane? My father growled. I pulled back and stared at the phone with mild surprise before pressing it back to my ear. Come again? This is not the time to be cute with me, you little shithead, my father continued. It's all over the goddamn papers. I told you to stay away from her. I felt something in my gut tighten at that reminder. My father, as well as Steele, had been telling me to stay away from her for 8 years now, and I was so goddamn pissed about it that it wasn't funny any longer. At first, I'd given in because she was young, barely 16 when I first met her. Then I'd continued to concede when all that shit had gone down with the bare-bottom Guardians MC. But Conleigh was an adult now. There was no goddamn reason in hell I couldn't pursue her if I wanted to. Saw a picture of her on the back of your bike. How many freaking times do I have to tell you to have safe sex? My father continued to rant. I had no idea what he was talking about. My brain was too oxygen-deprived to process it, though, not to mention I was getting angry at my father for butting in. Again. "Listen, I'll call you back when I get back home from my run," I grumbled. Now just wasn't the time. This was my time. The time where I did what I wanted while I thought about nothing but the goddamn audiobook I was listening to. I'd made it another hour before I decided that I'd run far enough. Tonight I'd hit the gym, and I didn't want to be too tired to do the leg workout that I planned to do. And if I pushed myself any harder on the run, I might very well get to that point. Slowing down to a walk for the last mile, I breathed deeply and waited for my heart rate to go back to normal. My phone pinged again in my ear, but I ignored it. Messages and calls were a normal thing for me. They were certainly normal when my publicist was trying to get me to agree to give interviews that I didn't particularly want to give. I was getting to the point where I was about to tell her not to call me for at least 2 weeks because she was aggravating me so badly. Then again, everyone was fucking annoying me at that point. Everyone but one woman who refused to answer my texts. A woman who had a very good reason, too. A woman I'd screwed over. Badly. Once upon a time, but was determined to make something happen with somehow. Someday. If I could only get her to talk to me. Surprisingly, miracles did happen, even for already lucky guys like me. Because when I got home from my run, Conleigh was standing on my front porch examining my bushes, and I forgot everything that I was supposed to do that morning. Calling my father back was put on the back burner. Answering the 25 emails that my publicist had sent while on my run was pushed to tomorrow. Oh, and going to the clubhouse for a party? That was definitely put off as well. I hesitated at the bottom of the drive, unsure what to say. "What's up, Conleigh?" I didn't want her to leave because I said something stupid, so I settled for something that wouldn't make her go for my throat. She looked over at me. "Are you aware that our houses look exactly alike?" I grinned as sweat dripped down the length of my face. "Yes. I noticed that when I came over to take you to lunch and you blew me off, remember?" Conleigh flushed bright red. "So, about that." I started up the driveway and stalked toward her. When I got to her, I stopped and crossed my arms over my bare chest, very aware that the move put the muscles of my arms on display. She didn't disappoint. She looked, and she liked what she saw. Then again, our attraction to each other had never been one of our problems. We wanted each other, badly, but both of us were too afraid to admit it. It was the other stuff that didn't come as easy, like the fact that she hated what I represented, a rich man who wasn't easy to push around and who didn't like that she was trying so fucking hard to do everything on her own when it would be easy for someone like me to help her. The stubborn little shit. "Can we go inside?" she asked, her eyes warily scanning around my neighborhood. The area where I lived was a quiet neighborhood in Bear Bottom, Texas, about a 40-minute drive from where Conleigh lived in Kilgore. She was looking around like someone was going to pop out of the bushes and take a picture of her, plastering her all over the papers. "Conleigh," I laughed, "nobody is going to take your picture again." I say again because it had happened before. A few days after I was drafted #1 by the first team that I played with, I'd gone to see Conleigh at her work. I'd been excited, and I'd wanted to share that with her. Unfortunately for me, I'd literally just become the hottest commodity to women everywhere because of my pretty face and muscular body, not to mention the promise of that big paycheck I'd be bringing in. All it took was one single picture of the two of us together, with me hugging her tightly to my body, and she was labeled as a poor girl that I had befriended because she was on the outs with her parents. From there, my die-hard fans began doing their own research. Females ages 8 to 63 dragged poor Conleigh through the mud, and it was all because of that one innocent picture. "About that," she snatched the keys out of my hand before I could even head in the direction of the door. "We need to talk." My brows rose as I watched her use my keys to open the door and then followed her into my house. I winced when I saw how dirty it was. I'd slacked since we lost last week, and I felt bad about it now. I hadn't wanted my housekeeper to come in and clean it because I didn't want to talk to my good friend's wife, and I still couldn't hide how damn disappointed I was that we lost. She'd forced me to talk, and honestly, I was not in the mood to talk to anyone. Well, anyone except the girl looking around my house as if she was having a moment of déjà vu. It's creepy, isn't it? I laughed as I threw the door closed. Even the same paint colors. At least from what I could tell. When I'd been standing in front of her house as she'd opened her door, I could see inside, and I noticed that her paint colors seemed to be the same neutral beige as my house, and the floor plan, at least what I could see of it, seemed to be the same as well. Wow, she shook her head. You even have black furniture like me, too. I had black furniture because it was the easiest thing to match. That and black was one of my favorite colors. Not that I didn't want to talk to her about the floor plan or how eerie it was that our houses were so similar. I wanted to know why she was there. Between the way she was acting and her cryptic comments, I was beginning to get a bad feeling. So, she hesitated. I don't know how to say this. My brows rose. Say what? She looked down at her fingers and played with her fingernails for a few short seconds. Conleigh, I growled, walking past her into the kitchen. Once I got there, I grabbed a bottle of water off the counter. Just tell me. She followed me inside and then took a seat at the bar where she folded her hands primly out in front of her. I leaned my sweaty ass against the counter and watched as she gave me a slow perusal. She stopped and stared a little longer than she should have at my dick, which caused it to twitch despite my near exhaustion. She smiled, and her eyes finally met mine. Those beautiful eyes had always captivated me, even when she was a 16-year-old hell-bent on convincing everyone that she was able to take care of herself. I don't know how it happened, but at one point yesterday at work, while I was trying to avoid the doctor that I went out on that date with, and somehow, well, he now thinks that I'm pregnant with your baby, she blurted. I stared at her for a few long moments before I burst out laughing. That explained all the calls this morning. That also explained why I'd gotten over 20 emails in 1 hour from my publicist. Whoops. Damage control couldn't be implemented if I wasn't around to tell her what was going on. What if Conleigh really was pregnant with my child, and I was happy about it? She couldn't implement damage control if she didn't know what damage she was controlling. She'd never issue a statement on my behalf saying that I didn't love Conleigh and that she was a lying piece of shit, something she would never say regardless, since she was much more professional about how she worded things than I was, if I hadn't answered any of her emails to fill her in on the situation. I got a weird call from my dad today, I admitted. I had no clue what he was talking about, and I just thought it was due to my being oxygen-deprived because of how hard I'd been running. He's probably freaking the fuck out. Conleigh bit her lip in frustration, something she'd always done since I'd first met her. My mom was the one to call me, she admitted. She saw the picture of us on your bike going to that other restaurant. We were laughing in the picture, probably when we saw that guy pumping gas in his underwear. Underneath it, there was another picture of me in the hospital with Tyson standing in front of me. She pulled up the photo on her phone and slid it across the counter to me. It would have dropped to the floor had I not been quick and caught it before it could teeter over the edge. I stared at the photo with amusement. How exactly does something like this come up? I asked with laughter tinging my voice. Did you just blurt out that you were having my love child? I kind of liked that it had happened. I'd been contacting Conleigh for months, texting, calling, stopping by her old place, and not once had I gotten any sort of reaction out of her. She'd been awesome at hiding behind her walls. I had a feeling that a lot of that had been because my team was the wild card in playoffs, and we were in the media's eye. She wanted nothing to do with the media at all, and hadn't since it had nearly ruined her chances at some scholarships that she was going for during her first year in college. Well, it started like this. Then she went on to tell me exactly what had happened the previous day at work and how it had all been a joke. except her coworkers hadn't realized that it was a joke, and some of them had spread the rumor far and wide. So far and wide, in fact, that word had traveled to just the right ears, and the lie was now spread to the media and the rest of the entire goddamn world. This was perfect. Huh. I tried to hold my elation. That's unfortunate. Conleigh gave me a worried look. What do we do now? I tried not to smile, which I just barely accomplished by the skin of my teeth. It wouldn't do for her to know that I was actually quite entertained by any of this. She also didn't need to know that I was enjoying the fact that she'd made such a large faux pas. I guess now I gotta get in touch with my publicist, I finally said. But she's hours ahead of me since she lives in the UK, so she's probably sleeping now. That's why I get the emails instead of the phone calls. I'll have to email her and wait for her to call back. Why do you have a publicist that lives in the UK? She asked me what everyone asked me. I shrugged. Honestly, because I started asking around with a few of the guys and they all recommended somebody completely different from the next person. Rome recommended Eloise's, that's her name, husband, Bryant. But Bryant wasn't taking on any new clients, but he said his wife was. She is British, and little did I know that they were in the process of getting divorced at the time that I needed a publicist. Anyway, long story short, she lives in the UK. She's really good, though, so I keep her. If it was something huge that she had to deal with, I have her number, and I can call her so we could work it out, but this isn't that big. Conleigh blinked at that lengthy explanation. That's quite a story. I assume you must really like her. You're not the type to do anything all willy-nilly. I found myself grinning at that. Willy-nilly? No, I'm not the type of man to go all willy-nilly and do shit without first thinking it through. You're right. I felt a trickle of sweat start down my temple, and I pushed off the counter. How about you hang out for a minute and let me go get in the shower? Maybe we can order a pizza. Her brows rose. You eat pizza? She looked at my body, letting her eyes skim up and down the length of me before settling her eyes back on mine. I snorted. It's the off-season, Con. I can do a lot of stuff that I wouldn't normally do, such as ride my bike without a helmet. She frowned. Why can't you do that during the season? Not that I want you to or anything. Do you know how many motorcycles are hit every day? A lot. People just don't pay enough attention. Anyway, I had a young patient last week, all of 18, who got hit by a sedan. He was bruised up pretty bad. Had that sedan been a truck or going just a little faster, he'd have been dead. I waited for her rant to be over, and then waited a couple of seconds more to make sure she was actually through, and then explained. I signed a seasonal clause on safety. During the season, from the start of preseason workouts to postseason, I will not, under any circumstances, participate in any extreme sports. That includes riding a motorcycle without a helmet, though riding a motorcycle was part of the clause that my lawyer got thrown out since I was part of a motorcycle club before I even signed my contracts with my old team, a contract which the new team also honored. What else does it include? She pushed. I shrugged and turned my back on her to wash my hands in the sink behind me. I turned my head and explained over my shoulder. I can't ride without a helmet. I can't skydive. Play any pickup games of football with full contact. I can't play any sports, really, that require more than light physical activity. I can't get into any fights. I can't go to concerts and stand in a large crowd. There's a bunch of shit. She snorted. Didn't I see that you went to a Garth Brooks concert in Vegas not too long ago? I grinned as I shut the tap off and then reached for a sheet from the paper towel roll. Once my hands were sufficiently dried, I blew my nose into the towel. Once it was in the trash, I turned to find her frowning at me. What? I asked. You just washed your hands, then blew your nose. You're not planning to wash your hands again, are you? She curled her lip up at me. My lip twitched. No. She made a gagging sound. That's gross. I shrugged. It's my house. I can do what I want. She snorted. I'm sure you do what you want, when you want, wherever you are. That was true. I started walking out of the room. "Call the pizza place and order us something. I want cheese." "What do you mean you only want cheese?" she called. "I thought you liked pepperoni." That was true. At least she thought it was. It made me sound less manly when I told people I only liked cheese. I'd never really gotten better as I aged. Eating healthy was really hard for me. I loved fruit, but I fucking hated vegetables with a vengeance. Unfortunately for me, I choked those bitches down because that was how you fueled a body like mine. But during the off-season, I ate what I fucking wanted. And that was that. Kind of. I ate what I wanted within reason. I also worked out twice as much because I ate fucking pizza when I should be eating vegetables and white fish. I only got pepperoni because you like pepperoni, and I didn't want you thinking I was a little bitch for only liking cheese. I shot over my shoulder before closing my bedroom door behind me. I heard her laughter through the closed door and smiled like a loon all the way to the shower. I was trying really hard to control my raging hard-on as I stepped into the scalding water. Being this close to her reminded me of the past, before I was warned away from her. Glaring at my dick reacting to her laughter, I heard a hesitant knock on my bedroom door. I ignored it, staring down at my traitorous dick as I willed it to soften. It didn't. Damn, but Conleigh had a way of always making me want her. All she had to do was curl that lip at me in disgust, and I was hard. It didn't matter that it was me that she was disgusted with. What mattered was that she was there in close proximity, and I was reminded of that one time that we'd almost gone too far. It had been the best I'd ever had, and that was saying something since I'd had a lot. The knock came again, this time at the door to my bathroom. I turned around so my ass was facing the panel glass instead of my hard dick, and called out, "Yeah." She opened the door, just like I knew she would, and I heard her low inhale. "Shit. Sorry." The door didn't close, though. I chanced to look over my shoulder to see her eyes downcast and a flush staining her cheeks. "It's fine. It's not like you haven't seen my ass before," I pointed out. She'd seen my dick, too. It had been when we were about to take that last step, when we'd been interrupted. She groaned. "Must you always bring that up when I see you half-naked?" I barely contained the grin. "It's true." She growled in frustration, then sighed when she realized how futile it was. I did what I wanted. I always had. "Anyway, I came in here to tell you that the pizza place is like 10 orders behind because they only have one car running at the current moment." "Did you want me to order from the Chinese place that delivers instead?" she asked. I could barely hear her over the water pounding down on me, not to mention the rush of blood that was currently causing me to be highly focused on my dick rather than the words that were coming out of her mouth. "How about we go get pizza?" I suggested. She made a frustrated noise. She was weighing the pros and cons, and she wasn't finding a way out of going. "I can go home," she paused. "Come back when your publicist wakes up?" The hopefulness in her voice had me suppressing the laughter that was boiling in my throat. God, she'd do absolutely anything to get away from the situation she'd found herself in, that was for sure. "I texted her before I got in the shower," I lied. "What if she calls while you're gone and I don't have all the information that you gave out? What if she has questions I can't answer?" She stomped her foot. "You're so annoying." "I'll wear a hat," I offered. "Nobody will ever know that it's me." Famous last words were those. I knew exactly what would happen if we went to my favorite pizza place. Exactly. Conleigh, on the other hand, was such a positive thinker, always going into everything with such a positive outlook, that she couldn't see through the lie. She didn't think to question me. But she should have.
Chapter 6. I finally got 8 hours of sleep. Sure, it took me 3 days to accomplish, but still. Conleigh to Linc. Conleigh. It was halfway through our pizza when the first person noticed us. Not that I thought about it. It had likely been even before that, but that particular fan had been the one ballsy enough to actually go out of her way and ask for the autograph. I tensed as the fan came up to the table and stopped, her eyes shining with an inner light that showed that she really was a diehard fan. "Can I have your autograph?" she whispered feverishly. Linc was about to say no. I could see it written all over his face. I said, causing the girl to drag her eyes away from Linc. "Could you hang out and wait for us to finish dinner?" I asked, pointing to Linc's piece of pizza that was halfway extended to his mouth. "He'll sign whatever you want him to after he's done eating. I promise." The girl winced. "Shoot, I'm sorry. I'll just go wait in the booth by the door, okay?" Then she was gone, leaving me and Linc looking at each other.
"That was nice of you,"
he admitted, taking the bite of pizza he'd been about to take a minute before.
"Some of the other players' wives and girlfriends are really quite rude."
"I'm not a girlfriend or a wife," I muttered. Linc shrugged one shoulder.
"Not what I meant. It's rude whether you're my girlfriend or my sister. Normally, the manager does a better job at keeping them away from me."
That was true. Then what he said had me glancing at him. "What do you mean the manager normally does a better job at keeping them away from you?"
"Exactly that,"
he answered. I clenched my hands into fists. "Then you knew you'd be recognized, even with your hat?" I wanted to smack him.
"Yes," he answered. "But that's also why I came here."
I leaned back and crossed my arms over my chest, giving him my best "I'm trying not to kill you" face. "I don't think you understand the magnitude of what happened," I said carefully, trying to contain my anger. "I already dodged 2 reporters today, both of whom remembered who I was from back then, and I can already tell that this is going to get blown out of proportion. I don't like being in the spotlight, Linc." Linc leaned back as well.
"I realize that, but that is why I came here. I don't let my shit out there any more than you do, honey. And the owner is a friend of the club. His son is in the club. He wouldn't let the fans here get out of hand, and he won't let them take pictures. You pretty much have to know this place and who owns it to even find the place and get in the door." He had a point. I hadn't even known the place was there until he'd pulled up outside the entrance. My shoulders slumped, and I leaned forward until my head was resting against the table as I groaned. "I made a mess of things, Linc," I said into my arms. I felt a very big, warm hand land on my neck, and things inside of my body started to rapidly spring to life. Any time that I was in Linc's presence, things started to happen inside of me. It was like my body just started to do things that I didn't want it to do, and I had absolutely zero control. I stayed there for long moments, allowing the steady kneading of the heel of his hand as it soothed the sore muscles in my neck. He didn't pull away until I lifted my head after what felt like hours later, blinking at the brightness of the low-hanging light that was directly above the table. "I want to quit school," I blurted. He blinked at me. "Then do it," he suggested, not missing a beat. I looked down at my hands that were folded across my arms on the table, studying each nail that I could see. They were kind of haggard-looking. I hadn't had a chance to get my nails done in so long that I couldn't possibly begin to remember when the last time was. It had been years. "I want to get my nails done," I murmured. I thought I'd done it so softly that he hadn't heard, because he didn't respond. The music was beating softly in the background of our conversation, and there were quite a few people in the establishment making a hum of quiet discussions thrum through the air as well. But then he picked one of my hands up and brought it to my face, his large thumb sweeping over my middle finger. "Then get them done." He had an answer for everything. However, life wasn't that easy. One couldn't just drop what she was doing and do what pleased her. I shrugged, feeling my heart start to pick up again with my hand in his.
What was it about this man that affected me so much? He was stunning, and he always had been. The years that I'd known him had been kind to him. He'd aged, sure, but he'd matured and filled out in all the right places. His beard, which had always been beautiful, had lightened, and I could now see just the slightest hint of bluish lights along the silky black on his jawline. His eyes, those beautiful eyes of his, had laugh lines at the corners, and his lip had a new scar. That game was bad, I murmured, my eyes never leaving his lip. I thought my heart was going to fall right out of my chest when I saw you take that hit. He didn't pretend not to know what I was talking about, because there was only one game in the last 8 years that I could be talking about. Over the course of Linc's career, he'd been lucky. But the one game in particular I was talking about was so bad that it'd forever be ingrained in my heart. It was preseason, and he'd just been traded to his current team. His new team hadn't really known him well enough yet, and they'd been playing against his former team, who he'd had a beef with since the first day he'd started playing for them. He hadn't gotten along with the owner, a man that had been so strictly against all things biker and biker-related that he'd almost refused to allow Linc to play. Unfortunately, the old owner had wanted to win almost as badly as he hated Linc, so his hand was pretty much forced. But the moment he had the opportunity to obtain a player who could replace Linc James, he'd taken it. Overall, it had been the best move of Linc's life. However, it also meant that when Linc played his old team, he knew damn well he had to be on his guard, or he might very well get hurt. At first, it hadn't been obvious to everyone else, but since Linc and I had been keeping in touch with texts and short phone calls when all this shit had started, I knew that Linc hadn't had it easy. Even when he told me that the time wasn't right for us, which had broken my heart, I'd still been worried about him. I still watched every single game religiously, even if I had a big test to study for, or I had to watch it at work on the TV in a patient's room. My anger at him just giving up on us was tempered by my need to have him be my friend.
Merriweather's a dick.
Linc broke the silence and my thoughts. Merriweather was a defensive lineman and in Linc's old team owner's pocket. Trevin Merriweather was a 6'5", 340-pound powerhouse who hit with the force of a Mack truck and took no prisoners. He hit Linc so hard during that game that he'd knocked Linc out cold. Not only had he gotten a penalty for helmet-to-helmet contact, but he'd also gotten called for grabbing Linc's face mask and throwing him to the ground. From there, the flags started coming from every referee like a ticker tape parade. I'd been so upset at the time, seeing Linc's still form laying almost brokenly on the AstroTurf, that it had been almost impossible for me to think, let alone process what had been going on around Linc. When Linc had gotten up, blood had been pouring down his white jersey, soaking it and leaving me with a mental image that I'd never forget for the rest of my life. Head wounds always bled profusely. I knew that. I'd been in my first semester of nursing school, but that knowledge didn't matter since logic wasn't prevailing at that time. Despite being scared out of my mind, I'd called him, and he'd answered.
Con, I heard Linc rasp into the phone. Are you okay?
I gave a semi-hysterical laugh as I said, "You just got hit so hard that you were knocked unconscious, and you're asking if I'm okay?" He snorted, and I could hear him hissing a breath.
Fuck, don't make me laugh. I think my ribs are broken.
I felt something twist in the pit of my stomach. "Really?" I breathed. God, I hoped he was kidding. If he'd really broken his ribs, he'd be out for weeks while they healed, and that was exactly what his old team wanted, since they were both in the running for a wild card spot that would take them into the postseason.
No. He hesitated. I think. Just fucking sore as hell. Goddamn Merriweather.
Goddamn Merriweather was right. If I'd been capable of taking down a 345-pound man by myself, and I'd been in the same room as that piece of shit, I would have done it. Happily. And I think Linc knew that because he started to chuckle. God, I loved his laugh. How he could laugh when all I wanted to do was cry was beyond me. But my God, just hearing him made me feel a ton better. Which it shouldn't. He left me, not the other way around. But, ow, fuck, Linc hissed. I felt something in my gut lurch at hearing him in pain. What? I whispered furiously. I have to have stitches. They just gave me a local anesthetic. Damn it, my perfect lips, Linc whined. That's when I started to laugh through the tears. I still can't believe that you actually answered, I murmured, shaking my head. I'd answer for you, always and forever, he promised, sounding sincere. I looked at my hands and snorted. Linc, I would, he promised. And I believed him. Really, I did. But if you really would answer any time that I called, why? I asked in confusion, then smacked my head with the heel of my hand. Never mind, don't answer that. It's none of my business. I didn't expect him to answer, but he did. I didn't expect to like the answer either. Because Conleigh reigns. I want to. He paused. And you've always meant more to me than just about anyone in this world. I felt my stomach somersault as I stared at him. You left, though. You left. You told me that you weren't ready. He looked at me for a long moment, and then shifted so that he was leaning forward, and his face was so close that he could kiss me if he really wanted to. I didn't pull away from his closeness, and neither did he. I just stared into those beautiful eyes that I'd never quite been strong enough to forget, and waited for him to explain why he let us go. Oh, and hated myself for it. I shouldn't care why he left, or that anybody thought that I was having his baby when I wasn't. But I did care. I cared if he was hurt. I cared if he got slammed by the media again for anything concerning me when it wasn't true. I just cared about him, and that wasn't something I'd been able to stop feeling since he told me we couldn't be an us yet. We'd barely gotten started. Had gone nowhere beyond just friends, really, when the night that would haunt me in my dating life to this day happened.
Chapter 7. Other people. Gosh darn it, that hurt. Football players. Motherfucking cock-sucking asshole son of a douche, that fucking hurt. Linc to Conleigh. Linc. I knew exactly what she was thinking about without her having to say a word, because I was thinking about that night too. The night that I told her we couldn't be together. The night that I told her we could only be friends. It had been the night that I'd come home to visit my dad, needing some much-needed time away from football and all the bullshit that sometimes came with it. It was a massive party going on, and I'd just been made an official patched-in member of our motorcycle club. Instead of celebrating like I should have been doing, I had a ginormous fight with Steele and my dad, and I wanted nothing more than to leave and not come back. Well, at least for the night. But Conleigh had told me she was on her way, and I told her to come up to my room when she got there, thinking I had time to get a shower and get cleaned up. Only she arrived a hell of a lot faster than I'd been expecting, and she walked in on me completely nude and sporting a massive erection that only came on when she was near. We'd stared at each other so long that I'd half expected her to make the move I could see in her eyes. I wanted her to. She wanted to. But then some commotion had come from the room next door, and we'd heard Steele's voice through the thin walls, causing her to retreat. I'd just slipped my pants on when my door was once again thrown back open and Steele had made his presence known. "She's not ready for you," he growled. And those had been the nicest words he'd uttered that day. After making sure I was well versed in why I shouldn't date Conleigh, my father had started in. Then I'd gotten angry and acted out in frustration instead of the logical part of my brain that usually guided me. After getting dressed, cut on my back that was sure to piss everyone off all over again, I'd walked straight up to Conleigh where she'd been hiding downstairs waiting for me, told her that I wanted her but couldn't have her. Her confusion had been apparent, but the longer I stayed to talk to her, the angrier that everyone got. So I left. I'd left her. But I'd also left myself, because I knew, without a doubt, that Conleigh was the one. I wasn't sure how I knew that, wasn't sure why, wasn't really even sure how it would ever be possible. All I knew was that one day the time would be right, and when that time was right, I'd be making my move. "I know you hate me," I murmured low, soft, barely loud enough that I wasn't sure she would even hear me. She pursed her lips. "That's the problem, Linc. I've never been able to hate you. I've told myself that I should, but I don't."
Conleigh. I never could. I tried very hard to accomplish that impossible feat, too. I'd been mean to him, I'd ignored his calls, I'd avoided any and all interactions with the man. And look where that got me. "I've ruined your life," I moaned, pressing the heel of my hands into my eyes. "They're going to go crazy with this." I expected quite a few things. A loud chuckle wasn't one of them. I peeked at him from between my hands and glared. "What do you find so funny about this situation? Because I don't find anything remotely funny about it." His grin didn't waver.
"Come on, let's go call my publicist. But just warning you, it probably isn't going to be pretty."
It wasn't. But I did like the way he didn't forget about his fan that had been patiently waiting for him. I also liked that he gave her the selfie she'd asked for, but not once had he let go of my hand. Linc didn't look worried in the least. Honestly, he looked downright happy to be sitting in his living room making a call to the United Kingdom. His publicist answered on the second ring, and the curses she greeted him with sounded almost regal in her stern British accent. "I've been emailing you since 6 o'clock last night, Lincoln James," she growled. My eyes widened at that rebuke, and I had to cover my mouth to keep the snicker inside. Linc rolled his eyes.
"I was busy, Eloise," Linc drawled. "Then I got hungry, and I honestly can't keep the time differences straight in my head. I can't remember if it's night or day there. I needed to talk to Conleigh and figure out what exactly was going on with this development. I called as soon as I had something concrete to tell you."
"If you'd read even one of your emails," she growled again, sounding a little less angry now.
"You know I never check them early," he pointed out. "Not to mention that you know I'm not going to call you unless I think it's an emergency. And this wasn't one."
"So you say," she muttered darkly. "But from what I can tell, this has turned into a big deal in the last couple of hours. You're the most eligible bachelor in sports, and all of a sudden you have a girlfriend that you got pregnant. That's a big deal whether you seem to think it is or not. Plus, with that loss still heavy on everyone's hearts." I nearly groaned when I saw Linc's face darken. "You're popular news right now."
"Wonderful," Linc muttered.
I bit my lip, suddenly feeling awful that I'd let Phoebe run her mouth and hadn't immediately nipped the problem in the bud before it got to that point. Honestly, I hadn't been thinking much at all. I was just trying really hard to get out of the bind I was in, and Phoebe's offhanded comment seemed the quickest way to do that at the time. Shoot. Though, out of everything, you're considerably lucky. People range from excited to worried, but there doesn't seem to be any negativity being spread." She paused. "The only person I think might have a problem with this is your newest sponsor," she murmured. Faith Sports will likely have quite a large problem with it, and since you had to sign that clause stating that you wouldn't become involved in a scandal, they'll likely drop you. Linc winced. Shit. Out of all the sponsors that the man had, he was going to get upset over his newest one? I was confused. What's the big deal with that? Just apologize. Eloise grunted negatively. That can't happen. This is the one sponsor that Linc's been vying for since he started his career in the NFL. This one is big to him. I looked over to Linc with raised eyebrows, waiting for an explanation. Faith Sports is an organization that helps athletes like me. They gave me a scholarship when I was in college. A chance. They help athletes from single-parent households like the one I grew up in and make sure that they have every available opportunity to strive for greatness. They've helped thousands of kids exactly like me get college degrees, making their hopes and dreams come true. They mean a lot to me, and I've been trying to team up with them for a long time, but they're very selective about who they allow to work with them. The last person that they partnered with was furious George Hoffman from the Longview Lumberjacks. Together, they raised over $10 million to help kids. And I want to help too. I was now at an all-time low. Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch! I had really screwed up. And it was going to take me putting myself out there to fix what I'd broken. What if I gave a statement? I rushed out. The woman who hadn't shown a care in the world that a woman kept chiming in on what likely should have been a private phone call started to disagree almost immediately. That's a no-go, she said. After the last time, they're not going to let this one go. The last time that Eloise was speaking of had been another football player. Merriweather, the same man that had hurt Linc on his first official game played against his old team, badly, had been caught in a scandal very similar to the one that Linc and I found ourselves in, only 2 weeks after the pregnancy had been announced. The woman had been found dead in her home with scant clues as to who had murdered her, and she had been pregnant. All fingers had pointed in Merriweather's direction, yet nobody had been able to pinpoint the crime on him, and he'd been playing ball ever since. In fact, he was currently on one of 4 teams left in the playoffs in the run-in for the national title. Also, everyone knew he'd done it. Merriweather was an asshole, apparently a murderous one. Balls, I muttered. My best solution right now is to just live your life. Only time will prove that you're not pregnant, Eloise explained. But I do have a suggestion. I was almost scared of what this suggestion would be, and I had a feeling that I was sure the hell not going to like it. What's that? Linc asked with curiosity tinging his voice. I suggest that you appear to be dating, she said hesitantly. The automatic shout of no halted on my lips when Linc said, "Oh, that's a good idea. I think it'd work even better if she was my fiancé." My mouth fell open in surprise. We can't do that. Your dad and my stepfather are going to kill me when they find out it is all a lie. Linc grinned. I'll email you, Eloise, and let you know what we nailed down. Sound good? I groaned when she agreed, and then pursed my lips when I looked at Linc to see him staring at me expectantly. You owe me, he said. That was true, but I didn't owe him this. No good could possibly come from this. I just knew it. Come on, Linc cajoled. You told me at lunch that you didn't hate me. It was the lip that he curled downward into a pitiful pout that had me wavering. I frowned. I don't hate you, Linc, but I don't particularly like being in the spotlight, which because of your job and who you are is exactly where I'll be. I looked down. Then without meeting his eyes, I whispered my biggest fear. I also don't want to be screwed over in the end. You may not intend to hurt me, but I just know that you will. He glowered. I'd never, ever hurt you. I crossed my arms over my chest. Your words hurt me when I thought we were going to have something. You didn't mean to hurt me, but you still did. That's what I'm saying. It's inevitable. You won't even mean to do it, but it will happen, and I don't think pretending to be your fiancé will help anything. The media isn't stupid. They'll know if we're faking. They follow you around enough that they'll notice if I'm not around. It's not something we can just say and not do. He crossed his arms. I never said that I didn't want to have a relationship with you because I do. You may not be my fiancé, but you'll damn well be my girlfriend. I snorted. I won't be your girlfriend. I couldn't. I'd barely recovered from having him pull out of my life so abruptly last time. If he did it again, I would for sure never recover. Which was why I'd never let him get that close again. A person knew their limits, and my limit was Linc James. Or at least what he made me feel. Linc. I stood up. He did too. I felt a shiver run down my spine. It'll be fine, he promised, coming closer. I didn't believe him. But that smile of his did me in every time. All he had to do was curl those perfect lips upward and aim that smile at me, and I was putty in his hands. There are ground rules, I relented. He whooped in excitement. You'll do it? I'll be your pretend girlfriend, I amended, and nothing more than that. He studied me for a long few moments, and then that stupid smile of his slowly lit up his face again. We'll see, he challenged. I shook my head. We won't see anything. I'm giving you 3 months. I have one more final to take tomorrow, and I'm off for the summer. In the fall, we have a public breakup, and by that point, they'll be able to see that we're not having a child together. Deal? I offered him my hand, and he took it, but didn't let go as he said, I'm going to try really hard to change your mind. I smirked at him. You won't.
Chapter 8. Wait for someone that tells strangers about you. Text from Conleigh to Linc. Linc. Day 1. I have to go to an end-of-the-year banquet, I said. I need you to come with me. Why? She asked, sounding tired. I looked at my watch and frowned. Why do you sound like something the cat dragged in? She snickered. Because I am? Con, I hesitated. What's wrong? Nothing, she murmured. I just came into work after studying all night long for my final. I thought you had the day off, I muttered. We were supposed to go on our first date today. Our first fake date, she corrected me. And I'm sorry, but I'll have to cancel. They called me into work because that stupid stomach flu is going around the ER employees. They offered me a bonus if I came, and since I can always use the money, I agreed. Only I'm tired as hell from staying up all night, hungry because I didn't get a chance to eat lunch before I went in, and mentally worn out from staying on alert to avoid stupid Tyson who was following me around all shift. I found my heartbeat accelerating at hearing about that little prick doing anything to her, even following her around or looking in her direction. Oh, I sighed. I'll cancel my reservations then. Do you have time to talk about the banquet, or do you need to go? She murmured something to someone who must have been near her, and then I heard what sounded like wind. Was she outside? Sorry, I went out the ambulance entrance. Give me 2 shakes to get around the building. They have a helicopter here waiting for a transport. She huffed, sounding out of breath. The wind in the background sounded murderous, and I wondered who the pilot was that was flying them out. Ezekiel was the pilot for the local flight crew, Angel Transport. Z was also one of the original members of the club, right along with Bayou, our club president. Z was a jack of all trades and had 3 jobs. Full-time, he worked for both Angel Transport as their helicopter pilot, and he was also a member of the bomb squad that was utilized, should the need ever come up, by all the law enforcement agencies in the surrounding area. He also worked part-time picking up shifts at the sheriff's department, usually on weekends, to keep up his peace officer's license. Oh, and let's not forget on the days he wasn't working, he painted, tattooed, and was generally an artistic motherfucker. The roar of the wind grew quieter on the other end of the line, and I assumed that she'd made it around the building. Needless to say, Z was an overachiever. My assumption was answered moments later when she said, "Okay, there, what's up?" "There's a banquet I have to go to this weekend, and I was hoping you'd be able to go with me." I repeated my earlier comment. "Oh," she paused. "Is it formal?" Why did I get the feeling that she was repeating, "Please don't be formal," in her head while she waited for my reply? I grinned. "Formal," she growled in frustration. "Linc," she whined. "You know I don't wear dresses." I knew what I was about to say was a low blow, but it was 100% true. "You wore a dress for Tyson McFuckface," I countered, sounding hurt. And I had been hurt at the time. But it was more than obvious to me now that she'd only worn the dress because of me, and not McFuckface like she'd implied. "Shit," she breathed. "I'll have to find someone to help do my hair." I frowned. "Do your hair, but not help you find a dress?" She paused. "I'll need someone's help with that part, too." I chuckled. "I'll ask one of the guys who their wife uses. How's that?" "I have friends and all, but they're just about as useless as I am when it comes to girly stuff," she murmured. "I think Prue might be worse at it than me. I don't think I've ever seen her with her hair down before, to be honest." "Prue?" I asked. "The girl you work with?" "Yes," she answered, sounding surprised. "You remember me talking about her?" I did. "Yes, ma'am." The sound of the wind picked up again, and she groaned. "Ah, I just got sand in my eyes." I held the chuckle in, thinking that she might not find her situation as amusing as I did. Moments later, the roar picked up even more, and the only thing I could hear was Conleigh's low cursing, as if from a distance. It was at least a minute later before the sound was far enough away that she was able to speak again. "You okay?" I asked once I could hear her. "Yes," she groaned. "I think I got something bad in my eye. It really hurts." I felt my stomach flip at the thought of her being hurt. "Go back inside and have someone look at it," I urged. "I will," she murmured. "This day has been just peachy. I swear to God, had this final been my first final, I would have quit. I thought nursing school was hard with all the pick the best correct answers, but swear to God, these are even worse. And honestly, I think the teacher does it just because he can." "Teacher sounds like a douche," I admitted. "He is," she agreed. "And he hates you." I frowned. "He hates me?" "Yes," she snickered. "In class, he always uses you as an example. Like if we're given patient A, which is always you, blah, 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 what would we do in this situation kind of thing? Not to mention, on the days that you win, he really comes back in a sour mood. I really do think he hates you. No joke." I started to laugh. "Football is a big sport. Some even call it a religion." She scoffed. "I'll see you later. I gotta go get this looked at. It hurts super bad." After we said our goodbyes, I contemplated what to do next, wondering if we were too new to be visiting each other at work yet. Probably. Maybe. My phone vibrated in my hand while I was still contemplating my next move. I pulled it out and snorted at what I read on the screen. Z. Your girl couldn't stop looking at me. Linc. Fuck you. And just saying, you shouldn't be texting and flying, especially with a critical patient. Z. Not a critical patient. A heart, but same thing. And I'm not texting you. The awesome flight nurse that I work with, who is the best ever, is texting you for me. I grinned at that. Z. I also didn't embellish in the least. She's totally hot, and one day I'll capture her charms. I rolled my eyes at that. Good luck with that, buddy. Z was a commitment phobe, and on a good day he barely even said hello to women. There were times that I wondered if he was gay with the lack of attention he paid to women. But then there were other times when I'd see his eyes lingering on a certain curvy woman who came to the clubhouse once in a while with her friends, told me he did indeed find women attractive. Not responding to the message, I shoved my phone in my pocket and decided on my next move. I walked up to the security desk and smiled at the oldest security guard on the planet and tried not to walk around the desk to help him when he came to his shaky feet. "Excuse me," I said, "but could you point me in the correct direction?" The security guard, whose name tag read Mr. M, nodded his head. "Sure, son." "I'm looking for my girl. She's a nurse in the ER. How would I find her?" I asked, raising my bag of food. I brought her lunch. Mr. M smiled, and I saw a row of straight white teeth that were obviously dentures. They even moved when he started to speak again. "Right through that door, Linc, James. By the way, I think I about shit my pants when you were hurt a few years ago. If I'd been able, I'd have crawled right through that darn TV and ripped that old Merriweather a new one with my bare hands." He paused. "The code is 0911. My eyes widened slightly as he spewed information much faster than I would have expected for a man his age. Then the grin formed on my mouth. "Thanks, sir." I offered my hand to him. "And I'm okay now." The old man put his frail palm in mine and had a surprisingly strong grip. "Tell Conleigh hello for me when you see her. She's one of my favorites. Always shares her cookies with me." I grinned and dropped his hand. "No cookies in here, though there is cake. I think there might very well be enough for you, but I'll let her bring it out." Mr. M grinned. "She shares her special cookies with me, boy. Go on now. I have to go back to work." I didn't point out that he hadn't been doing any work when I'd walked in, but instead chose to nod my head and go in the direction he'd pointed me, punching the code in, all the while wondering what the hell kind of special cookies Conleigh was giving the old man. Walking through the door, I came to a stop and took stock of the room that I found myself in. The area was a large white room with curtains parting hospital beds along the far wall. A nurse's station was directly to my left, and to my right were the trauma rooms, and the only reason I knew what they were was due to the fact that they were labeled Trauma Room 1 and Trauma Room 2 right beside the door. There were quite a few people in the area. 2 women were sitting at computers at the nurse's station, and 2 doctors were also writing something. One of them was Tyson McFuckface in patients' charts. My eyes did a second scan of the room, and I finally came to a stop at the curtained-off bed all the way to the right. Conleigh had a stethoscope in her hand, and she was leaning both fists at her hips as she nodded her head at a patient. She was wearing navy blue scrubs with bright turquoise tennis shoes. Her brown hair was up in the familiar bun that women could accomplish in a half a second with very little effort, and she had a slight smile on her face as she nodded every few seconds. "Can I help you?" I looked over to find Tyson glaring at me, and I smiled. "Yes, actually. I'm here with Conleigh's lunch." "You can leave it here," he suggested. "I wasn't born yesterday, moron," my look said. "I'm sure I could," I said. "But I want to talk to her. I haven't seen her since yesterday." Tyson's face soured, but it was the woman beside him that caught my attention. "You're Linc?" the woman asked. She had curly blonde hair that reached mid-back, and she had a beautiful face. She was gorgeous. But she wasn't Conleigh. "Yep," I confirmed, my eyes going to her name badge on her left breast pocket. Prue McKenzie, by chance?" The woman beamed. "That's me." I laughed and offered her my free hand. "Nice to meet you. Conleigh talks about you all the time." Prue's eyes shined. "Good things, I hope." "Well," I hesitated. "Mostly." Prue threw her head back and laughed. She was really pretty, and when she laughed, she was even prettier. But I had a thing for a foul-mouthed little pain-in-my-ass who was in a perpetually bad mood. one with a heart of gold, a killer smile, and a touch that threw me off balance. "Linc, what are you doing here?" I turned to find Conleigh hurrying toward me. I took her in, studying everything. She had a pin mark in her right hand and a pocket full of what looked like Band-Aids, alcohol swabs, and pins. It was her eye that caught my attention, though. I placed the food on the tall counter at my side and walked forward until I came to a stop directly in front of her. She didn't back away, but looked at me quizzically as I lifted my hand and touched one finger to her puffy eye. "Looks bad," I said softly. "Did you get whatever was in your eye out?" Conleigh grimaced. "I had Dr. Fernaldi look at it. It's an abrasion on my cornea. It'll hurt for a few days while it heals." "She's a trooper," who I assumed was Dr. Fernaldi exclaimed as he too held out his hand to me. "I'm a big fan. It's nice to meet you." I took it, shook it twice, and then dropped it to turn back to Conleigh. "Ouch," I told her. "Good thing you have tomorrow and the next day off. Is the redness from you touching it?" She nodded. "It should be all cleared up for the banquet this weekend, don't worry." That was the last thing on my mind. I'm not worried about it. You're the most beautiful woman in the room regardless of what you wear or what your eye looks like, honey. The "aw" from Prue, as well as the gag from Tyson, had me grinning at the girl in front of me. She drifted closer to me, but not because she was happy about what I said. She moved so that she could lower her voice so that only I could hear what she had to say. "Laying it on thick, aren't you?" She snickered so only I could hear. If she only knew that I meant every goddamn word. In time she would. I was totally in love with the girl, and had been since I could remember. What would she say if I told her that there'd been nobody but her since I'd met her? What would she say if I told her that every single woman that the media said was my latest fling was a lie? She'd probably call me a liar. But I wasn't. It had only been her for me, and that was something she'd have to come to terms with sooner or later. But, for now, my game was different. She'd continue to be left in the dark until the perfect time came to make her aware that she was mine and would be for the rest of my life. But this time I didn't want her to think that I didn't feel every single word that I'd just said. The woman really was beautiful, no matter what she wore or what she thought she looked like. I meant every word, I told her, lowering my voice. "Now, let's eat, unless you're busy." "She's free for a break," Prue broke into our conversation. "But she only has 30 minutes because that's all we can spare, so you'll have to eat fast." I winked in her direction. I can do fast. And we all knew exactly what I meant with that innuendo, even McFuckface, who was staring at me like I was a cat turd pulled out of the litter box by his dog. I grabbed the food just as Conleigh grabbed my hand and led me off to the staff break room that was just outside of the ER. "Before I forget," I said as I followed her, her hand still in mine. "The security guard said that you give him special cookies. Please tell me you're not giving that old man pot brownies or something." Conleigh rolled her eyes as she turned to look over her shoulder at me. The move made a wisp of her hair fall out of her bun, and I wanted nothing more than to curl it around her ear. But that would mean letting go of her hand, something that I definitely did not want to do. She'd remember that her hand was in mine eventually and try to let it go, but until then, I'd revel in the fact that she actually took my hand and was not letting go. "I make him keto cookies," she said. "He has to have a low-carb intake or it messes with his blood sugar. I played around with the recipes until I found one that didn't taste horrible. I bring them to him once in a while. He seems to like them." I grinned. "That's nice of you. Keto getting so popular has changed a lot of lives." She nodded and stopped beside a keypad, poking the 0911 into it before the green light blinked and unlocked it for her. It was when the door closed behind us that she finally let go of my hand. I felt the loss like she'd taken a part of me with her when she went. "How do you know about keto?" she asked suspiciously. I shrugged. Bread's a no-no when you're on a fitness routine like I am. So is sweet shit. But keto makes it possible to actually enjoy some food without having to give up all the flavor that you normally would on a low-carb diet. That's not to say that I'm on one, because I'm not. I just like some aspects of it, like the bread substitutions and the fact that you can eat as much bacon as you want. She snorted. That would be your reasoning. You and bacon. I grinned as I walked forward and placed the bag on the table. Anyway, maybe I shouldn't tell you that I got us some barbecue from Holt's, and that the baked potato I got us has chili, bacon, and all kinds of other good shit on it. Her eyes went wide. You went to Holt's? Yes! That place is always so good, but I don't ever have the patience to stand in line and wait for them to get to me. A 30-minute wait is ridiculous and annoying, especially when your time is precious. Speaking of, we really only have about 20 minutes. We're slammed right now, and we're down 2 nurses. We'll need to hurry. I started pulling out containers, divvying them up between her and me. I didn't bring us drinks, I muttered as I realized my mistake. Shit. Conleigh abandoned her recently opened potato with the barbecue sauce practically dripping over the sides and went to the fridge. I have some Kool-Aid. She looked at me with a grin. I make it at the beginning of the week, which was yesterday, so I have something to drink. Want some? The way she held up the pitcher so cutely had my heart thumping weirdly in my chest. Yeah, I said. I'm already going to have to spend 3 hours in the gym working this lunch off. What's 1 more hour? She snickered. I was headed to the gym today, too, but I was only going to do an hour on the elliptical. I'm always too scared to do the weights because I don't know what I'm doing. An idea formed in my mind, and without thinking, I blurted it out for her to hear. Want to go with me? I asked. I have an interview tomorrow, but afterward we can go. It'll be around 10 o'clock. I can show you how to do a few exercises, and you won't have to be embarrassed at all because I can take you to the gym at the center where the team works out. It'll be abandoned that late in the morning. She snorted. That late? I nodded. That late. The players are usually there early, before 6. Some of them go late, after 5. During the day, it's a ghost town. She pursed her lips. I guess I could do that. As long as they don't force me to come work on my second day off, that is. I prayed that that wouldn't happen. Good. I paused. Would you be interested in going to an MC party tomorrow with me? It's a birthday celebration for a club member's son. Conleigh scrunched up her nose. I'm not really good with kids. I felt something inside of my chest flip funny. Me neither, but this is going to be a little bit different from what you're used to. Rome's son, whose birthday we're celebrating, lost his battle to leukemia about 8 months ago. Tomorrow would have been his 5th birthday. To ensure that Rome's not alone, we decided to throw him a birthday party. Going to watch the kid's favorite movie, eat some of his favorite food, and just celebrate his life. Her face fell. That's awful. And really sweet. It was. It was really, really awful. Rome was in a bad way for a while there, I told her. But Izzy, his girlfriend, is helping him through it. But he still has his bad days, and we think Matthias's birthday might be one of them. Conleigh sniffled and wiped away a tear that had slipped from her eye, then cursed. Ow! I got up and took the pitcher from her and stole 2 foam cups off the counter before heading back to our seats. I eat fast, woman, I told her as I poured us both cups filled to the very top. If you don't eat yours, I will, and I'll enjoy it, too. She snorted and sat down, digging in without another word. We ate in silence. The only thing that could be heard was our chewing and the way the fork protested when we scooped too much onto them. I finished in 7 minutes. Conleigh took 15. After enjoying a second glass of Kool-Aid while she finished hers, I took the opportunity to just watch her. Conleigh didn't beat around the bush. She enjoyed her food and didn't make any attempt to pretend like she didn't. And when she was done, she leaned back in her chair and groaned, patting her belly. I can't finish any more, she whined. She'd eaten merely a quarter of her potato while I'd downed the entire thing. I smiled and got up, tossing my shit into the trash, all except for my fork. Conleigh got up and did the same, but instead deposited hers into the fridge so she could eat it later. When she went to throw her fork away, I stopped her. "No, I brought dessert." Her eyes went wide. "What did you bring?" I pulled the last box out of the bag and held it up to her. "Oh," she said, looking at the clear packaging. "I love chocolate cake. I've heard their chocolate cake is to die for." It was. I'd had it a couple of times and had been dreaming about it ever since. Sadly, since it was so high in calories and carbs, it was one of those you shouldn't have that items that I saved for a rare occasion, like wooing the girl that I was in love with. I flipped open the lid on the container and set it down between our two chairs, taking a bite before she could even sit down. I groaned at the flavor. "God, this shit is like crack," I told her. "Maybe you shouldn't eat it. You'll crave it like I do then." She narrowed her eyes. "You just want to eat it all by yourself." That was true, too. "I'm just trying to save you. Trust me on this," I countered. She rolled her eyes. "It can't be that good," she said as she took a forkful and brought it to those perfect lips of hers. Her pink tongue poked out of those perfect, plump red lips, and I nearly orgasmed on the spot. With my hand the only thing to keep me company, I was a little bit like a firecracker, explosive and ready to go off the moment the fuse was lit, and boy did Conleigh Rains light my fuse. Once she closed her mouth around the chocolate cake, I felt like everything slowed to a standstill as I watched her eyes roll back in her head. Then that goddamn moan left her mouth, and I knew that the moment I got somewhere that I could whack off privately, I would. "Oh, God," she breathed shakily, her eyes full of pleasure coming to me. "You're not lying. This is better than anything I've ever had in my life." I knew that she'd think that. I also knew that she would taste better than that cake. By a landslide. "It's good shit, isn't it?" I croaked, trying to downplay my arousal. "I've always thought the same. Since they've opened, I've gotten the cake twice. This'll be my third time. It's been just as good each time I've had it." She groaned as she finished licking the fork, then eyed the rest of the cake. That's how we spent the next 3 minutes. Each of us took a bite, moaned and groaned, and then watched while the other performed their task. It was when the last bite was on my fork that I turned it and offered it to her. She leaned forward and closed her mouth around my fork, and I swear to God I felt it in my soul. "So good," she breathed, licking her lips. Her eyes were dilated, and her breathing accelerated. Her breasts were swollen, and I could just barely make out the tips of her nipples behind her loose scrub top. It was at this point that I was wondering if she was doing this to me on purpose. My dick, however, didn't care if she was doing it on purpose or not. All it cared about was the fact that she was making the kind of noises that I was sure she would make if I was inside of her. "Shit," Conleigh sighed, placing her fork into the container. "I better go. I've been longer than I intended to be. Linc," I finally looked at her face. "Thank you so much. My day hasn't been all that great, and it's only going to get worse because the cafeteria is serving stupid tuna sandwiches. Those are the worst." Her eyes were so sincere that I just knew that having a tuna sandwich really would have made her day worse. She wasn't kidding about that. "You're welcome," I rumbled. "Anytime." The 45-minute drive over was worth it. Rescheduling interviews for really early in the morning was worth it. Conleigh was worth it.
Chapter 9. I need a double shot of whatever a toddler is on. Conleigh to Linc. Conleigh. I was on my way to Linc's house, and I couldn't begin to tell you why. I had just come off of a long shift, and I was tired. Tomorrow I had a final at 12, which meant that I had to study at least for a little bit. But I couldn't stop myself. After the nice things Linc had done for me that day, I couldn't deny it. I wanted to see him. Therefore, I didn't take any time to second-guess my decision. I just decided to go with it and hopped in the car. Hopefully he'd be where he was supposed to be. I was doing this. I slowed my car, looking left then right, and tried to remember if the road that I was about to take was the correct one. The road to Linc's place was hard enough to find during the day. It being night made it that much harder. Something shiny caught my eye, and I stared at it, trying to decipher what it was out of the corner of my eye, while also trying to stay on the dark and winding road. I'd nearly passed it when it finally became apparent what it was. The spokes of a wheel. I pulled over about 30 feet past and prayed that nobody came around the corner too fast. If they did, they might hit my car. But since there was a massive ditch on both sides of the street for as far as I could see, I could only do so much. Pulling my emergency flashlight out of my glove compartment, I bailed out of the car, switching the flashlight on as I ran. At first, I couldn't find what I thought was a wheel again, but then my light pinged off another shiny thing, this time belonging to a tailpipe, and my heart skipped a beat. It was a motorcycle, a big mangled one, and it was smoking as if the thing had just crashed. But there was nobody around it, and I started to question whether someone had wrecked it, and then started walking because they had no way of contacting anyone. But then I saw the wallet on the ground next to the wrecked bike and realized that it was attached to a chain that trailed a short way to a large ravine next to a set of guardrails that kept you from falling into said ravine. I looked to the side and saw the chain links dangling into the ravine, snapped off at the base of the concrete piling, holding the fence up. That's when I started to canvass the area, starting in short sweeps around the bike until I'd fanned out far enough to look into the ravine. Maybe my instincts were off. Maybe the guy really did leave his wallet and bike behind to go find help. Maybe there was a boot in the ravine. I swallowed bile. Running back to my car, I grabbed my phone and was dialing before I'd even made it back to the wrecked motorcycle. 911, what's your emergency? The unflappable ER nurse started to come out in me, making me sound much calmer than I was, and I gave the dispatcher a slow, methodical recounting of what was going on, where I was, and what I was seeing. "We'll dispatch medical and fire," she said. "Stay on the line." Negative. I had more people to be calling. I shook my head. "No, I have to make another call." Then I hung up and dialed the next in line as I started to climb my way down the steep ravine. The water runoff had eroded the ground to where the drop-off was sheer, and I had to slowly pick my way down the steep incline, finding footholds where there really weren't any footholds to be found. "Hello?" Linc sounded tired, as if I'd woken him. I didn't feel bad in the least. "Linc," I said quickly, "listen, I'm on the way to your house, or I was. I stopped on the side of the road because I think someone wrecked their bike. At first I thought he might have walked away to get help, but it's not looking like that anymore. I called 911, and I know that the fire department is where you volunteer, but do you think that you can make sure that they come quick? I remember you saying that Bayou, your club president, was chief of the department. I'm having a really bad feeling that something's wrong. I can't find the man that was on the bike, but I found his bike, his wallet, and I can see a boot down in the ravine." "Where are you exactly?" he asked, sounding much more alert and oriented. I gave him the details and then said, "I'm going to have to put the phone in my pocket now. I need both hands, and it's hard enough trying to hold on to the flashlight, too." Linc didn't squabble with me. He only agreed. "Just keep me on the line." I did, shoving the phone into my front scrub pocket while I inched my way down. Finally, I hit the bottom and winced when my feet sank down a couple inches into the mud. Ignoring the way that they squelched as I moved, I gingerly started to sweep my flashlight in shallow arcs again, pausing briefly on what looked like a snake about 8 feet away from me. Fear climbing in my throat, I moved my light away from the snake and went back to sweeping gasping when I found a bare foot. I followed that bare foot up, moaning when I saw the body attached to it. The guy was big, really big, and he looked like he was in really bad shape. He wasn't moving, but his eyes were wide open and he was staring at the light. "Oh, God," I moaned, hurrying toward him. The water slogged around my feet, and I knew that I was splashing mud halfway up my leg, but all I could see was that man lying there, halfway submerged by the same mud I was trying to navigate. The moment I reached him, I pulled my phone out of my pocket and placed it to my ear. "Linc, there's a man down here. I found him. Hurry." With that, I put the phone back into my pocket, still connected, and started assessing the man like the trained ER nurse I was. I set the light down on the large boulder that was next to the man's head, but was miraculously at the perfect height, and started cataloging the injuries. He for sure had a broken ulna. I could see the white bones sticking out of his arm. He had a nasty gash on his face that was pouring blood, but his pulse was strong. "Broken arm, nasty gash on my head, what feels like a broken ass, and something's impaling me so that I can't move." I looked up to find the man's eyes on me. "You're trained?" I asked, bending over him to see about the impalement. He was right. He had what looked to be a piece of rebar sticking out of his side, impaling his flesh about 6 inches above his hip bone. "Holy shit," I breathed. Then the siren started to sound. "Glad you found me," the man said. I was too. Then the leather that was covering his chest caught my eye. I touched the patch above his heart. "Hoax?" The man, Hoax, did this grin-smile thing that said he was only doing it despite the pain. "Yeah, that's my name." Then he closed his eyes, looking like he was on the verge of passing out. I needed to keep him talking. "Are you in the motorcycle club? Bare-Bottom Guardians?" I pushed. "Yep," he agreed. "I am. How'd you know?" I didn't see any point not to tell him the complete truth. "Linc James," I started. "Linc and I have this connection. I've known him since he first joined." "Conleigh." I blinked. "You know my name?" "I know your name," he agreed. "If you hadn't said Linc and you had a connection, I wouldn't have known who you were." Something warm and fluttery took up in my stomach, masking the fear for now. "Linc talks about me?" "Oh, yeah," he said. "Talks about you a lot. Especially when he's drunk." I groaned. "Oh, shit. I'm almost afraid to ask." Hoax chuckled, which quickly turned into a groan. But the pain didn't stop him from explaining. "Always good things, honey," he rasped. "The man is only a little infatuated with you," he was quick to explain. I smiled and shifted in the mud, feeling it creep up into my crotch. Gross. "Did he tell you about the mess I got him into this week?" I wondered. "No." He shook his head, causing blood to spill into his eye. I looked down at my muddy shirt again, as well as my muddy hands. I was torn in between putting pressure on his head wound and wanting to keep it as clean as possible. There was no doubt in my mind that there was bacteria down here. With all the trash that I could see lying around, paired with the stagnant, muddy water, yeah, it was probably a breeding ground for all things bad for an open wound. The sirens were getting closer, and I decided to wait to do anything with his head. The blood flow was lessening slightly. Linc and I have a history. Well, let's just say that we didn't end things well. I'm still not sure why, by the way. Only one day he said, "This can't happen yet," and left me reeling. I paused. But he hasn't completely left my life. He calls, texts, tries to stop over, but I make myself scarce when that happens. I paused for a breath. Anyway, he didn't take no for an answer when he asked me out on a date, so to get back at him, I accepted a date with a doctor from work. I went on to tell him everything. How I felt about said doctor, how I felt about Linc, how I'd inadvertently outed Linc as my baby daddy to my non-existent baby. By the time I was done, Hoax's smile was huge.
"I'll bet that just made Linc's day,"
Hoax admitted. I thought about that for a long moment and then grunted. To be honest, he wasn't really all that upset about it. Hoax grinned but didn't laugh.
"That's because you just gave him exactly what he wanted, without making him work for it. You practically tied a pretty little bow to your sweet little head and then said, 'Okay, take me, big boy,'" he explained.
I frowned. "I'm not sure what you mean." Hoax rolled his eyes toward me, avoiding an answer.
"Even if you hadn't introduced yourself, I would have eventually known who you are."
My brows went up. "Really? How?"
"Linc," he said, shrugging his shoulders slightly, then wincing. "Linc's been talking about you for so long that I can't even pinpoint an exact day. I know it's at least been going on since he joined the club, and when we were talking about switching the name from the Dixie Wardens MC to the Bare Bottom Guardians MC."
"What?" I was surprised. "You were once a Dixie Warden?" He nodded once.
"Yep, originally anyway. We chose to set up here because it was pretty localized to clubs that were friendly with the Dixie Wardens already. Mostly all of us were sons of original members of different chapters. For instance, my granddad is a member of the Benton chapter. Dixie is his name."
I blinked once in surprise. "My stepfather is Big Papa."
"I know," he replied. "I told you I'd know who you were, despite the intro. But that is due to Linc never shutting his trap about you, not because I ever saw you there. I was in the Marines until we branched off and changed our name to Bare Bottom Guardians."
I finally said. "I take it that the older generation wasn't happy about y'all wanting to change the name." How had I not heard this before? I felt really stupid for not knowing. This time, Hoax couldn't hold the laugh in.
"Oh, hell no. That was also when I started to hear about you nonstop."
But before I could get him to expound on his answer, the sirens drowned out our conversation, and the lights started to color our world with a wash of red and blue as the emergency personnel arrived on scene. Something touched my arm while I was busy looking up, and absently I swatted it away before I could think too hard on it. But something big splashed in the water to my side, causing me to turn and look at what exactly it was that I'd swatted. And that was when I saw a large snake slithering toward me, pissed off as all get out. Before I could scream, let alone even blink, Hoax's hand flashed out and he caught the snake around the neck. The massive slimy thing opened its mouth and showed off his impressive fangs. I swallowed as the snake's lower half started to twitch and writhe as it tried to get away. But with the hold Hoax had on it, I knew that wasn't going to happen. At least logically.
"If it had come up on my other side, we'd have been boned,"
Hoax said, just as my name was called. "Down here!" I yelled, my heart still beating a mile a minute. Picking up the flashlight, I aimed it in the direction of the voice, and looked upward to find a man leaning over the guardrail, staring down at us. He obviously couldn't see us since my light was shining him straight in the face, but he at least knew where we were.
"Okay, darling," the man called back. "We'll be down there in a minute."
"You'll need a backboard," I called out. "Oh, and a gun. A bolt cutter of some sort that'll get you through rebar, and possibly a neck brace." The last muttered words were for Hoax's ears only. "And a vomit bag. God, I hate snakes." Hoax laughed, or started to. That laugh turned into a groan when he jostled the rebar that was currently in his side.
"That was the club president," Hoax said gruffly. Bayou.
I grunted. Good. Before I got here, I called Linc and told his ass he better get the boys here fast. Speaking of, I looked back down to my pocket, only then realizing that it was partially covered with muddy water. Well, damn, I muttered, looking at the now black phone. Guess I'll have to go get me another one tomorrow. Hoax grunted in affirmation.
Me too.
I smiled and moved to the side, hearing the men that had come with Bayou tromping down the same trail I'd taken on my way down here. Only they did it much more expertly than I did. I got to see because the lights at the top of the hill were suddenly blinding. I tried to look up, but they were so bright that it was impossible to see. They must carry emergency lighting on the trucks, just in case something like this happened. The snake continued to thrash, and I felt a shiver down my spine. Can you drown snakes? Hoax, considering the question, dunked the snake under the water.
I don't know.
Let's find out. And that was what he was doing when not only Bayou, but also Linc, as well a woman who must have been on the fire department, came sliding down beside us. Bayou came down on one side of me, and Linc started to come down on the other. I stopped him before he could set his knee on the snake by lifting my hand up to point toward the reptile, which also happened to be right where his dick was. We both stopped there for a long time. The way he was semi-squatted down in those goddamn knit shorts he loved to torture me in, that made his junk swing free. And it was more than evident that Linc didn't have a single thing on under the shorts.
Here I am impaled by a goddamn piece of rebar, drowning a snake, and bleeding from a head wound, and you're allowing her to feel your twig and berries up instead of helping me.
Hoax groaned. There was also a smile on his face that clearly showed just how amused he was with the situation.
Drowning a snake?
Both Bayou and Linc said at the same time, glancing toward where I had been trying to point. Still, Linc didn't remove my hand. It was quite obvious that he was enjoying the touch. Why did I know that without him specifically saying so aloud? What with his dick getting hard and all, it was more than obvious. "Why are you not wearing underwear?" I finally asked, removing my hand with the utmost reluctance.
"Focus, children,"
Bayou drawled.
"Because you woke me up, and I sleep naked,"
Linc explained, ignoring Bayou. He still wasn't really paying attention to the thrashing snake, barely being held underneath the water either.
"It's okay," Hoax teased. "I'm only getting a nice mud facial over here. I can wait."
The female firefighter, or at least I assumed she was a firefighter, scoffed. That was when I turned to her to see her glare firmly on me, bouncing between where I was and where my hand was still hovering. The thrashing in the water finally halted, and I shined my flashlight at the water, causing Linc to curse.
"What the fuck?"
"See, I saved you and your testicles," I added helpfully.
"Was that what the gun was for?"
Bayou asked, ignoring the dying snake and getting a good look at the piece of rebar that was in Hoax's side. "Yes," I answered, leaning over Hoax to get a better look myself. "I think if you cut it here," I pointed to where I was suggesting, "it should be enough to allow the backboard to slide under him without causing the rebar to shift, or at least not shift much." The rebar kind of looked like a fishhook piercing into Hoax's side. I was guessing that he must have landed on it before he fell into the ravine, and as he rolled down the side, the rebar already partially embedded in him. It must have curved into the hook shape as the momentum took him down the side of the ravine. Unfortunately, enough of it was still sticking out that it would be impossible to move him without jostling the rebar and causing him more internal damage and pain.
"Yeah, that's what I was thinking too,"
Bayou confirmed.
"Good eyes."
"He has a broken arm," I said, continuing with my list of injuries. "If y'all take care of the rebar and the head wound, I can secure his arm for transport." So that was what we did. Linc took over dressing the head wound, the woman and Bayou worked on the piece of rebar, and I secured his arm. All the while, Hoax didn't utter a single sound of pain. "You ready, Hoaxy?" I teased, looking at him with a teasing expression. Hoax grimaced, but nodded once. "As long as you never call me Hoaxy again." I bit my lip to keep my smile inside, then tilted my head and said, "Hoaxster?" Hoax shook his head again. While I was teasing him, Bayou and Linc got him onto the backboard. It was then that another round of sirens sounded, signaling the arrival of the medic. Finally. They must not have been at their station for this kind of response time. "Finally," Linc muttered, mirroring my thoughts. "We're going to strap you down good and get you into the basket," Bayou explained what he was going to do. "Then we're gonna heft your fat ass up." Hoax flipped him off. "I'm not fat." Hoax most definitely was not fat. He was ripped like Linc was, like Bayou was. What the hell did they put in the water here? I stood up, my legs screaming in pain from having been crouched down like that for over 20 minutes. "Let's do this. Who do you want up there?" Bayou grunted. "Linc and I'll both have to go up there. Are you two ladies okay with staying down here with Hoax just a little while longer?" I poked Hoax in the chin. "The Hoaxmeister and me are BFFs. We'll be okay." The snake was now dead, I thought. Yet Hoax still held him in a death grip under the water, just in case. The woman beside me scoffed again, and I would have tossed her a look over my shoulder and glared had we not been in the middle of something extremely important. "Brielle," Hoax grumbled. "You need to get rid of the attitude. She's just trying to lighten the mood." Truth. I looked over at the woman out of the corner of my eye and wondered what exactly she had a problem with. It would appear that this problem was with me, but I didn't know what I had done to her. Nothing really. Maybe it was just my presence. Linc and Bayou were halfway up the steep incline, and I watched as Linc limberly climbed up the muddy slope as if he did something like that every day of his life. I knew for a fact when I got up there later, it would be a slippery death trap that could likely have me risking life and limb. I turned back to the woman and offered her my hand. "My name is Conleigh." "I know who you are," the woman said with a soft voice, taking my hand for a quick second. "Linc talks about you all the time." I frowned. "Are you part of the MC?" She shrugged. "Benson is my brother." "Benson?" I asked in confusion. "Bayou," came Hoax's grunted explanation. "This is his little sister, Brielle." Oh, well, they couldn't be more complete opposites. Where Bayou was big, Brielle was tiny. Where Bayou was dark, Brielle was light. "Y'all don't look like brother and sister," I pointed out. "Basket!" I was adopted. I looked up to find the basket lowering down. Once we had it in place where we needed it, Brielle took charge. "You grab one end and I'll grab the other. We'll lift on 3, she ordered. I shrugged. I'd done this 1,000,001 times. I could do this in my sleep. Yet she was looking at me like I was the weak link in this scenario and couldn't possibly do it. Well, she was freaking wrong. I may be small, but I was mighty. "Let's go. 1, 2, 3. On 3, we moved him and set him in the basket. The snake came with him. Brielle made a gagging sound as she had to buckle the straps up around the snake. "Disgusting!" she gasped. I giggled and patted Hoax on the shoulder. "Careful there. If you drop it, she might very well have a heart attack." "I hate snakes," she muttered as she did the final buckle. "All right," she called out. "Ready?" It took all of 10 seconds for the basket to move. All the while, he kept hold of the snake, which, as it turned out, ended up being a water moccasin. A poisonous snake that would have been the cherry on top of Hoax's very shitty Sunday. Brielle deftly climbed up the incline, not sliding once. Me, on the other hand, yeah, with every step I made, I slid down 2 more. Linc eventually took pity on me and came down to help me, despite my assurances that I could probably, maybe, eventually get up on my own. Having him at my back, pushing me up by the ass, was definitely the highlight of my night.
Chapter 10. I need to lose weight. I know how to lose weight, but losing weight means giving up cookies, and I'm not sure that I'm that committed yet. Text from Conleigh to Linc. Linc. The way she took charge turned me on. The way she was fawning over Hoax, not so much. Every couple of seconds he'd toss me a knowing grin and I'd narrow my eyes at him. She rode to the hospital with him. She started an IV. She cleaned up his face. Basically, she fawned all over him until he was taken to surgery to remove the fishhook-shaped piece of rebar from his side. It was then that I ordered Conleigh to come home with me so we could shower and change. "But I don't have any clothes," Conleigh explained. "I have an extra pair at the clubhouse if you go there," Brielle offered softly. Brielle didn't look happy to be offering up her clothes either. But since she'd already changed at the hospital, she kept a change of clothes in her locker on the PICU, Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. She had no immediate need for her spare change of clothes at the clubhouse right now. "Perfect," I nodded, tugging on Conleigh's hand. "Let's go." Conleigh came willingly, both of us squishing and squelching our way out of the hospital. All of us had drawn curious looks as we'd rushed inside, or at least Bayou, Brielle, and I had. Conleigh, in her no-nonsense way, had climbed her ass into the ambulance and rode with Hoax to the hospital. The volunteers who came in the rescue truck had followed. The rest of us had departed in our personal vehicles, Brielle in her car and Bayou and me on our own bikes. When we'd arrived, Conleigh had Hoax's cut and was holding on to it like she was holding something sacred. The moment that Bayou got to her, she'd thrust it into his arms and had said, "He told me if I lost it or damaged it in any way he'd kill me. I don't think he was joking." "Well," she sighed as we finally made it outside. "Do we pick my car up first, or do we go change and then go get my car?" I walked up the front entrance and paused as I waited for the doors to slide open. Once they did, I threw my arm around her shoulder and tucked her in close to my side as we walked. "We don't need to get your car. A couple of the guys went and got it. It's at my place. They met the wrecker out at the ravine to show them where the bike was." She sighed. "That's good. I was thinking we should probably get it now since I had to practically park halfway on the road, but I really don't want to get mud all over my seats. I just got the thing detailed when I got my oil changed last week." It wasn't really that far in the road, but with the way the road curved right where she was, it might as well have been. It worried me enough that I was glad that they had moved it. I didn't want anyone else hurt by running into it. "I don't think any of us have thanked you yet, but thank you." We both turned to see Brielle standing there, looking like she'd tasted something sour. Conleigh grimaced. "I'd do that for anyone, but I'm really glad that I was able to find him. I'm just sorry he was hurt." Brielle smiled as if it pained her and walked away, heading back into the hospital. "Nice girl," Conleigh teased. I snorted and hooked my arm around her neck to drop a kiss onto her head. "She thought she knew Hoax, and you just shattered everything she thought she knew about him." "What?" she asked, looking up at me. "Why?" She had a smattering of mud on her cheek, and there was flecks of it in her hair. "Hoax is normally a really serious guy. The fact that he was allowing you to poke fun with him, especially at a time like that when he was in pain, means he's obviously extended a certain amount of trust to you. That, in and of itself, is huge for him. Women literally make him run in the opposite direction." I paused. "Touching is a definite no-no. Not to mention, you didn't just do a little of the touching thing, but a lot of the touching thing, something that Brielle has never, not ever, been able to do." Well, shit, she sighed. She probably hates me. I thought it was because I touched your penis in front of her and she had a crush on you. I chuckled. Nope. I don't think that's it. Other than her cousin was laying there hurting, I think she was probably more relieved that you were fondling my junk and not his. She gasped. I was trying to save you, not fondle your junk. I snorted. That's true, but she didn't know that at the time. We reached my bike and both of us paused, staring at it. What is that? My whispered question made her laugh. That's the snake. Hoax asked me to save it so he could stuff it. How did it get there? I continued. The medic put it there. We had it placed in a biohazard bag while I was getting the IV started, since that was the first time he actually opened his hand to release it, she explained. It's still twitching, I remarked with a curl of my lip. And it's huge. It really was, too. It was huge in the water, and it was huge when he dragged it into the ambulance, but all rolled up like that, it was still bigger than a goddamn large-sized pizza box. We had to send a runner to surgery for one of their large body part biohazard bags. God damn, I muttered, picking up the bag. He owes me for this. He wants us to drop it off at the stuffing place, too, she explained. Can we do that in the morning? He made me promise. I just shook my head and dropped the snake into one of the saddlebags. Yeah, that's fine with me. The only problem I can see is that I have to keep that shit with me until then. I mounted the bike, then held out my hand for her, loving the way she easily fit up against me. Despite her utter filthiness, she wrapped her hands around my body and plastered herself to me. Which was, of course, when the damn flashes started to go off. Hold on, darling. I started the bike and took off, and I still had to do some evasive driving to ditch the 4 reporters following us, hoping for Conleigh's sake that they didn't get the huge splash of mud on her ass in the pictures they took of us. When we arrived at my place, Conleigh was leaning on me heavily. Her arms were so loose around my waist that I'd locked one hand around her wrists and hadn't let go. When I pulled the bike into my garage and shut it off, I expected her to stir. She didn't. Letting her wrist go, I gave her leg a shake and said, Come on, sleeping beauty. Let's go shower. I'm so tired, she said. I feel like I just ran a marathon, she said without moving her face away from my back. Adrenaline crash, I explained. I got up, forcing her to either move or fall. She moved, then gave me the cutest glare ever. She glanced around and frowned. I thought we were going to the clubhouse. I'd intended to, but when she'd started to fall asleep, I decided to come to my place. I had a shower at my place and a t-shirt she could slip on. What did it matter if she didn't have any clothes? I could go get her some tomorrow. We were, but then you fell asleep against me while on a motorcycle. I remembered there were only 2 bathrooms at the clubhouse to share between whoever wants to be there at any moment in time, and remembered that I have an interview at 7 tomorrow morning. I can go get you clothes afterward, I explained, knowing she was curious. She stood up while still straddling the bike, and then leaned over to grasp the handlebars. I felt my cock twitch at the sight of her bent over so pretty, and took a mental picture for my spank bank vault. She threw her leg over once she was holding on, but her balance was still off and she started to teeter. I was there before the wobble could turn into a fall and helped her off the bike. She slumped into me when I didn't move away, the helmet on her head nearly knocking me in the chin in the process. Whoa, I said, pushing her head away before she could give me a concussion. Let's get this off before you mess up my beautiful face. She laughed and started to fumble with the straps. It took her a few tries, but eventually she got it, setting it gently on the seat. Sorry, she murmured around a yawn, then straightened out of my arms and started a side shuffle toward the garage door that led into my kitchen. Jesus, I'm tired. After the day that you had, I followed closely behind her, flicking on the lights as she moved slowly in front of me. I don't blame you for being a zombie. She groaned. I'm not getting any studying done tonight. Or tomorrow. I'm literally going to wake up and go. Make sure you get me something appropriate to wear to school for an hour. Something that at least covers my ass, she ordered. I bit my lip. Yes, ma'am. Her issuing sleepy orders was the best thing since sliced bread. Her being in my house, on the way to my shower, while she made those orders? Priceless. Let's go get you clean. She shuffled into the bathroom that was closest and slammed the door. I closed my eyes and then leaned my head against the cool wood. This woman had absolutely no idea what she was capable of doing to me. None.
Chapter 11. Technically speaking, there is a lot of food in the house. Unfortunately, none of it is sweet or sounds good. Therefore, there is no food in the house. Text from Conleigh to Linc. Conleigh. I woke up alone in a strange bed, but I wasn't too worried. I remembered everything that had happened last night. Everything. From the sweet way that Linc never let go of me, to the way he'd practically doted on me. He'd luckily had the spare bathroom fully stocked with showering essentials, which I did find odd seeing as he lived alone and had no need for spare shower essentials, and I'd been able to take a shower, rinsing the day off of me along with the stupid swamp mud that felt like it'd never go away. I was fairly sure that I still had clumps of mud in my hair, but I would worry about those later at my own place. After my shower last night, I'd gotten out only to find that at some point, Linc had deposited some clothes for me to wear. A gold and brown t-shirt that had the team's logo on it, as well as a pair of boxer briefs that were snug, despite them being made for Linc's shapely ass. After donning the t-shirt and the too tight underwear, I rinsed my panties and bra out and hung them over the towel rack to dry. I went into Linc's bedroom and belly-flopped on his bed while he was still in the shower. And that was the last thing I'd remembered until just then, waking up in an empty bed with the house almost completely silent around me. The only thing I could hear was the air conditioner blowing through the vents in the bedroom. That's when I started to notice the smell of the pillow, and my brain started to fire on a few cylinders. Those few cylinders all centering on one thing: my vagina. Linc could control me whether he was in the room or not, whether I'd talked to him that day, or whether it had been weeks. All I really had to do was think about him and things started to get out of control. Down there. But having his scent in my nostrils, yeah, it was a recipe for disaster. Not that I really thought about what I was doing. After glancing once at the clock to see that it was barely 8 in the morning, I decided that I had time. Had time for what, you ask? I had time to masturbate to the smell of the man that I've had a crush on for so long that it was getting downright ridiculous. I should have moved on years ago. I should have ignored my feelings and pursued other more attainable men. But I didn't. Because I was a goner. I loved the stupid man. I let my hands skim up the t-shirt that I was wearing and felt my nipples tighten. The t-shirt was old and soft, one that had been worn and washed probably 100,000 times. It was one of the ones that he worked out in. I knew because not only had I seen him wearing it before, but I'd also looked at photos of him online. I had him set up as a Google alert, working out with the team in it. It felt like silk against my hardened nipples. My legs shifted restlessly under the same covers that Linc curled his body up in every night. I turned and buried my nose in his pillow, smelling the scent of his shampoo, as well as the beard oil that he put in his beard to keep it shiny and pretty. I'd bought it for him for Christmas and sent it to him. He'd sent me nightly pictures for a week, showing me how well it tamed his once untamable beard. I groaned and let my hand slip underneath the large down comforter I was covered with. I groaned at the thought that he'd seen me last night and again this morning with so little clothing. Possibly seen things that I'd wanted him to take advantage of for a very long time. I wasn't a naive girl anymore. I knew my body's wants, likes, and dislikes. I knew that it craved him more than it craved anything else in this world. All I had to do was think about him, his mouth, the way he would taste. and I was ready to come on the spot. Kind of like right now, I thought dreamily. My hand slipped under the band of his boxer briefs, hurriedly finding that tiny little bud between my labia that begged for his touch. It was distended and swollen. Ready. I licked my lips as I circled the tiny nub. Then I started to daydream about what he would do to me, what he could have done to me last night, what I would have liked for him to do to me last night. He walked out of the shower and saw me laying there, sprawled out on my belly in his bed, stopping momentarily to enjoy the sight. The towel that was wrapped around his waist wasn't the least bit effective at hiding his erection. The t-shirt that I wore had ridden up just slightly, putting the bottom curve of my ass and the faintest hint of pussy lips on display. It was enough for him to get ideas that I wholeheartedly wanted him to act on. He dropped the towel without a care and stalked toward me, his hands planted in the bed as he crawled up between my slightly parted thighs. The moment that he was close enough, he dropped down and pulled the boxers down while caressing one ass cheek, stopping once he reached that dimple between both cheeks to bite it. I shivered in longing, partially asleep but also semi-aware of what I was offering him by keeping my silence. I lifted my hips slightly, an invitation for him to do more. And he took it. Crawling the rest of the way up, he covered me with his body, and I felt the crest of his cock prodding at my untried entrance. Without any warm-up at all, he went up onto one elbow, shifted his weight, and wrapped his hand around his cock. At the same time, he nudged my legs open farther and notched the head of his cock in my entrance. Without warning, he filled me. I cried out, a riot of emotions running through my brain. It hurt, but it also was a good hurt, despite the sting at first, which eventually turned into such pure pleasure, the likes of which I'd never felt before. He pulled out and growled when he saw the stain of my virginity on his cock, hissing between breaths into my ear. "You're mine. So fucking mine." I came so hard that I saw stars. Hell, I came so hard that I might have even gotten his sheets wet. I collapsed, painting, and tried to recover from the most intense orgasm of my life. Faintly, I heard a floorboard creak, but when another wasn't forthcoming, I chalked it up to my imagination. Finally, after a few long minutes of recovery and inhaling big gulps of air that smelled exactly like Linc, I got out of bed and checked for any wet spots. There weren't any, thank God. It'd look quite weird if I had to wash his sheets. After doing my business, washing my hands and brushing my teeth with my finger, since there didn't seem to be any spare toothbrushes, thank God, I went in search for clothes. There weren't any. 5 minutes later, I walked out of the bathroom and his bedroom after a search through his drawers, and finally decided to stay in the shirt and shorts he'd handed me the night before. I stepped out of his bedroom, the door to which had been just barely cracked open, and I made my way to the kitchen where I could hear coffee percolating. Following my nose, I came to a sudden halt when I rounded the corner of the hallway. My eyes took in Linc as he stood there with sweat dripping down his chest, leaning his elbows on the counter with his head bowed. He was breathing hard, and I couldn't stop the images from my fantasy about him from flashing in my mind all over again. "Hey," I breathed. "I thought you had an interview." I saw the muscles in Linc's back tense, as well as all the muscles in the backs of his legs. God, he was wearing those goddamn shorts again. The ones that let you see every single freaking muscle, vein, and appendage that likely shouldn't be seen. The damn man wore them all the time. Did he have any idea what those shorts did to me? Did to other women? Every single straight female would be panting after catching a glimpse of him in those shorts. Jesus, he probably ran in those shorts this morning. Didn't he know that having his dick on display like that could cause traffic accidents? Linc came up from his hunched-over height slowly and turned to find me standing there. It was a phone interview. His shoulders were stiff, and I tilted my head to stare at him. But then, something he was holding in front of his pelvis caught my eye, momentarily distracting me. "What's that?" I asked, all thoughts of Linc and his penis-bearing shorts momentarily forgotten. Linc tossed the paper onto the counter and turned swiftly back the other way. "Have a look." I did, scooting up close to the counter, approaching it as if it was the snake in the saddlebag reincarnated and ready to strike. Out of the corner of my eye, something momentarily caught my attention, and I was torn between looking at it, damn those shorts, or the train wreck on the counter. For once, probably in Linc's entire life, his dick didn't win out. The paper did. What could possibly be more important than an up-close glimpse of Linc's dick? A front-page picture in the largest newspaper in the state, featuring the two of us, and what appeared to be a poop stain on my scrub pants. "Oh, my God," I moaned as I stared at the picture. "I look like I shit up my vagina. Seriously, could they not have gotten a better picture?" Linc looked over from where he was standing in front of the coffee pot. He'd been up for hours. Not only had he already worked out, but he'd also had an interview with Sports Ruckus, a magazine that showcased the top athletes in all sports. They were known for not only talking to the player about his sport, but for also giving their readers an inside look into that athlete's day-to-day life. "Do you want some coffee?" he asked, sounding bored. I narrowed my eyes and saw that he wasn't affected by this either. He was pissed. His jaw was tight, his eyes were hard, and he was so stiff that I frowned. "What kind of question is that?" Linc's lips twitched, but he didn't smile. "So, was that a yes or a no?" he teased. God, I loved his smile. I sighed. "It's a goddamn yes, duh." He did smile that time. "At least they gave a recap of what happened." That was true. There was, at least, an explanation underneath the awful picture that said there'd been a wreck. I'd been the first person to arrive on the scene, and I helped save a man's life. They didn't have all the information, of course, because a lot of it couldn't be shared in order to protect Hoax's privacy. But they'd garnered enough tidbits from bystanders that they weren't completely in the dark. "Here," he said, handing me my coffee. I blinked when I saw that it was the right color. A pale tan. "You know how I like my coffee?" I asked in surprise. He walked away while grunting. "Uh-huh. I'm going to catch a quick shower. The clothes I went out and bought you are on the counter. I hope that they fit." My eyes went to the clothes after I finished watching Linc walk away, his cup of coffee at his lips as he sipped his morning brew and moved down the hall. Pushing the newspaper aside with a huff, I got up and went to my clothes, marveling at what a good job he'd done picking them out. They all would fit perfectly. I was a medium top, large bottom girl. I had tits and all, but they weren't massive. I had thick, shapely thighs and a round ass that I got through a lot of hard work and exercise. Speaking of which, I started to squat down, then back up, over and over again until I reached 200. Half a month ago, Prue had shown me a squat challenge that she'd asked me to do with her, and I'd agreed. What I hadn't realized was the number of squats that I had agreed to do. This particular squat challenge required that each morning when you first woke up, you had to do 100 squats. Each time after you went to the bathroom, you had to do another 50. I woke up once in the middle of the night to go, and those bitches weren't happening when I was half asleep. I'd break my damn neck. By the time I'd finished, my legs were sore and shaky, and I was more than ready to change out of Linc's underwear. how did he move around in these? They were horrible. They clung to all the wrong spots, and I was fairly positive that the little flap in front wasn't centered where it needed to be, even for a man. Snatching up my clothes and admiring them along the way, I made a mad dash for Linc's bedroom, hoping that he closed the door to the bathroom. I was not changing in the middle of his living room. No way. It'd be my luck that his parents would walk through the door and see me in all my naked glory. I hurried back to the bedroom with my newly acquired clothes, stopping when the panties he got me fell out of my hands and landed on the floor right outside his door. I took a step forward, and I felt the floorboards creak and froze. A creaking floorboard. A creaking floorboard. Had Linc seen me masturbate? Heard me call his name out in the throes of passion? Oh, dear sweet baby Jesus. He had. Instinctively, I just knew that he had. Yet he hadn't mentioned it. But that had been what was wrong with his dick earlier when I'd first seen the paper. He'd seen me, and I'd made him hard. I, Conleigh Rains, had made Linc James hard. Again. Score. Throwing the clothes onto the bed and checking that the door to the bathroom was indeed shut. I stripped off my clothes and reached for the first thing that he'd gotten me. The cutest pair of panties in the world. They were a bright neon green with purple stars all over them. Seriously, I'd have picked the same thing out myself. And on top of picking them out himself, he'd laundered them. I dropped them on the bed and reached for the bra. Unfortunately, in my haste, what I forgot to do was check to see if the shower was still running. In my rush to change, I didn't notice that I wasn't hearing anything coming from the bathroom. Nothing but a rhythmic sound coming from somewhere in his room, but I had no clue as to what it was. I'd just bent over the bed to grab the bra that matched the panties when I heard a grunt. I straightened and whirled, just now realizing that the closet that I'd closed earlier in my search for clothes was now open. And a very tall, muscular form was standing inside. Oh, and he just came in his hand and was staring at me like I was a tall drink of water that he wanted to gulp right up. Both of us stared at each other for long seconds as we tried to decide what we should do. He was the first to break, despite his precarious position. "I need a towel," he rumbled. I didn't want to get him a towel. I wanted to gather his release that was pooling in his hand, lubricate his shaft with it, and slide that fat cock of his into my depths. I swallowed hard. "Linc," I breathed. "If you don't want this, you need to get away from me. You need to go into that bathroom. You need to take a shower, and you need to never speak of this again. Because I can't handle having this shit stopped a second time. I want you." And then, before my eyes, Linc did exactly as I'd imagined him doing just a few short moments ago, though I didn't use my hand to do it. He used his. He fisted his cock in the hand that was coated in his cum and started to stroke that beast which hadn't deflated a single bit. I felt everything inside of me clench as he stalked toward me. Muscles rippled, tendons bunched and released. His breathing picked up, and so did mine. Everything felt like it was on the verge of something huge, something monumental, something that I'd never, not ever recover from. And when he finally reached me, he took both hands, one still covered in his release, and picked me up by my ass. Then, before I could so much as draw in a surprised breath, he lined his cock up with my entrance. Before I could tell him to go slow, to tell him that I'd never done this before, He lined that beautiful goddamn monster cock of his up with my center and rammed it home. No build-up, no checking to see if I was ready, though I was. Just slam and bam, I was filled. It was the most miraculous thing I'd ever felt in my life. It didn't matter that I was a virgin, because I wasn't a nun. I masturbated. I used my vibrator that was of fairly hefty size, almost nightly. All of those times that I masturbated, I thought of Linc. I wasn't new to having things inside of me. Well, kind of. I was new to having something that felt so incredibly good inside of me. God, it was the best feeling in the world. I couldn't even begin to describe what it felt like. Perfection, rightness, utter and total devotion to the man that was currently holding so still inside of me that I might have feared he was passed out had he not been standing and holding me aloft. My mouth found his in a frantic kiss, and he returned the kiss with just as much urgency as my own. I moaned into his mouth when he started to lift me up, hands still on my ass, and he caught that moan with his tongue. "Everything that I ever fucking imagined," he growled, nipping my bottom lip. It was more. He was more. "Oh, shit," he growled, continuing to fuck me in slow, measured thrusts. "I just came, and I'm already a few seconds from going again." I didn't want him to do that. Not yet, anyway. I wanted this to last forever. "No," I breathed, wrapping my legs tighter around his hips. "You have to go slow so I can enjoy my first time." Everything about Linc stilled. I'd never once seen him so still before. Chancing a look up at his eyes, I saw a riot of emotions there playing over his face. Surprise, anger, need. They all coalesced until one emotion reigned supreme. Possessiveness. "I don't know what I did to deserve you, Conleigh, but I'm going to thank every god there ever was that you were put in my path." Then he pulled out so freaking slow that I felt like he was pulling my soul out right along with his cock, and pushed just as slowly back inside. Over and over again, he took me like that, using the strength in his arms to lift me up and down off his shaft, and the strength in his legs to hold us up. Seconds turned into minutes, and minutes turned into who knew how long. But by the time that I couldn't take it anymore and was ready to come, I knew that I'd never be able to top this experience for the rest of my life. "So close," I breathed. "So freaking close." Had I not already masturbated earlier, I would have come right along with him earlier. Luckily, I did, because this particular activity had been the best thing I'd ever experienced in my life. Both of us were moving fast, me using the strength in my thighs to bounce up and down on his cock, and him using his hands to lift me up, only to slam me back down. All the while, our eyes stayed locked on each other. Our breaths were intermingled, him drawing mine straight from my lungs because we were so close. "I've wanted this for so fucking long," he breathed, his voice choppy. My hands moved on his shoulders, and one snaked up the back of his neck to latch onto his hair. He hissed when I pulled, his eyes dilating. "You like it rough, honey?" he questioned. Did I like it rough? I had no idea. Would I take whatever Linc wanted to dish out to me? Hell yeah. "I'll take anything you want to give," I answered, so sure of the outcome that I'd give him anything he wanted. Linc would never hurt me. Linc would die before he misplaced one tiny hair on my head. So no, I wasn't worried about what he wanted to do to me or how I would respond to it. As long as it was Linc doing it, yeah, I was down. He could tell me he wanted to do butt stuff right now, and I'd be like, "Sir, yes, sir." His mouth dropped to my neck on a particularly rough thrust, and something started to change inside of me. Things coiled that were usually loose. My nerve endings started to light up. And then my orgasm ripped through me. There was no build-up, none of the usual signals that I was about to come. It was just 1 second I was feeling really, really good, and the next I was coming so hard that a scream was ripped from my throat. I honestly didn't think I'd be a screamer. I was usually a very quiet person, but apparently I wasn't a quiet person when Linc had his fat cock stuffed inside of me. And he loved it. "God, I love that you screamed for me," he said through clenched teeth. "And Jesus Christ, your pussy is clamping down so hard on my cock that I can barely get back inside." I would have replied, but my mind was too busy being blown. His short, jabbing thrusts that had gotten significantly less coordinated were driving my already great orgasm even higher, and soon I was coming again. Let's just say multiple orgasms were not my thing. No matter how hard I tried on my own, they never happened for me. I'd have to give it at least 30 minutes rest to even consider going again, and honestly, who had time to do that? But with Linc? Well, let's just say he must be some kind of sex god or something to get me to come like that. Twice. And then he was coming. There was no shouting for him, no ass squeezing, no build-up, at least what I could tell. Nope, Linc James did everything in silence. The only thing that told me he was coming in the first place was the way his entire body had turned rock hard and the hot splashes that I could miraculously feel jetting inside of me. We both stood there for long moments, both of us coming down from our highs. But still, he didn't go soft inside of me. He brought his face out of my neck and our eyes finally met again. "So, I guess our relationship is officially official," I teased. I was scared to death, and he could likely tell. As much as I wanted him to say yes, I also wanted him to say no. If he said no, I would be hurt, yes, but I'd also be able to move on because I hadn't gotten that much more attached than I already was. I did know that no one would ever compare to Linc. The last barrier, sex, had finally been broken. I would never be able to lie to myself again that we weren't physically compatible. We were. Very much so. "It's been official for a very long time, Conleigh. You just didn't want to admit it." Linc shifted his arms around me and walked me to the bathroom, his hard cock still inside of me, going deeper and deeper with each step. I closed my eyes and relished the tiny little aftershocks that were coursing through my body. It felt good. So good, in fact, that I wasn't sure a vibrator would cut it any longer. Not when I had the real thing. And the real thing coming from Linc. There was no way that I'd ever be able to recreate what it felt like to have him inside of me, filling me up in more ways than one. I shivered, which caused Linc to look over at me with a raised eyebrow. "I didn't think I could want you again so fast," I explained. What would be the point in beating around the bush? I felt what I felt, and he knew that already. Hell, we'd both wanted each other for so long that it was a wonder we'd been able to hold off this long. Well, really, it was a wonder that Linc would be able to hold off this long. If I'd had my way, we'd have been not holding off 8 years ago. But Linc might have been correct to decide that we needed time. That time had given me the time I needed to finish school, grow up a little bit, and find out who I was supposed to be in life without Linc's success changing any of that. But he didn't need to know that. As much as I say that it was a good thing he'd given me that time, I was also heartbroken that he had. We'd missed out on years of being together, and that was still just as unacceptable now as it was then. Those years might have been rough, but they would have been ours. And I think he was thinking the same thing as he stepped into the shower, putting his back against the spray that was still slightly too cold to get into. "Deep thoughts?" I asked, unable to look away from those beautiful eyes of his. God, sometimes they were so green that they looked fake. Like right now. Contrasted with the white tile of the shower, they looked almost like they were glowing. "I should have never listened," he murmured. "If I hadn't listened, you'd have been with me doing that exact same thing for a long time now. Maybe not at first when you were still young and underage, but the moment you got old enough, you'd have been mine." The sincerity in those words made my heart start to pound for a different reason. "You should have never listened to what?" Before he could answer, though, there was a pounding past the bathroom door. "Who's that?" I asked, worried. Linc shrugged. "No idea." "You're not going to answer it?" I asked, curious as well as relieved. I didn't want him to leave. I liked exactly where he was, a lot. "No," he replied simply. "I'm currently in the one place that I've always wanted to be. Inside of me." He wasn't moving. I wasn't moving, but that didn't matter. I loved the way he felt no matter what he did. Hell, we could probably stay like this for the rest of our lives, and I might very well be content. Until it was time to eat. "What was that look that just crossed your face?" he asked, head tilted slightly as he stared at me in concern. More banging on a door caused him to look toward the closed bathroom door with a frown. I was thinking that I could happily stay like this for the rest of my life, but then I decided that food means a lot to me and that I might not be as happy as I once thought. I paused. "And now that I think about it, my thighs are kind of burning from holding myself up on you." He laughed and pulled out, causing me to gasp. "That wasn't what I wanted," I cried out. In answer, he pushed me away from him until I was on my own 2 feet and winked. "I'd love to finish this up," he said. "I'd love to stay here all day, but if my guess is correct, that knock at the door was my father's. He's not going to wait long." I looked down at his still, very large erection and said, "Will he wait long enough to allow us to finish?" He opened his mouth, closed it, then shrugged. Moments later, he was turning me around and sliding back inside of me. The shower was quick and fast, and before I'd even gotten my wits about me, Linc had gotten washed off and gotten out. It took him less than 30 seconds at most. "Did you just wash your hair with the bar of soap?" I questioned. He looked up at me from where he was drying off his legs with a towel the size of my bed and nodded. "I usually use the shampoo and conditioner, but I think I heard my dad walk in and yell out my name, and I don't want him walking in here." "Are you trying to hide me?" I asked, reaching for the shampoo. "No," he said flatly. "But I am trying to prevent them from seeing you naked, so—" I giggled and turned my back on him. "Make sure you close the bedroom door when you leave." Linc gave a grunt of reply and was about to walk out when he stopped and turned to regard me steadily. "Whatever you hear, make sure you talk to me first." My brows rose. "What makes you think I'm going to listen?" He rolled his eyes. "I wasn't born yesterday." With that, he walked out, leaving the door only partially closed behind him. I hurried through the rest of my shower just so I could hear what was going on and got out with a little conditioner still in my hair. My curiosity was so piqued, though, that I didn't want to take any more time out of my day to do it. I wanted to hear what Linc and his dad and whoever was with him had to say. When I pushed through the bathroom door into the bedroom, I was met by the sound of my stepfather's voice. "Told you to stay the fuck away from her, Linc," I heard my stepfather growl.
She's been through too much with her shit fathers. She's finally gotten her life on track, and you knock her up? Your fame is going to ruin her. Them. She can't handle all of that."
Sadly, some of his words rung true. The fame and what had happened that first couple of weeks when Linc had been drafted had really scared the crap out of me. It had also been depressing to know that everyone, man, woman, and child, thought I wasn't good enough for Linc James. Me, a small-town girl who was dating the football star, who was everyone's golden boy. But then again, I'd been a young girl, not quite an adult, trying to find my way in life and still a little pissed off at the world. But I wasn't a child anymore. I was an adult, and I was allowed to make my own decisions. Sometimes, I even ate cake for dinner and nobody yelled at me. And if I wanted to have a baby with Linc James, star quarterback of a professional football team and one of the most eligible bachelors in the United States, then I'd damn well do it. It also pissed me off knowing that my stepfather had made that decision for me without first consulting me. It was my life. I might have chosen to wait anyway, but he hadn't given me a choice. Getting dressed in the first thing that I saw, which happened to be the t-shirt that I'd worn the night before. I slipped it on over my head and reached for the same pair of boxer shorts, too. Once I was sufficiently covered, though the boxer shorts likely weren't even needed since Linc's t-shirt came down to my knees. I marched down the hall and into the living room, pissed off rage likely burning in my eyes. I'd just gotten to the opening of the living room that led into the kitchen when I saw my stepfather poking Linc in the chest. Linc was dressed in underwear and jeans, and the only reason I knew he had on underwear was because I could read the Under Armour that was wrapped around his waist. His jeans clung low to his hips, exposing at least an inch of the waistband of his underwear. He also had tattoos on his back. A lot of them. I had seen him shirtless, but the last time I'd been really able to study his back and the myriad of ink on him, he hadn't had nearly as many. They covered him from the back of his neck all the way to his underwear. I couldn't make out any one tattoo in particular. It was just a bunch of swirls, lines, faces, clocks, animals, and who knew what else all morphed into one. Honestly, it looked rather cool, and the red that colored in a few places of the mostly shades of gray and black tattoo made the entire thing pop. Linc's father's, Jesse James' eyes met mine over the top of my stepfather's head, and his mouth dropped open. Neither Linc nor Steele had seen me come into the room yet.
"I told you years ago that I'd give it time,"
Linc replied calmly, despite having Steele in his face and touching him.
"But she's mine now. Leave it alone."
Steele's jaw tightened.
"I knew you were trouble."
"You also knew that I was trouble," I pointed out, barely restraining my anger as I inserted myself into the conversation. "But you didn't give up on me." I'd been an awful child, and an even worse teenager. At one point in our lives, my mother's ex-husband, who'd been there for 4 years, had decided that leaving my mom while she was down was the best option for him. My mom, having suffered a spinal stroke, had been struggling to make ends meet. Me, wanting my brother to have a pair of shoes that didn't make him cry when they were shoved onto his feet, had attempted to steal a pair for him when Steele had caught me. I tried it one other time as well before Steele let me know in no uncertain terms that no matter how good the reason was, stealing wasn't ever okay. And he'd saved me from having a record, which would have also put a damper on getting any kind of degree in the medical field. But just because he saved me from doing stupid things didn't mean that I was stupid any longer. I'd never been stupid, just desperate and angry. But I wasn't that same angry little girl anymore. Steele turned slowly and stared at me. He took in my wet hair, Linc's shirt, and the very bottom inch of Linc's underwear that I was wearing before stopping to focus on something on my neck. I lifted my hand and wondered if the beard burn that I'd received while in the shower was visible. And judging by the look on Steele's face, it was. Linc looked almost jovial, though, taking me in. He winked at me over the top of my father's head and crossed his arms over his chest, waiting to see what would happen next. "Why did your mother and I have to find out from somebody I work with, who found out from a gossip rag that you are dating Linc and having his baby?" I bit my lip and drew a breath in through my nose in an effort to calm myself down. First, because what Linc and I have is pretty new. Second, I'm not pregnant with Linc's baby. Yet. We hadn't used protection either of the 2 times that we'd had sex this morning, although I had started on birth control this month. I knew better than anyone that all it took was 1 time. Although irresponsible of me, I couldn't find it inside of me to care that we hadn't done the safest thing in the world, though I wasn't worried about anything other than having the whole kid thing. Linc was clean. I knew it just as well as he knew that I was. There was no doubts in either of our minds. "Then why does it say you are?" he challenged. I leveled him with an "are you kidding me" look. "You do realize that gossip rags publish stuff that's not true all the time?" Steele's jaw flexed. "It was the local newspaper where he saw it first." I shrugged. I had a bad date with a doctor I work with, and Linc saved me. Dinner turned into more, and the doctor made presumptions without looking for or hearing the facts. It's not like I purposely set out to rattle the cage, so to speak. There was a long pause. "It was that friend of yours that let this particular cat out of the bag, wasn't it?" he accused. That's when the smile broke out over my face. It wasn't Prue this time. It was Phoebe. I paused. Her little sister, who's also in nursing school. Steele groaned. "Who are these Phoebe and Prue characters?" Jessie finally spoke. My smile stayed in place despite the question. "I work with Prue. I lived with her for a few weeks while I found a house here." "Silas's granddaughters," Steele rumbled. "Their parents own free." "Ah," Jessie nodded. "I understand." My brow rose. "Why do you know who they are?" Jessie's eyes, so much like his son's eyes, turned to regard me slowly. "Free is a custom motorcycle shop. Sam is Silas's son. Silas is the president of the Benton chapter." I rolled my eyes. I knew who Silas was. Everyone knew who Silas was. Not to mention the 3 of them had yelled at Linc the night that he joined his current MC. "I know who Silas is," suddenly angry all over again. "He was one of the ones yelling at Linc that night that he joined the Bare-Bottom Guardians. I remember quite clearly." There was an awkward silence as the 2 men held their tongues, trying to figure out something to say. Then I felt Linc's arm going around my waist and pulling me to him, my back to his front. He had an erection, and I chose to let him press it against me rather than pointing out that he had one at all after what we'd just done. Then again, not saying anything in front of his father and my stepfather was probably for the best, especially when it was regarding putting our genitals together in front of them. My stepfather's eyes narrowed. And that's when I had it. "What do you have against Linc, Steele?" I pushed. "Is there something wrong with him?" Steele's eyes narrowed. "Not necessarily. No." "Has he hurt your sensitive feelings in some way?" I pushed. Steele crossed his arms over his chest as Linc tightened his arm around my waist, cautioning me. I didn't listen. Maybe I should have. "No," Steele disagreed. "So what is it?" I asked. "Are you saying that there's something that he's doing that bothers you that much that you don't want him with me?" I tilted my head. Or is it because I'm not good enough for him? I saw something flicker in Steele's eyes and knew that I'd just struck closer to home than I'd ever thought. "It's me you're worried about," I finally said. "You think that I'm going to do something wrong here." When Steele didn't say anything, I knew that I had the right of it. "I don't think you're going to do something wrong," Steele said in exasperation. "I think that you've already had it rough and that you don't need Linc's bullshit catching up with you. I think that back then you had a choice, and that choice would have affected both of you negatively. You were both on different paths in life, and being together might have made those paths tougher than they should have been. And let's face it, honey, you were not the easiest teenager. You were awful, quite honestly. I wanted both of your heads to be in the right place, and they weren't. Not to mention this bozo went and gave the finger to the Dixie Warden's name. They're still affiliated with us, but what was wrong with our club? And now, all these years later, the Guardians are still trying to prove themselves." I felt my lips twitch. "So you're saying that now that we're together you won't complain anymore?" I finally got out. "But it still smarts that the chapter you intended to start up in Texas didn't go the way you'd planned. And now that they branched off, finding their own niche in this world, you're upset because y'all don't get the recognition for it. It's gotta burn that 2 professional football players are bringing new eyes to the world of motorcycle clubs, and y'all aren't really a part of it." I wasn't trying to be a shit, but hell, Steele's reasons were subpar at best. Yes, I'd been a troubled teen. Yes, if we'd gotten together back then, things might have changed on our paths in life. Sure, Linc had taken a leap of faith that not many would have taken when it came to a motorcycle club. But I didn't blame him one bit. It was hard to be in your parents' shadows, and what the boys of the Bare-Bottom Guardians did was try to form their own path in life, not take the easy road and ride on their father's coattails. Steele growled in frustration. "This club is our life. The Dixie Wardens have gone through a lot, and yes, it burns that they don't want to be our chapter here in Texas. But no, that's not why we're upset. We're not really upset about anything. At least not anymore. In the beginning it was a big deal. Now I'm just pissed off that I was lied to." "You were lied to?" I laughed incredulously. "How about you told the man that I wanted more than my next breath to stay away from me? And he did for almost 6 years. Steele shrugged. "I signed up to watch over you, and I don't give a good goddamn who I hurt in the process to make sure that in the end, you're all right." That was actually kind of nice. Except he'd hurt me and Linc and not anybody else. "And I'm not going to apologize for watching out for you two. Sorry if it hurt that you didn't get to be together when you were both too young to realize that your lives were meant to go places that had nothing to do with each other. Can you honestly say that you would have gone to nursing school and then started taking courses toward your nurse practitioner's license had you been married to Linc? Because I can't say that you would have. You would have been knocked up with 3 kids by now, wondering if you could have changed things had you given it time," Steele said, sounding not the least bit sorry. I rolled my eyes. "We wouldn't have had 3 kids by now. That's almost impossible." Steele rolled his eyes. "Don't think that you would have been able to resist, darling. I see the way you two look at each other. It's the way I look at your mom." I looked away and felt Linc's arm tighten. "After listening to all of this, are you or are you not upset? I'm confused," Linc said, sounding tired. He probably was. We'd gone to bed late, and he'd had to get up super early for his interview, and even earlier since he'd run as well. That's when Steele and Jessie started to laugh. Jessie harder than Steele. "I thought you were going to fight me, kid," Jessie snorted, bending over slightly at the hip. "Jesus Christ, the look on your face when you opened the door. You wouldn't hit your old man, would you?" Linc shrugged.
I honestly thought about it today." He paused. "Though I've thought about it a few times. Sometimes you really piss me off."
I snickered. I remembered one of those times in particular was right about the time that Linc had been drafted. Something had happened, and his dad had told him not to fall into the trap that came with fame. Linc had responded with a curt, "I wasn't raised stupid" reply, to which Jessie had countered with, "Don't act like it." Needless to say, both James' men were hotheads, and I had a feeling this wouldn't be the last time that they butt up against each other.
"We're here on business." He paused. "But I did think you knocked her up. I was pretty pissed off about that. She's not finished with school yet."
I rolled my eyes. "Speaking of, I'm not going to finish school, but not because I'm knocked up." My heart was hammering, and having Linc so freaking close wasn't helping matters.
"What?"
Steele asked, confused.
"Why?"
I grimaced. I don't like the schooling. I thought that was what I wanted, but I just don't anymore. So instead of further pursuing a degree that I ultimately don't really want, I'm going to quit while I'm ahead and save myself tens of thousands of dollars in future debt. Steele studied me for a long moment, studying my resolve, then shrugged.
"You're young yet," he admitted. "Your mom and I were honestly worried about you getting it so fast, but since we knew that you had your mind set on it, we didn't say anything. We'd support you in any way."
Linc squeezed my waist one more time and then dropped his arm from around me before heading into the kitchen as he said,
"Anybody want coffee? I really need fucking coffee."
I watched Linc's ass as he went. I could take or leave coffee, but if Linc came with the coffee, you bet your ass I'd take it, even if my heart felt like it was racing a mile a minute. And right then, after the drama of telling my stepfather, whose opinion really did matter to me, that I wasn't going to college anymore, well, it was likely best that I didn't push the poor little ticker. But I'd sit next to Linc and smell him. He was better than coffee anyway. After passing out a few cups of coffee, Linc sat at the kitchen table and stared at the photo of me with mud all up over my crotch and said,
"Why are y'all here?"
Linc's eyes lifted from where he was staring at the picture to bounce his gaze in between Steele and Jessie.
"We're here because of this."
Jessie flicked the paper.
"Though last night we hadn't realized that you two were involved with the accident until Silas called us when we were halfway here."
I frowned. "We weren't necessarily involved with the accident. We were involved with saving him," I corrected him. Jessie waved his hand in the air as if to clear it.
"That's true. We came because we heard about Hoax's accident.
This," he tapped the paper again,
"was just a coincidence."
Steele brought the paper closer to him and studied it.
"What did you do, sit in the water?"
"I squatted down in the water," I corrected. Steele's eyes met mine and he winked.
"What's that in your saddlebag, Linc? Does that say biohazard?"
Linc got up and walked to his refrigerator, pulling out the same biohazard bag from the night before. He walked back over to the sink and threw it down unceremoniously. All of the men stared at it while I grimaced and backed away. "It looks like it's still alive. So freaking creepy." I walked to Linc's fridge and started to study the contents of it when Steele gave a whistle through his teeth. Happy there were no other weird things that shouldn't belong in his fridge, I withdrew the eggs and the bacon. Breakfast sounded marvelous. I'd just started to search for the skillet when Linc brushed past me, pulled a skillet out of the cabinet above the microwave — who the hell put skillets up there — and retook his seat. Putting the skillet on the stove, I turned it on and got started with the bacon. The moment that was done, I pulled it off and placed it on a plate that I'd found next to the sink, and I'd covered in paper towels. Paper towels that had frozen characters on them. The moment the bacon cooled enough to be eaten, I had 3 grabby hands taking almost all of the bacon. There were only 2 pieces left, and those were the 2 that Linc had grabbed himself and placed on another plate for me, and set it next to the stove. Rolling my eyes at their extreme hunger and rudeness, I got to work on more bacon. After that, I cooked everyone but me 4 eggs, toast, and walked it over to them each, saving Linc for last. He brushed his hand against the inside of my bare thigh as I put the plate down in front of him, and I felt a shiver tear up my spine at the intimate touch. Just yesterday, I might have very well freaked out. But multiple orgasms, an intimate connection, a relationship declaration, and 12 hours later, I was a believer. Linc and I may have very well been meant to be from the very beginning. Our time might have come later than we'd have liked, but our time had come, and it was now. This was exactly where I wanted to be. It was fast. It was hard. It would continue to be hard, but it was us. "Thanks, honey," Linc rumbled, making my nipples harden. I turned before anyone could see the change and went to make my own eggs, stopping at just 2. I probably could have eaten just as many as them, but I didn't want to stuff my face in front of Linc just yet. That, and I had a feeling the moment our family was out the door, we'd be doing something that involved a lot of cardio on my part. I'd need to have some flexibility to accomplish it, because there were things that I wanted to do later to him that being full enough that I felt like I could pop wouldn't allow me to make happen. Once my eggs were finished, I went to the table where the men were sitting and looked around for a chair, only then realizing that there wasn't but 3 seats. "Why don't you have 4 chairs?" I asked in confusion. Linc had an entire egg on his fork and shoveled it into his mouth before reaching out and pulling me to him. I went, taking a seat on his lap where he'd placed me, and nearly laughed when he shifted me so that I was straddling one leg. We ate like that in silence for a few seconds while I tried to still my racing heart. Linc was on his 2nd piece of toast and last egg when Steele started to talk. I looked at him when I shoveled my food in, seeing the seriousness in his eyes. "Got a problem," Steele murmured. I bit into my slice of toast and waited for him to elaborate. "What kind of problem?" Linc asked, sitting back in his seat. He'd completely cleaned his plate, and there wasn't even runny yolk left over from his eggs to show. I looked at him. "Hungry?" "Starved," he agreed. Steele gagged. "If you 2 are done, I'll tell you why we came." I stuck my tongue out at Steele, but went back to my own breakfast and stopped making googly eyes at the man I was currently using as a chair. Linc's hand started to slowly creep up my exposed thigh, but luckily, with the way we were sitting, I was covered and the other 2 men at the table couldn't see what his hand was doing. I'd just put a bite of egg into my mouth when Steele threw a couple bombshells our way. "Had a tip that something we got going on at home is going to come crashing down on y'all," Steele rumbled. Linc's hand stilled its ascent up my thigh. "What do you mean?" Linc rumbled. Steele's eyes hit mine for a second, then he looked away. It wasn't until Jesse's eyes did it too that I realized that they weren't really wanting to talk in front of me. Well, too damn bad. I'd be staying, especially since it involved Linc and them. Steele sighed and pushed his plate away, wiping his hand down his trimmed beard before saying, "A couple of months ago, there was a motorcycle club that tried to move into a few of the chapter's towns. Benton, Louisiana, Mooresville, Alabama, and Bear Knob, Little Rock, Arkansas." I held my hand up before they could continue. "There's a town in Arkansas called Bear Knob?" Steele gave me his most effective glare that clearly told me to shut up. I held my hands up in the air. "Okay, all right, I'll shut up." I pantomimed zipping my mouth shut for added effect. Linc's hand on my thigh tightened for a moment, causing me to smile. That smile fell off my face moments later when Steele continued.
This club is targeting everybody affiliated with the Dixie Wardens. They've gotten 4 other clubs loyal to us, and we have reason to believe that they're going to target y'all next,
Steele explained. Linc opened his mouth to ask something, and Jesse held up his hand.
Before you say that's not fucking possible, let me explain why it is, Jesse said. I'll tell you about the one closest to us, and we'll go from there.
Linc sat back against his chair and waited impatiently. I shifted on his leg, which was really fucking hard, and starting to make my ass fall asleep, causing Linc to move me into a better position. This time, my ass was squarely in his lap, and I could feel everything. Before I had too much time to get all excited about what I was feeling between my ass cheeks, Jesse's words caught our attention.
It started out with little stuff, Jesse began. The club, the Wind Furies MC, came into what the local MC considered theirs, made nice, acted like they were visiting, and watched.
Before I could think, that's not illegal, Jesse continued.
Once they get the lay of the land and see what kind of people you are, they make their plan. They try to decide whether they should approach you or just set an example, Jesse said. With the MC that's closest to us, the Wind Furies MC decided that whatever they said wasn't going to convince that MC to just turn on us, and instead started setting their club members up. Various accidents began happening with the club members. At first, it was pesky little shit like flat tires and vandalized bikes. Then the accidents started. It was when the 4th member of the MC got targeted, and also the VP, that things finally started making sense. But in case they were too clueless still to realize that they were being targeted, the Wind Furies decided to leave a little note. A note on the motorcycle that says, "Give them backup and die."
My head whipped around to see Bayou standing there with a note in his hand and a face like thunder.
Was pinned to his bike,
Bayou mumbled as he walked farther into the room and slapped the note onto the table with a little too much force. My eyes automatically went to the paper, and my head tilted as I read the hastily scribbled letters.
If my dad weren't here explaining it to me right now, how the hell were we supposed to connect the dots to them being the Dixie Wardens?
Linc questioned.
This doesn't make any fucking sense, and not to mention, there was no build-up here. It's only been Hoax's accident. My bike's been vandalized twice.
Bayou paused, his eyes meeting every man's gaze in the room, but skipped over mine.
But both times they were different bikes that I owned, and I think maybe they didn't realize that it was me that they hit twice. Once I was at work, and the other time I was at the fire station responding to a call. I had to take the brush truck out for a pasture fire.
Never explained it to the other clubs either, Steele murmured.
They hit all the ones around us that were closest and have circled out wide from there. The Wind Furies aren't big enough to split up too wide, so they're hitting each affiliated club one at a time until they've hammered their point home.
They're not hammering anything home here, Linc grumbled, sounding confused.
If you hadn't come to explain, which means you had to learn about it beforehand, then we'd still be wondering what in the fuck was going on, and who it was that had caused the accident.
All very true. Something was missing here, and we still didn't know what.
You're correct, Jesse explained. We realize that they're only hitting the stronger clubs. The smaller ones that are supporters have been skipped over. They're thinking bigger picture here, and we only realized that last night when we were headed to a different club's territory and then heard about Hoax's accident. So what do y'all have on the Wind Furies, or what have you done to piss them off that they're hoping to cut you off from all support?
Bayou asked, taking up residence against a counter and crossing his legs out in front of him. He was looking at the wall, keeping his eyes on no one in particular. He looked lost in thought.
We've arrested their president and vice president of their MC, one in Mooresville and one in Benton. Both times it was them trying to cause trouble.
He paused.
The man that's now in charge was likely the smartest of the entire bunch. And without anyone to hold his psychotic hand and keep him in line, he's kind of turned into a little bastard who's too smart for his own good." "What does he look like?" Linc questioned. "And what's his name that he's going by?" Jessie produced a picture and tossed it on the table. It slid a few inches before coming to a halt by Linc's plate. That's when I gasped. "That's Dr. Threadgill," I gasped. "Tyson!" A slew of curses left Linc's mouth as he started to lose his shit. "Who is Tyson Threadgill?" Steele asked, leaning forward. "The man that asked me out on a date, and I went to make Linc jealous and turned out to be a weirdo. I told him I had the stomach flu, and then it turned into me being pregnant with Linc's baby," I blurted. "You're pregnant with Linc's baby?" Bayou asked in surprise. He still didn't meet my eyes, even when his question was directed at me. I rolled my eyes. "You mean you heard half of the conversation, but not all of it?" Bayou narrowed his eyes and finally met my gaze, and I would have said more, but Linc placed his palm over my mouth. "Shh!" I licked his hand, which only caused him to press his hand harder to my face. I continued to lick it until Steele sighed. "Seriously? We just found out that this prick is working with you, and you're thinking that licking him is the best course of action right now. This is why I don't think you're mature enough to be together yet." I flipped Steele off. "Go fuck yourself." Except Linc's hand was still covering my mouth, and it came out sounded more like gibberish, which I suppose was a good thing. Steele would tell my mother what I'd said, and then I'd get a lengthy phone call from her that would include her telling me that it wasn't ladylike to tell anyone to go fuck themselves. It made me feel better, though. Linc pulled his hand away from my mouth and then wiped the spit that I'd deposited onto my leg, causing me to curse. "That's gross!" I narrowed my eyes on him and promised him retaliation with only my glare. Something that he thought was extremely funny, seeing as his eyes were glittering with mirth. "Children," Jessie said, sounding tired. "We need to figure out what's going on here." I shrugged. "I honestly think that it was an accident that I was ever implicated at all," I admitted. Up until Tyson showed up to pick me up for our date, Linc and he had never seen each other before. Then, when Prue and Phoebe alluded that I was pregnant with Linc's love child, which, for your information, Bayou, I'm not, he looked just as surprised as I was. I think it was a surprise to find out that we even knew each other, seeing as up until just a little bit ago, Linc was ignoring me and trying not to come see me. "False," Linc interrupted. "I wanted to come see you. You, on the other hand, went out of your way to thwart my every attempt." I shrugged. There was that. I wiggled my hips to get a better position, and had just decided that maybe we needed to go find a new chair when Linc growled in my ear. "Sit still." I bit my lip and tried to sit still, but his ever-growing hardness had me thinking about hundreds of naughty things I could be doing right now. Linc and I had lost quite a bit of time. We had a lot to make up for. "Think it's best if you move in with Linc," Steele said, gaining my attention. "But I'll work in Kilgore. I can't stay here." I shook my head. "Then you let him stay with you," Jessie offered. "But the most logical thing for this little prick Threadgill to go after is you." I shook my head. "Dr. Threadgill, Tyson, doesn't seem like the type to do what y'all are accusing him of, and honestly what he's doing, or whomever you think is responsible for it, is being petty. Arresting 2 men in their club isn't grounds for hurting people. If what you say is true, Hoax isn't the first person that they've gone after, and for what? What is it accomplishing?" "Cutting us off from our allies," Jessie murmured, "and alienating the people we call friends. So, whenever whatever they're planning comes to fruition, we won't have anyone to call for help if we need it." "Except you will." I shook my head. "All it's going to do is piss us off." "Where were you going to before you came here?" Linc interjected. "Free," Steele answered instantly. "That was the logical next step. Silas was going to take care of it, but something came up that forced him to stay at home." "What?" I questioned. Not what? Who? He murmured. His granddaughter got assaulted while in boot camp. Silas is busy at home trying to keep Sebastian, the granddaughter's father, under control. It wouldn't look good for Sebastian to go killing any army officers who were responsible for hurting his baby. Oh, shit, Bayou cursed. I'd love to get the full story there after they have more information. I looked over at Bayou. Why? He paused, honestly considering whether to answer me or not. He came to a decision and turned to face me fully. His eyes met mine, and I had a weird feeling that he didn't want to be looking at me. Weird. Because I was Army for 8 years, military police, before I took a bullet in the ass and decided maybe it was the best time to go. He shrugged. This shit, or getting assaulted in boot camp, not gonna be good. Not gonna be good at all. I sighed. Maybe they're doing both. I switched gears back to the topic at hand. We're fairly close. 45 minutes. Maybe that's why Threadgill is working in Kilgore. He's only got a 3-month contract, by the way. He's covering for a doctor who had to have surgery. He's only got 2 months left before he's done. That's what we were thinking, too. Steele stood up and gathered plates. That's where we're headed next. Little prick Threadgill is good, though we know him as Tantor. But we're hoping to see a few of his crew at some point. Maybe let them know that their scare tactics aren't working. Well, I hesitated. They're kind of working. They're taking out a few of the pawns on the board. Steele exhaled deeply, and I stood to walk over to him. The moment I was close enough, I threw my arms around him and squeezed him tight. I'll be okay, Steele. Linc will watch out for me, I told him softly. Well, I hadn't asked him yet or anything, but I had no doubt in my mind that he'd be very careful with me. Linc and I were a long time coming. This thing we had was meant to be. And just like I wouldn't let anything happen to him, I knew without a shadow of a doubt that he'd do the same for me. Steele turned from where he was rinsing off the dishes in the sink and wrapped those steely arms of his around my head, squeezing just this side of too tight. Don't think that you're gonna get much breathing space, girl, he laughed softly. Linc is worse than I am. I turned my head to stare at the man in question and saw his eyes on me. They were soft as he took us in. He winked at me and turned to address something his father said to him, and I sighed. I'll let him stay with me, but if he gets to be too much of a handful, I'll just kick him out and do it alone, I teased. Steele gave me one more squeeze that made my ears hurt, then let me go. His eyes studied my face for a long moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. There was one other reason that I didn't think it was a good idea for y'all to be together. I frowned. What? Y'all are super fucking intense apart. Together it's like nothing can penetrate that shell y'all have made for yourself. Don't let yourself go blind to the world outside because all you can do is focus on each other. With that, he patted me on the cheek and walked away, stopping to slam his hand down on Linc's shoulder. At one time, that move might have rocked my man. But now, as big and muscular as he was, he hadn't even flinched, let alone rocked him. Take care of my girl or I'll kill you. I snorted, but Linc stood up and turned so that he could face Steele fully. As long as there's breath in my body. He left the rest hanging, but Linc's words made my heart jump in reaction. God, did this man have any idea what he did to me? Gag, Bayou grumbled and stood. All of y'all fools falling in love around me. Just keep that shit on your side of the fence, for Christ's sake. I rolled my eyes and walked away, heading to the bedroom where I had to get dressed and get my hair dried before it permanently set into its wavy, never-gonna-be-tamed ways. Just as I was heading out, Linc caught me by the wrist and made me stay. Bayou made his way up to Steele just as I turned and regarded Linc. Stopped by and saw your grandpa on the way here, Steele said as he stuck out his massive hand.
Bayou seemed to go preternaturally still.
"How's my pop doing?"
Bayou asked, offering his hand to Steele. Steele took it and shook it before letting it go.
"Dixie is staying young."
Steele grinned wide. Bayou held up the hand that Steele had just shaken.
"That's enough. I really don't want to know."
I did. Eyes gleaming, I said, "What did you walk in on him doing?" Bayou reached out and pushed my face away, causing me to laugh. Linc walked up behind me and secured his arm around my waist, pulling me back into him once again.
"Nobody wants to know what their parents or grandparents are doing," Linc teased. "It's gross."
"It's not gross," I paused. "When it's not your family."
"Well, then let me tell you about what I walked in on your parents doing."
Jessie started to laugh. I made a gagging sound. "Gross!" Everybody had a good chuckle at that, and I noticed that Steele didn't look the least bit repentant on being caught doing anything to my mother. Yuck.
Chapter 12. Dating Conleigh sometimes requires you to answer questions like, what's the name of the guy that played in that movie from before I was born? Linc to his father. Linc. 1,000 thoughts were zipping through my head, and not one of them didn't center at least a little bit around the woman that I loved. Yes, that's right, the woman that I loved. There was no denying that fact. I'd loved her since she was 16, and in a perpetually bad mood. Now, at the age of 24, I only loved her more. It was a deeper, purer kind of love that I knew could withstand the test of time. Anything could be thrown at us, and we'd persevere. What I felt for Conleigh was like a homing beacon in my soul. It told me that I was going in the right direction, as long as Conleigh was in my sights and my destination. "Yo," Joe said, interrupting my thoughts. "Are you going to use that machine or just lay on it?" I flipped Joe off and started to bench press the set and stopped when Joe leaned over and pushed his crotch into my face. "God," I shoved the weights up hard. "You're such a dick." Joe started laughing and jumped back just in time to miss having his dick and balls hit with 350 pounds. Once I racked the weights, I sat up and offered him my best glare. I was able to hold the glare for all of 2.5 seconds before I bust out laughing. That was just another example of why Joe was never going to grow up. I didn't think it would ever be possible for him either, to be honest. He'd forever be a kid at heart, and kids were still fascinated with things like fart jokes and their wieners. Joe bent over to laugh. "You should have seen your face." The door to the weight room slammed shut, signaling someone entering, but neither one of us turned around to welcome the newcomer. "You wouldn't have been saying it was funny when I took off your dick with the bar." I tossed my sweaty towel at the little shit. "Why would anybody be taking a dick off while y'all are lifting weights?" Conleigh asked from behind me. I looked at the woman, my woman, over my shoulder and grinned. She was all hot and sweaty, and I wanted to lick every single drop of it off her body. Slowly. Today she'd come to the players' gym with me and alternated between running and power walking around the track while I got some weights in. Since I wasn't supposed to be more than an hour, she'd agreed to hang around and work out, though she said that she might very well combust, and I might have to peel her remains off the track once I was done. She was wearing these tiny, little skin-tight black short shorts, a black tank top that had pink in cursive stretched across the boobs, and her hair was up in a messy ponytail. Hell, even her sneakers matched her outfit. She had a bead of sweat that was clinging to the stray wisps of hair that were too short to go up into her ponytail, and while I was watching, the droplet traveled down the front of her neck and disappeared into the valley of her breasts. Jesus Christ. My dick was now hard, and I still had 2 more sets to go. I swallowed hard and looked away, gesturing for Joe to take the bench, then thought better of it when I thought about where I would have to stand in order to spot him. There was no way that he couldn't have a spotter with this much weight on the bar. Joe went to take his spot, and I held up a finger. 1 second. "Why?" I gestured to my dick that was tenting in front of my pants, and Joe snorted. I'll go grab a Gatorade from the training room. I rolled my eyes and said, if you do that, neither one of us is going to finish this set. What are y'all talking about? Conleigh wondered, shouldering her way in between us. Do you think that I could lift this? She laid down on the bench and placed her hands on the bar, pushing it up with, I guessed, everything she had. The bar didn't budge. Shit, that's heavy, she said. How the hell do you lift that? I grinned and found my eyes once again going to her breasts, which were now pushing up by her chin due to the way she was laying. Practice and perseverance. Seriously, Joe said. I'll be back in 10. At the shake of my head, Joe sighed. 20 minutes. With that, he was gone, leaving me alone to stare at Conleigh some more. What's so bad about the training room? She asked, doing an ab curl and ducking under the bar as she stood. Once she was upright, she bent over the bench, one foot planted on either side, and stretched out her hamstrings by touching her toes. Her hair dragged along the padded bench, and I could make out the outline of her thong beneath her extremely tight shorts. There was no help for it, at least none that I could see. Hey, come here for a minute. I snapped my fingers, gesturing with my head. Like the trusting woman she was, she followed behind me. I led her down the short hallway to a closet that I knew was empty and opened the door. Where are we? She started. I pushed her inside and followed her in, slamming the door closed behind us. As the room was plunged into blackness, she gasped, Linc! Before she could say another word, I was on her. I pressed the entire length of my body up against her back and crowded her into the rows of shelves that were at the back of the small room. Once she had nowhere else to go, I urgently lifted the hem of her tank up with one hand and slipped my other hand in her shorts. She gasped the moment that my fingers delved in between her smooth pussy lips, and I groaned when I felt the tiny little bundle of nerves so hard and ready. My girl knew exactly what she was doing to me. Likely that had been her plan all along, since the moment that she'd dressed in this outfit that morning. After her test, we went to my place and grabbed a couple of changes of clothes, as well as a few toiletries and perishables out of my fridge. At her house, she gave me a corner of a drawer to put my things away. I'd, of course, seen her grab the clothes she was currently wearing out of that drawer, but never in 1,000 years could anything I had imagined do justice to what she actually looked like wearing them. Ever since you put these shorts on, I twisted my fingers. I've thought about nothing but this. She felt silky and smooth on my rough fingers, and the more I drove them into her, the wetter she got. Grinding my erection into her, I said, I'm going to fuck you right here. With that, I plunged 2 fingers into her pussy, loving the way she whimpered and pushed back into me. My cock was hard as a rock, but I could die happy right now knowing that my life was finally complete. Having Conleigh in my arms had been my dream for so long that I still couldn't believe that she was mine, and she was willing to make a go of us. Linc, she grabbed onto my wrist, her tiny fingers not even making it all the way around the girth. I'm close. I could tell. Her pussy had tightened on the invasion and hadn't let up since. Then come, I suggested. Her hips shifted and she started grinding her clit into the palm of my hand. It was the hottest thing I'd ever felt in my life, her coming on my hand. Seconds after I told her to, she came apart completely. Her pussy clamped down on my fingers that were slowly rocking inside of her, and my hand was drenched in her juices. Without taking too much time to think, I pulled my hand away, shoved the world's sexiest shorts down, and bent her over. The moment I had her where I wanted her, I left one hand on her ass, spreading her juices in an arc with my wandering thumb, and the other went to the front of my shorts. Once my cock was exposed, I took it and aimed it at her entrance. Luckily, I found her on the first attempt and slowly slid inside. Ecstasy and agony rolled over me in a double-edged sword. She felt like hot silk as I filled her. My stomach cramped with how hard I tightened my abs, but there was not 1 second where I contemplated stopping. A stomach cramp was well and truly worth it if I got to feel her wrapped tightly around me. I moved in and out of her, at first loving the way she felt, only to realize that the angle we had was all wrong due to our height differences, and 1/4 of my length wasn't even making it inside of her each thrust. I pulled out of her and turned her around quickly, grabbing her around the waist with both hands and lifting her up high. Once I had her where I wanted her, I pinned her to the shelves with my upper body and grabbed my still wet with her juices dick and eased it back inside of her. This time, there wasn't a single centimeter that didn't fill her completely, and I felt her entire body lock with how deep I was able to go. The moan that left her lips when she felt my cock plunge deep inside her made my heart pound in my chest. My God, she was so fucking hot and wet. I was gliding in and out of her like I was made to be there. Her wetness was coating my dick and dripping down to my balls, which were slapping against her ass with each measured thrust. Whatever the fuck was on the shelves that I had braced Conleigh against was rattling with our movements, and every few thrusts something would fall off. All I could hope was that it wasn't something fucking poisonous, because at that moment in time, I couldn't have stopped even if I had accidentally mixed a homemade bomb by blending together whatever cleaning chemicals that were dropping at my feet. My balls started to draw up, and before I could tell her that I was close, the hand that was resting on my shoulder curled. Her nails dug deeply into my shoulder, and I had half a second to think that she was breaking the surface with those tiny claws when she started to pulse around me. Then her breath caught in her throat, and she went rigid before a cry left her mouth. Seconds after that, her pussy clamped down on my cock so hard that my eyes crossed. My balls exploded, and my release shot out of me so fast that I had no hope of even contemplating pulling out of her. Lucky for me that she was on the pill, a recent addition to her routine, which was good as we were incapable of doing it the smart way. Had she not been, her lie of being pregnant by me wouldn't be a lie anymore. Long, hard pulses of cum shot out of me and into her, filling her up so full that I was sure I'd be dripping out of her for hours. Something else dropped to the floor, and this time glass shattered. I had half a second to wonder what it was when Conleigh's hand fisted in my hair and yanked hard, and all of a sudden, just like that, it was over. I was breathing like I'd just run 8 miles, and my legs felt like they'd give out any second. But it was my arms, the way they were screaming at me after the abuse I'd put them through already this morning, that let me know I had about 2.5 seconds to put her down or they'd drop her. I shifted and moved until I could feel the opposite wall nearest the door and set her down. Luckily, she still had her tennis shoes on, and I didn't feel too bad about putting her down on a floor that had shattered glass and who knew what else all over it. The moment my cock left her, I wanted to curse. The way she felt around me made me realize that I wanted to take up permanent residence inside of her, though that would probably look funny when one of us had to perform our jobs. "There a light in here?" she whispered, sounding embarrassed. I searched for a light and realized that I'd seen one, but on the outside, as we'd come in. I searched for the door handle and twisted it open, blinking rapidly when I saw the bright light of the hallway. Reaching only a hand out, I felt for the switch and grunted when I found it. Sweeping my hand up, I flipped the lights on and blinked even harder as I tried to get my eyes to adjust, closing the door as I did. Once I turned around, I surveyed the damage. We were in the supply closet for the athletic trainer, or at least her stuff. There wasn't much on the floor but ace bandage wraps and gauze packets. The glass that shattered, however, was a jar that had been holding about 800 condoms. All of the condoms were spread out over the ground, green ones and blue, red, and ribbed, too. "Wow," I said as I bent over and dug her shorts out of the mess on the floor. I guess I should count myself lucky that this wasn't the chemical closet where the janitor keeps all his supplies. You didn't know which one you were coming to as you brought me here? She laughed. I shook my head and handed her the shorts she'd been wearing. Glass shards fell out of them, and I shook them out to loosen any other stray pieces. She took them as she reached up over the shelf above her head and grabbed a piece of fabric that the trainer usually put between our skin and ice packs that we used on various parts of our body. Then, without a hint of embarrassment, she wiped herself clean from between her legs, making me horny all over again, and reminding me that my dick was still very much hanging out of my pants. "Hand me one of those, too," I rasped. Her eyes met mine, and whatever she saw there had her glancing down, eyes widening slightly at what she found. "You cannot seriously be—" she started. "I can, and I am," I shrugged. "I don't know what it is about you, but my control is shot whenever you're around me." She sighed and threw the towel she'd used to clean herself down on the floor, then shook out her shorts until her underwear came free of the tangled mess, as well as a few more shards of glass. "I'm going to get glass shards in my vagina because of you." She narrowed one eye at me. "Do you even care?" I tucked my dick back in my shorts and tried to think about anything besides Conleigh and her vagina, like the fact that I still had 2 more sets to do and I wasn't leaving until they were done. Granted, they'd be remarkably harder to do now that I'd stopped and given my arms enough time to realize that I'd killed them on that first set. I'd also held Conleigh up for a good 8 minutes while I fucked the living daylights out of her. How did I know it had been 8 minutes? A glance at my watch told me so. "I guesstimate that Joe will give me 10 minutes at most, because that's as long as the athletic trainer can deal with him. He'll be sent on his way and will be looking for me any minute now." I paused, my dick once again reminding me that she was half naked. "You should probably put your underwear and shorts back on." And just like that, Joe called my name. I sighed and shook my head. "Quick, tell me something that'll make this go down." I gestured to my dick, and Conleigh snorted. "What would happen if you hurt yourself so bad that you can't play next season? Do you have to give your money back?" My mouth fell open as horror washed over me. "Why would you ask that?" My dick was definitely no longer a problem anymore. Just the thought of getting hurt sent terror coursing through my veins. Football was all I knew. It was my favorite thing in life. It was the one thing that was always consistently there for me when I needed it to be. Granted, my dad was a good dad, when he could be, but we were never what I would consider well off. He worked his ass off night and day to make sure that I got what I needed, clothes, food, a car. He got them all for me. But the price of that was him working his freaking ass off and leaving me at home while he worked overtime to accomplish that goal. I wanted to go to a football camp that the local college was putting on, 12 hours of overtime. I wanted a new pair of cleats, 7 hours of overtime. It was a vicious cycle for sure, and only now that I was older did I realize that there were times I'd have rathered that he was around more often. But I didn't dwell on things. Things ended up okay. My dad and me were close. We were all happy, and overall there wasn't a single thing I had to complain about. Conleigh, who must have slipped her shorts on while I was lost in my thoughts, walked up to me and placed her hand on my face. Looking at me with concern in her eyes, she asked, "Are you okay?" I nodded, pulling her into me. "Fine." "Are you sure? That was just supposed to be a joke," she admitted. "I would never want that to happen." But it could happen, which was why it was a fairly big fear of mine. Football had always been there, even when my dad had not. I wasn't bitter or anything, but the thought of not having it because I was injured scared me a little more than I was willing to admit. "Can you wait about 20 more minutes?" I asked. She was seconds away from replying when the door to the supply closet opened and Joe said, "Can we finish?" Joe looked pissed, and I had a feeling that had more to do with the athletic trainer than because I'd asked for some time during the middle of a workout. Yeah, I agreed, placing a chaste kiss on Conleigh's forehead before letting her go. When she went to pull away completely, I caught her hand in mine and guided her into the hallway, making a short stop to pick up the rag that she'd used to clean up and drop it into the closest trash can. Conleigh promptly blushed scarlet, but didn't say another word. Joe stalked in front of us, his hands clenched into fists, and I had no choice. I had to know what had happened. "Joe?" I asked. "What's wrong?" Joe sighed and loosened his fists, but the tension was still in every muscle of his body. "That goddamn woman drives me insane," he admitted. "It doesn't matter what I do. Talk to her nicely, tease her, bug the shit out of her, none of it affects her. It's like she's a cyborg or something." "Who?" Conleigh whispered into my ear so that only I could hear. "Joe has a crush," I whispered back, "and she doesn't reciprocate." Conleigh made an aha motion with her head, but didn't reply, which was good, because Joe and his crush were not a good topic of conversation when he was acting like this. Joe didn't get in a bad mood very often, but when he did, he usually had the athletic trainer on his mind. We arrived in the weight room, and it was no longer empty, but the newcomer didn't bother me. I was more than used to working out with an audience. Hell, it was my job to athletically perform in front of a large audience. One more person in the weight room wasn't much of an audience at all when compared to the tens of thousands of screaming fans that were normally there for games. "Let's do this," Joe growled. I looked over my shoulder at Conleigh and gestured to the mats that were set up for us to roll out our muscles with the roller once we were done lifting weights. She went, but not before she delivered the parting comment from hell. "I'll just sit here and do some kegels while you do your thing."
Chapter 13. If you wear a condom, it's not cheating. Things you hear as a nurse. Conleigh. Linc was sexy as hell on a good day. Adding a baby to his arms, yeah, that was just asking for my vagina to implode. The sheer number of fans that this man had was downright amazing, and honestly, humbling. Not to mention that Linc was so good with them, all of them. From the oldest to the youngest, like the 2-week-old girl that someone had just placed in his arms. "We named her Jamie," the proud father said. "After James, your last name. I tried to get my wife to go with Lincoln, but she wasn't sure that it was a good girl name." I wasn't either. I also wasn't sure that I'd be thrusting my 2-week-old baby girl in the arms of a man they didn't even know, but that might have been just me. It was week 2 of Linc moving in with me, and there hadn't been a single thing that had gone wrong since the night that hoax was hurt. Hell, Tyson hadn't acted out of character even once. Then again, he barely looked my way half the time while we were working, and I was beginning to wonder if maybe my stepfather had overreacted. But then I went back to the fact that Steele wasn't the type to overreact. Not even a little bit. I assume that was why it was so baffling to me. It was a really odd feeling to know that something was wrong while everyone around me acted like everything was fine. Hell, Tyson hadn't so much as looked at me again, other than to address me when we were both looking after the same patient. It was eerie. "That's very cool," Linc said, cuddling the baby close. "Why are y'all here?" "Their daughter has a chest cold that's threatened to put her in the hospital. Yet her parents passed her off to practical strangers who hadn't washed their hands. It was no wonder the little girl was sick. Hell, I'd seen their baby in 5 different sets of arms in the last hour that she'd been my patient, and only one of those people, me, had actually washed their hands first before touching her. Nothing against Linc and his hygiene habits, but seriously, you never knew what germs were on your hands. That's why you always washed them before meals, after you went to the bathroom, and after you touch stuff that other people touch a lot, like grocery carts or door handles." "All right," I said, smoothly interjecting myself into their conversation. A, the baby had a blood draw that I needed to add on to what we already drew, and B, Linc looked incredibly uncomfortable holding a sick little baby that was hooked up to an IV. "Do you mind holding her for just a second longer?" I teased. eyes shining with mirth. Linc's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say a word. Instead, he just nodded his head. I'm going to draw a little blood. It'll take me just a few seconds. I explained to the parents who didn't seem to care what I did to their child. They were too busy being starstruck by Linc's presence in the vicinity. Sure, that's fine. Do you mind if I take a picture? I ignored them and Linc as I did what I had to do, feeling awful when the little baby started to cry. 5 gut-wrenching minutes later, I was walking away with Linc in tow. That'll be on social media within the hour, I told him as he walked away with me. Linc snorted. Fucking hour. I'll bet it's viral in about 5 minutes flat. I rolled my eyes. You're not that cool. He winked down at me. Bet you $50. I narrowed my eyes. Make it a piece of chocolate cake from Dusty's, and you have a deal. I can't have chocolate cake. My part of the deal will have to be something that isn't going to cause me to have to run an extra mile tomorrow morning, he countered. My grin spread. Anything you want. His eyes lit. Anything? I winked. Anything. What are you telling him anything for, woman? Prue asked. We made a bet that the picture of the mother over there just took will be viral in 5 minutes, though I guess we'll have to set some ground rules on what exactly viral constitutes. Say, 100,000 likes? Linc shrugged. Sure. His cocky smile told me that he fully expected it to get more. Fine. 500,000, I offered. Why were you even holding the baby in the first place? Prue asked. What the fuck? If that were my kid, I wouldn't give half a shit who you were. Not when my kid could barely breathe and we were taking them to the hospital at 2 weeks old. My sentiments exactly. I had a newborn put in my arms like 2 days old when I walked in to visit a sick little kid in Maine. He was in the cancer ward and I was on the way in when the parents with the newborn, they were on their way out of the hospital, saw me and begged for me to hold him so they could get a picture. Then there was this one time that I signed a pregnant woman's belly, and another time I interrupted Linc and rolled my eyes for good measure. You're 6'4" and over 250 pounds, I muttered darkly. You have tattoos covering most of your body, you have a scar on your face, and you're wearing your cut. Seriously, I would never approach you. Never, not in a million years. I don't care how big a name you are in football. And those people just put the baby in your hands like they knew you. Linc's lips twitched. Not everybody's scared of people in motorcycle clubs. Yeah, as long as they're good motorcycle clubs, Tyson muttered, coming up to the nurse's station and dropping a clipboard onto the desk next to the computer he used. I have a brother that's a pain in the ass like that. He joined a motorcycle club and everything. It's not one of those good clubs either. It's one of those really bad ones who do illegal shit. My brother's been to jail 8 times. Let's just say there are some bikers that you really should be wary of. He looks exactly like me, has no visible tattoos, and doesn't even wear that motorcycle thingy all the time. Yet he's worse than you. And that was when everything started to make sense. You have a brother and an MC? Prue asked, sounding surprised, which I suppose was surprising information to her. I, on the other hand, wasn't surprised per se, but I was taken aback that it was Tyson's brother, not Tyson, who was the bad guy biker in the dirty club. But it was all starting to make sense now, since they couldn't locate anything at all on Tyson himself. Had we known about him, we'd have been looking into his brother, and that obviously would have been a different story. So, I said, leaning closer to Linc without actually touching him, has your brother been in the MC long? For at least a couple of years now, I guess. I don't talk to him much. But we've been trying to mend fences lately. I followed him to town because he decided he was going to hang his shingle here for a year. He got a new job at the refinery plant just outside of town. He's making pretty good money, or so he says. When our mother died last year, she begged me to take care of him. So that's what I'm doing. He sighed. But Andy has never really been the kind of guy who liked being taken care of, so I have to be careful, or I'll make him pissy.
Why am I telling you this?" I laughed, hoping that it didn't sound half as hysterical as I felt. Tyson made a weird face and then looked over to Linc. "Don't you ever have anything else to do?" Linc shrugged. "I like to eat lunch with her because it makes me happy. Is that wrong?" Tyson frowned. "No, I guess not. And since she's pregnant, it's definitely something that you need to make sure she does for the health of the baby." When had Tyson turned into such a mother hen? I wouldn't go into the fact that the reason Linc kept making appearances was because he was worried that I was here getting attacked. Or worse, by the man who was currently fretting over my food intake for my non-existent baby. That's what I'm trying to do," Linc smiled. "Yes," Prue said, eyes shining with mirth. "You wouldn't want to get faint. Make sure that you take care of that baby of yours." I had to find a way to get out of this lie. "How far along are you?" Tyson asked, leaning back in his computer chair. I felt my face flush as I tried to come up with a good lie. "Well," I hesitated. "Let me guess." Tyson shook his head with a small smile on his face. "You haven't gone to the doctor yet to see." I opened my mouth and then closed it. I really and truly had no clue what to say. Just when I was about to blurt out everything, Linc put his hand over my mouth and pulled me into his side. "She's scared of the doctor. The last time she went, they tried to do knee surgery on her wrong knee. She's semi-freaked out and paranoid." Tyson's eyes widened as Prue looked away, trying to hide her laughter in the bend of her arm. She wasn't doing a good job. Not at all. If I were on the other side of the counter, I'd kick her. "We can draw your blood and make sure your hormone levels are okay here," Tyson suggested. This was getting weirder by the minute. "No, that's okay." "You should really get it done, at least so you know how far along you are. About 8 to 10 weeks you should go in, though. Prenatal care is imperative to a healthy baby and a healthy mother. You should know that." I did know that, but I wasn't pregnant, so... "Yeah, that would be great," Linc said. "Then she wouldn't have to go in. Win-win. Do you want to do it now or later?" If I could have smacked Linc and Prue without it looking bad to Tyson, who was blissfully unaware that the two of them were assholes, I would have. "It won't take a minute." Tyson turned back to his computer and then started to input stuff into the chart he'd been working on. "Prue even seems to have some free time, and she has all the stuff she needs right there next to her." And that was how Prue wound up taking my blood to send down to the lab. "No rush on it, though," I said. "They won't get it back today, and I'm off tomorrow. I'll check on it next time I'm in work." "Oh, they'll call you," Prue laughed. "What's your phone number?" "You should put my number down," Linc suggested. "Conleigh never answers the phone." That was true. I didn't. But this was going too far. "Lincoln," I growled. He winked at me. Then he started to ramble off his number, and I had to slap my hand over his mouth when I saw people pulling out their phones. "Linc," I said through clenched teeth. "Unless you want everyone and their brother having your phone number, I suggest you write it down." "Shit." He looked around. There were at least 8 people listening, and 4 of them were patients. "Okay, I'll write it down." I rolled my eyes, grabbed the bag of food that Linc had left on the counter, and then hightailed it to the break room. Linc wasn't far behind, and I offered him a glare over my shoulder as I placed our food out in front of the 2 chairs that were directly across from each other. "What the hell was that?" I growled. "That," he said, sounding amused, "was me not pissing off the man you ditched. We may need him later. If he knew you lied, we may not get any information out of him about his brother, where clearly there is no love lost between them." Well, when he put it that way, it all made sense, which Prue confirmed as she walked in and started laughing the moment she did. "He's right," she said as she walked over and stole one of my chicken fingers. "My dad and Jack have been putzing around this for the last week and haven't found a thing. His brother might be the breakthrough they're looking for." I sighed.
I would have thought that they'd have found Tyson's brother through Tyson. If they're digging into his background that deep, wouldn't they have seen that he had a twin brother? I questioned Linc before shoving a bite of guacamole into my mouth. Yes and no, Linc muttered, leaning away from his salad to reach his water bottle that sat at the end of the break room table. Yes, because it's something that should have been picked up in the background checks. No, because there has to be a valid excuse as to why it wasn't picked up. And honestly, we were the ones to give Steele and my dad the name. Why would they think to look for a different person when we identified him? He pulled out his phone and started to type something out as quickly as his big thumbs would allow, then set the phone on the table with it still pulled up to his messages. Your dad? I asked, tilting my head in the direction of the phone. He grunted. Yes. So, I'm free? I asked. You gonna stop coming here every day for lunch when I'm working? He moved only his eyes to me and said a bit sadly, You don't like it? I opened my mouth to automatically say yes, but stopped. I didn't want Linc thinking that I didn't like when he came up here for lunches, because I did. A lot. I looked down at the Band-Aid on my arm and pursed my lips. I do like it when you come up here, I told him honestly. But it's also getting to the point where it'll be hard to keep using my pregnancy as an excuse, since I'm obviously not showing at all. Nor am I showing any other signs of being pregnant. The lie won't work for much longer. Linc shrugged. Hence the reason we did what we did today. That was true. I wouldn't mind if you still brought me Manilos on Tuesdays when I'm working, though. It's delicious. I paused. And I love seeing you anytime, Linc, so it's really a no-brainer. Linc's lips twitched. Then his phone did a weird vibrating thing that had me looking at him in confusion. What was that? I asked. Email, he murmured, picking it up and looking at it. I have a special ring when my publicist emails. She's got her very own super important folder in my email that she set up herself. When I get an email from her, they automatically go into that folder, and I'm to check there immediately since I need to be able to find her emails quickly in the 8,000 other emails that I get a day. He looked over. Those were her words, not mine. If it was up to me, I'd just as soon not answer any of them. But email seems to be everyone's preferred way of contacting me, which I'm not complaining about. I'd rather get an email instead of a phone call that I don't want to answer anyway. God, this is so good. Prue sighed and then reached for my drink as well, taking a hefty swallow. I gotta go back out there. Being short nurses is a pain in the ass. I haven't taken a real lunch break in a year since I took this stupid charge nurse job. With that, she walked away and left me alone to stare at Linc in expectation. Isn't it like 3 in the morning in the UK? I asked. Linc nodded and pulled up his email, a smile growing wider by the second the longer he read. What? I wondered. She sent me an email saying, Keep up the good work. FYI, you've got a meeting with the board of your charity next week in North Carolina, where the headquarters for the program are located. Love the pic, he read. What pic? This one. He turned the phone around and showed me the shot from not even 5 minutes ago, as well as the 3 million likes and 200,000 comments. Son of a bitch. You did say anything, he pointed out. He was right. I did. And Linc really did mean anything.
Chapter 14. Don't lie. You would touch all sorts of weird shit with a 10-foot pole. Text from Linc to Conleigh. Linc. Anything. You can do anything. Those words haunted me for the rest of the day, and all the while I sat at her house and waited for her to get off, I thought about what I was going to do to her. The plans I'd made with the club to go out to dinner, canceled. The scheduled visit to see Hoax in the hospital before that, rescheduled. Hell, there wasn't a single thing that I hadn't prepared for. Everyone knew, even my goddamn agent, that I was taking the night off from all responsibilities. My social media account would go quiet for a full 12 hours, something that was unheard of, seeing as I was forced to update it with something stupid at least once in all of that time. Sure, I could have pawned that off on someone, but I also didn't like not being in control of what I said on social media. Now, all I needed was Conleigh to walk through the door, which she was supposed to be doing any second now. My phone vibrated and I glanced at it, wondering if I should bother reaching for it or not. Then I heard the distinct vibration of Conleigh's car pulling into the driveway and shutting off, making me realize that my phone could go missing, and I wouldn't give a single shit. I closed my eyes and heard the thump of her car door closing, then felt my abdominals tighten in anticipation. With each step she took, my anticipation grew, along with my cock. By the time she had her hand on the knob and was pushing the door in, I felt like every nerve ending in my entire body was a live wire. Her eyes were downcast and she was typing something into her phone while juggling her phone keys and a large RTIC cup in her hand. The door swung shut behind her and still she didn't look up. I would have laughed at how exceptionally unobservant she was if I didn't find it endearing. "Hey, Linc!" Conleigh yelled, unaware that I was less than 5 feet from her. "Where are you? Why is Prue saying we're not going to have dinner with them anymore?" "Oh, hey, what are you doing there?" Finally, she looked at me, a frown pulling down the corners of those luscious lips. "I'm waiting for you," I replied honestly. "I'd invited Prue to go with us tonight, and she just texted me saying that she heard from Hoax, though no idea why she is even talking to him. That's something I'm going to have to drag out of her tomorrow, that we weren't going anymore. Speaking of which, Hoax is looking fairly good." She paused. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Because I want to fuck the absolute hell out of you until you forget how to pronounce words." "Come here," I ordered, patting the couch. Her eyes went to the donuts that were on the coffee table in front of me. "You better not have eaten all of my powdered donuts. I just bought those yesterday." She had. In fact, I'd been the one to tell her not to get them because they were just full of fat and useless, pointless carbs. But they did have their benefits, which I was about to show her. That was if she ever came to me and stopped staring at me as if she was trying to figure out a confusing puzzle. "Did you go run or something?" she asked, eyeing my shorts. "No. I know how much you love me in workout shorts, so I decided to wear them so I could further torture you." "No. Today's rest day, remember?" Her eyes narrowed. "You're acting weird." Nevertheless, she slipped her shoes off. I'd never once seen her walk through the house with the shoes that she wore to work on, and dropped her things in the chair that was across the coffee table from me. The next thing to go was her jewelry, which she placed on the coffee table. Her phone quickly followed suit. Then she began emptying her pockets. Band-aids, alcohol swabs, still packaged needles, tape. All the while, she kept her eyes on mine. She did glance down at the bag of donuts and looked relieved that I hadn't helped myself to them all. Yet. Eventually, though, she made her way around the coffee table and stopped just a few inches short of actually touching me. The moment she did, I grinned. "Take off your clothes." "What?" "Why?" she asked, stepping back. I caught her wrist in one hand and tugged her until she stood between my splayed thighs. "You said anything." Her pupils dilated. "Linc, you said anything," I repeated. A tiny smirk kicked up the corner of her mouth. "I did." Without any further conversation, she stripped her shirt over her head and then slowly stepped out of her scrub bottoms. Moments later, she was left standing in only a pair of gray bikini underwear and a gray sports bra. It was simple, yet the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. Conleigh didn't need anything frilly or lacy to be beautiful. All she needed was to be herself. She had some crazy tan lines going on, indicating that when she was outside she wore short shorts and a tank top. Her belly was shockingly white, yet her arms and shoulders were golden brown. And God, those goddamn legs of hers were going to be the death of me. "Why are you staring at me like that?" she whispered, her eyes intense and glued to mine. She was watching my reaction, and she liked that I adored her body. "Get rid of the panties," I ordered instead of answering her question. She did, kicking them off without a second thought. "Bra." That went flying just like the panties, landing on the floor behind the couch with a soft thump. Conleigh naked was indescribable. She was everything that I ever dreamed of, and her perky breasts with those little pink nipples were the one thing that always surprised me. "Those shorts are killing me," she whispered, her eyes no longer on my face, but my dick that was tending up the front of my shorts. I hadn't bothered to put on underwear, so there was nothing restraining my cock but a thin piece of fabric that was meant to keep me cool, not contain my dick. I grinned and gestured for her to come closer, which she did. She was now standing with her knees against the couch and the outside of her thighs touching the inside of mine. Her left hand was barely an inch away from my cock, and I could practically see her fingers twitching as she fought the urge to reach for it. Her nipples were hard, and as I smoothed my hand over the outside of her thigh up to palm her ass cheek, they hardened even further. Perfect. "They got a picture of you working out with Joe as y'all were exiting the weight room," she murmured, her eyes transfixed on my pulsing cock. "Every woman in America agrees that these shorts are indecent." I laughed. I don't think indecent was the word. In fact, I was fairly sure of it. I saw the article today when I was doing the mandatory tweet my publicist ordered me to do every day. I replied to more goddamn comments about the size of my cock and my shorts than I had about what I was looking forward to the most about the upcoming football season. "No," she agreed. "At least not when you're with me, and I'm the one seeing it. When it's the other women seeing this," she dragged one finger over the tip of my cock, sending an electric jolt through my body. "Well, that just makes me angry." "You said anything," I murmured. "You remember that, right?" Her eyes went wary. "Yeah?" I felt anticipation start to run through my veins. "Lay down on the couch." She looked at the couch, eyeing the sheet that I'd thrown over it, then me where I was sitting in the middle, and waited for me to move. I did, slowly, making sure to show off every single muscle that I could as I moved. Her lips tightened, and she waited a beat too long as she tried to gain control over the roiling emotions that were charging through her. Placing one knee into the couch, she went down to her hands and knees and then dropped down even lower until she was lying lengthwise along it. "I wasn't sure that these donuts were good for you," I murmured, scooting the coffee table close. "But I think I've changed my mind." I snatched the bag up from where it was resting on the coffee table, turned, and then planted my ass on the hardwood. Trailing my hand up the length of her back, I paused at the birthmark that was right above her tailbone, then leaned down and kissed it. She shivered, a rush of breath leaving her lips. "I have a feeling you're about to kill me, and I'm about to adore every second of it," she whispered. I had a feeling that she was right. Ripping open the bag, I reached for one of the donuts, then smashed it in my hand. The gasp that left her mouth trailed off when I opened my hand and allowed the crumbs to fall down over her lower back, backside, and thighs. "Oh, this is going to be so much fun," I murmured. Then I leaned down and got the first crumb, which happened to be on the small of her back. We both moaned, I cannot believe I'm letting you do this, she whispered shakily. I laughed. It's funny that you think you have a choice. Then I went about cleaning her up. A slow lick down her side here, a quick flick of my tongue on her hip there. Over and over I repeated the process until every single piece was cleaned up, even the stray flakes of powdered sugar that somehow managed to work its way into the gap between her thighs. Though that might have just been my willingness to be thorough. There was really no telling. Her body was shivering with desire, and she was moving on the couch restlessly, back and forth, clenching and unclenching her thighs. As for my poor dick, well, it would only take a single lick and I'd detonate. Turn over, I ordered. She did so, quickly, not denying the fact that this was likely where she would rather have been since the beginning, especially now that she could see my face and my cock. Her hand reached for me of its own accord, and I stopped it before it could get little more than a cursory touch. I shook my head. I want to hold on to what little remains of my control right now. Her eyes were so heated, almost drunk-looking, that I could tell that she was on the verge of her own orgasm, too. Her breath left in a rush. You're killing me. I reached for another donut and crushed this one in my palm, too. Sprinkling the remains of the dessert onto her body, I smiled. You did say anything. Fuck me. I will, I teased, even though that definitely wasn't what she meant. Later. She growled and said something under her breath that quickly turned to a groan as my tongue trailed along her nipple. It curved around the edges, not quite going over the peak, causing her to squirm. I thought torture was illegal. I laughed and went for another piece, this one on the curve of her breast. I licked and sucked my way down until I was at the apex of her thighs. I'll never look at one of these donuts the same way again, I told her. Then I got lost in the sweet taste of her, mingled with the powdered sugar, not stopping until every single piece was gone and Conleigh was a quivering mess. Spread your legs, I ordered. She did so without complaint until she realized just how wide I wanted her to go. Linc, she hesitated. I threw her thigh over my shoulder and then pushed off the coffee table, moving it away with my ass as I dropped down to my knees beside her. Yeah? I asked, knowing she was nervous. What comes next? I growled. You do. Then I set about showing her. God, you're killing me, Linc, she cried out long minutes later. I had the taste of her on my tongue, and there wasn't anything on this earth that I'd rather be doing right then. Get up on your knees, I ordered. She did what I asked, albeit slowly. Her body was a languid mess, and she looked like she could just as easily fall asleep as she could continue to take what I had to give her. But we weren't nearly done. Not even close. Have you ever thought about doing other stuff besides this? I asked, dragging my fingers through her wetness. Like what? She asked. Like sex? Or like public sex? Domination and submission? Bondage? What? Like sex that involved my cock and your ass, for now. I paused. But that other stuff? Public sex? That sounds interesting, as long as we're not actually seen doing it, because that could be very bad for me and for you. As for BDSM, well, I'm not quite that kinky. I'm sure there are certain aspects that I wouldn't mind trying, but good old-fashioned vanilla sex really does it for me when it comes to you. What? She squeaked. We can't have butt sex. I've never done butt stuff before. I laughed and lowered my shorts until they were down below my balls, then moved until I was behind her on the couch, pressing my length against her for a few long seconds. Why not? I asked, teasing her with the head, dragging it through the wetness and swirling it along her entrance. The heat coming off of her pussy was going to kill me. I just knew it. And the way she was so wet for me, making it hard for me to control myself. I wanted nothing more than to sink my cock into that sweet pussy and pound into her until we both found release. But that wasn't what tonight was about. Tonight was about pushing our boundaries and making her feel things she never thought she'd feel. I squeezed the globes of her ass and urged her up to her knees, which she gave me instantly, despite her hesitancy to do butt stuff.
"Linc," she whispered. "Are you sure? I don't know about this. What if it hurts?"
"If it hurts, we'll stop." I paused. "But from what I understand, there is going to be a small amount of pain, but only as long as it takes for you to stretch around my cock and get used to having something in there."
"What do you mean, from what I understand? You've never done this?" she asked.
"Well, I get the general concept. I've seen porn. I've read up about it." I paused. "But the actual act of sticking my cock in someone's ass? No. When I was younger, before Conleigh, or BC as I like to call it, I was all about pussy. The faster and more, the better. Then I met you and, well, I didn't want to do anything with anyone else." Admitting that I'd been a monk since I met her wasn't the mood killer I thought it would be. Quite the opposite, actually. She seemed to like that a lot, if the little pleased smirk on her face was any indicator. What she didn't seem to like, going by the flare of her nostrils, was talk about the women before her. Good to know.
"God, you're killing me," she growled. "Can you at least fuck me while you try to convince me that this is a good idea? At least that will distract my mind from thinking about it."
That wasn't fear that I heard in her voice, though. It was anticipation. She wanted me. Everywhere. She was just nervous about it. I pulled back so that my dick wasn't smashed against her ass and pressed the head until it was notched at her entrance. Her breath caught as I slowly started to ease inside. My eyes closed as the exquisite sensation of her wet heat surrounding my shaft nearly overwhelmed me. I masturbated before she came home, jacking off to thoughts of her in her bathroom, and I was still on the verge of losing it. When it came to this woman, I really didn't have any control. I groaned the moment my balls met her overheated core, and I had no more length to give her. Everything felt like it was on fire. Being inside her was indescribable. I was no poet. I threw footballs for a living. But saying that, there was something about being right where I was, filling her completely while she panted for breath and pulsed around me as she tried in vain to get used to my length, that made me feel like I was on top of the world.
"You're killing me, Linc," she pushed back so that I ground into her. "Please."
I gave her what she wanted. I was helpless not to. All she had to do was ask, and I'd give her the beating heart straight out of my chest if that was what she wanted. She moaned and buried her face in the couch cushions as I gave her what she needed, pulling out just enough so that she didn't lose that feeling of fullness before quickly shoving back into her. Over and over I did that, waiting for her to forget what I was planning to do. And eventually her hands were curling into tiny fists, a sure sign that she was seconds away from coming hard. Right when she started to pulse around me, I licked my thumb and slid it into her ass. She went off like a rocket, coming so hard that the squeeze of her around me made me want to scream right along with her.
"Oh, God,"
she whispered shakily as I moved my thumb in and out of her in time with my cock.
"Oh, God, I'm so freaking crazy."
I grinned and pushed in deeper, loving the way her asshole was so tight. What would it feel like to have my cock in there?
"This is the weirdest sensation ever," she admitted. "I've never felt anything quite like this."
Well, that makes two of us. Ready for more? I asked, punctuating the question with a rough thrust of my cock. She inhaled deeply, her pussy once again rippling all around me, and nodded her head. For once, she was left speechless. That was something I was going to remind her of later, like when we were in bed and she was talking my ear off before we went to sleep. "Yes?" I asked, pulling my thumb out and then reinserting it. "Or no?" She squeezed her eyes tight and then nodded her head in the affirmative. I smiled and reached for the bottle of lube that I'd placed on the end table behind the lamp so that Conleigh wouldn't see it when she came in the door. The click of the cap opening was loud, and she shivered, either in anticipation or fear. "I won't hurt you," I promised her. Her tiny tongue poked out and licked her lips as she turned and opened her eyes. There wasn't fear in her eyes, and I could see that she really did want this. She just didn't think she should want this. I squirted out some lube onto 2 fingers and rubbed them together, thoroughly coating my fingers before dropping the bottle between her spread legs. The next couple of minutes I took my time stretching her out, making her ready for my cock while also fucking her slowly. It was an exercise in torture. 1 finger, then 2, and finally 3, in and out, scissoring them and stretching her, preparing her. It was only when she growled out in frustration that I realized that she'd been ready a while ago, and I'd become the nervous one. I laughed and reached for the lube bottle. Pulling out of her completely, both of us groaned at the loss. Although I was so wet that I likely didn't need the lube, I coated my cock anyway. More was better, or so I'd heard. And then I was placing it up against her back entrance and pressing inside. At first, she didn't want to let me in. Despite the long minutes preparing her for me, that band of muscle I'd been coaxing and taming didn't want to let me in. I pushed harder as I used my clean hand to snake around her hip and find her clit. She gasped in surprise and momentarily forgot that she was trying to keep me out. That was all the time I needed. As that band of muscle relaxed, I slipped all the way inside until I had nothing left to give her. "Oh, fuck!" Oh, fuck was right. I had never, not ever, felt anything so hot and tight. It was different than being in her pussy. Tighter, yes. Tighter when you first entered, but from there, nothing but hot, silky hole that was making my eyes cross with the need to fuck her. "God damn," I groaned. "Are you okay?" I wasn't okay, but as long as she was, I'd figure my shit out. "Yes," she breathed. "I'm okay. You can move." Thank fucking Christ. I started to move and didn't stop again until long moments later when she was falling apart beneath me, and I realized that I was on the verge of coming. My finger was still slowly circling her clit, and each measured thrust was a test of my control. I was lost in my movements, loving the way it felt. But her sharp slap to my wrist had my eyes opening and my hand dropping far enough that she could slip her own tiny hand in. "God, just fuck me hard already. I won't break. I'll do this," she growled. Then she leaned forward and slammed back. I saw stars. And that was also when I forgot to be civilized. Minutes, seconds, hell, hours, who the fuck knew? What felt like forever later, my balls drew up and I came. Apparently, that was what she needed to push herself over the edge right behind me. She clenched around me so hard that I wondered if my own release was able to escape. Uncaring and still feeling the euphoria racing through my veins, I rode out my orgasm and finally stopped, inhaling and exhaling oxygen like I was running a marathon. I slowly pulled out and nearly groaned at the sight of me leaking out of her. "Jesus Christ," I growled. "I think you need to take me to the shower," she muttered into the couch. I grunted out a laugh and went to reach for her as a knock sounded from the front door. We both momentarily froze before she sighed and rolled off the couch, coming to her feet. She didn't reach for the door handle, instead stopping just in front of it to get up onto her tiptoes so that she could peer out the peephole. What she saw made her curse. "It's my landlord," she murmured, looking worriedly through the peephole. "What the hell?" I reached for my shorts and slipped them on, then went to the kitchen and quickly washed my hands. Once that was finished, I picked up the t-shirt that was laying on the back of the couch and slipped it on. By the time I reached the door, Conleigh had finished gathering her clothes and headed to her room. I opened the door and peered at the small man on the porch. "Can I help you?" I rumbled, clearly not in the mood to deal with anything. "You a football player?" he asked. "I've heard around town that I had one staying at my place, but you don't really look all that big." I sighed. "I'm a quarterback," I explained. "Not a lineman. I think that you're thinking about a lineman or someone that is usually on defense." "Defense?" He paused. "What?" I barely stopped myself from rolling my eyes. "Nothing. What can we help you with today?" I asked, trying not to convey how annoyed I was with the man that he'd interrupted what would have been a super fucking awesome post-sex shower that we were about to take. He pushed past me and came inside, and I glanced worriedly at Conleigh's door, but thankfully she came out right then fully clothed, only looking slightly flushed. Yeah." He paused and looked around and finally spotted Conleigh. His next words were directed at her. "I have a problem." He walked over to the couch and sat down, making an ugly face when the haste in which he sat caused leftover donuts to jump. He swept crumbs off the couch and said, "I sure hope you're not always this messy." Conleigh and I made eye contact over the man's head, and a smile came to my face at the blush that came over hers. "No, not usually," Conleigh nearly choked. "But that is why we have the, sheet down. Those can get messy. And there was a preseason game on that we didn't want to miss." The man grunted. "I don't know if you know, but I tried to sell this house before I rented it out. I would have sold it in a heartbeat, but nobody was buying. But now someone is willing to buy it, and I need you out." Conleigh just blinked at him in awkward silence. "But I have a year lease." The man shifted uncomfortably. "I had a large offer. I'm willing to pay you $5,000 to allow me to break the lease." Conleigh's shoulders slumped. "Do I have the full 6 weeks to move out as stated in my contract, or do I need to get out sooner?" The man looked so relieved that he practically started to cry. "You have whatever you need. The man that is buying it expressly said he doesn't need it, he just wants it." Moments later, the man left, leaving Conleigh and I staring at each other in awkward silence. "So, if you move into my house, you can kind of pretend it's yours," I paused. "And we can take your furniture. I don't have any in at least 2 of the rooms, and my living room couch is still the one I had in college. That was Dad's before that." Conleigh sighed. "Moving in together is a bad idea. So bad." All I could think about was it being so good.
Chapter 15. I'm so tired, the bags under my eyes are bigger than my boobs. Conleigh to Linc. Conleigh. "So, how did you and Linc meet?" the woman asked. I looked over at her and once again wondered how she fit into all of this madness. We were at an MC party with the Bare Bottom Guardians MC and wondered how her little puzzle piece fit into all this craziness that was club life. I tried to remember her name. Linc and I met when we were younger. I was 16 and he was 20. Both of our parents were in the same MC, the Dixie Wardens. I guess you could say I grew up with him. Kind of. He wasn't around all that much, even though I looked for him every time I went to a function where there was a possibility of seeing him. And that wasn't a lie. I looked for him, craved to speak with him. I was fascinated with the boy Linc James, just like I was head over heels for the man. "That's sweet," the woman, whose name I still couldn't remember, grinned. I used to be married to Wade. I would have asked who Wade was, but didn't get the chance. Linc's phone rang, and once again, I was wondering why I was carrying it. His explanation was that the heavy shit in his pockets weighed his pants pockets down, which maybe they did. He hated having shit in his pockets. Keys, phone, wallet, change. Everything annoyed him. That was why he always left his wallet at home, because he never remembered that he didn't have it. His request to put his shit in my purse had been okay as long as his phone didn't ring and require me to answer it. The first time I had answered it because it had been Jesse, his father. The second time, I'd also answered it because it had been Rome, a man who was a member of his MC that I just met earlier that day. After giving him directions to the restaurant we were at, I shoved Linc's phone back into my purse. This time, it was his agent, and I sure the fuck wasn't answering that. Which happened to be why I was currently trying to ignore the most annoying ringtone in the world. I knew that Linc could hear it. How could you not hear that racket? "Do you need to answer that?" Landry asked. I snapped my fingers at the recalling of her name and then blushed. "No, it's Linc's phone, and that's his agent's ringtone. I don't want to answer it, but more so, Linc can hear the freaking phone ringing. He's not that far away." He really wasn't. He was standing about 2 tables over from mine, speaking with a couple of his fans who, at seeing Linc James eating 2 tables away from them, had freaked the fuck out. They didn't come over or interrupt him, and Linc had appreciated that while he'd been eating. That was why he went over to talk to them once he was done. "Oh," Landry said, bringing her hand up to her face to scratch her nose. "Wade used to do that when we were married. He'd hear it and refuse to answer it, and either I answered it or I had to listen to it go off 100 million times. Eventually I started blocking numbers and shit because I was tired of them calling. And since he refused to answer those calls, I didn't see a point in them being able to get through at all. That was honestly a pretty good idea, but I didn't think that Linc would appreciate me blocking his agent." Just as I had that thought, shivers started to race down my spine. Then a pair of hands met my shoulders. "Hey, can you come with me for a second?" Landry's eyes were wide with mirth as she watched me stand up without a word. "Excuse me." Landry winked but didn't say a word, and I chose to think that she didn't realize what having Linc's hands on my body did to me. My chair made the most obnoxious sound on earth as I scooted it back, and I blushed a fiery red when every single eye in the restaurant turned my way. By doing so, they didn't miss the possessive hold Linc had on my hip now. I bit my lip and ducked my head, following Linc into the hallway that led to the bathrooms. The night had been a lesson in patience. Each time I shifted my body, I was reminded of what we'd done the night before and got all hot all over again at the thought of doing it again. It was exquisite torture at its finest. We'd just made it to the end of the hallway where I assumed he was going to stop us and talk, but then he pushed into the family bathroom and closed and locked the door. He didn't bother with the light. The frosted glass allowed light from the hallway to seep in, making it to where I could see Linc coming toward me. "Linc." Hands traveled down my back to cup my ass. Then his mouth was locked on mine, and he was devouring me. His head was slanted, and with the way his hand was wrapped around my jaw, holding my own face slightly tilted, he was controlling every aspect of the kiss. His tongue was practically mating with mine, and I wanted to rip his pants off along with mine and then ride him like a stallion. But I knew that he wouldn't go that far. Not here. Not with all those people on the other side of the door. At least, I didn't think he would. His friends were nosy little shits. I knew without a shadow of a doubt that they'd seen Linc follow me in here. I also knew that if we stayed in here too long, that there'd be no doubt in their minds as to what we'd been doing. "Linc, what are you doing? Our dessert is on the way," I whispered. "You've been squirming on that seat for the last half hour, and it's killing me slowly." He growled against my lips. Know what it does to me to see that? I could feel what it did to him. It was currently pressing into my belly and felt like a column of fire lashing across my stomach. But before I could even reply, his obnoxious phone rang again. I sighed and said, "You should answer that. It's happened 5 times now. I don't think she's going to stop." Seeing Linc sigh in frustration, he held his hand out for the phone that I promptly set in his palm. He swiped his finger over the screen, then pressed the speakerphone button before answering. "Hello?" "Oh, thank God," his publicist said furiously. "Do you know how long I've been trying to get a hold of you?" Linc sighed. "Listen, Eloise," he grumbled. "I've been busy. This is the off-season, is it not? You're with your pregnant fiancé at a barbecue restaurant called Mobetta's. You've been done with dinner for so long that there's no reason you can't freaking answer the damn phone, especially when I have something so important to share with you," she challenged. I thought back to who was in the room and decided that it was probably the young couple posting photos of Linc and me eating. "By the way, let's finish this up. It looks like your dessert arrived, according to the most infatuated fans ever. Plus, they said that you've disappeared into a family bathroom and have been in there for well over 10 minutes now." I growled in frustration, all thoughts of doing anything with Linc so far on the back burner that it'd probably not be reached for again tonight. "Fine, what's up?" Linc sighed, letting me go completely. I straightened my clothes and went to the bathroom counter, inspecting myself in the mirror. I looked tired, flushed, and happy. It was a weird experience being this happy. I didn't think anything could make it better. Then his publicist made one hell of a smile break out over Linc's face, and I felt something inside my chest get even more excited. "You finally got it," Eloise cheered. "They chose you. Faith Sports wants you to meet them in Branson, Missouri next Tuesday for a press conference announcing the decision. Congratulations." I laughed when I saw the picture of Linc and I coming out of the bathroom. He had me around the waist and was spinning me around in his exuberance as he bounced me on his shoulder. I loved the picture. I loved it so much that I saved it as the desktop background on my laptop. "What's that smile for?" Linc rumbled from the bed beside me. He just made love to me. Slow, sweet, heart-stopping love that I was confident I'd remember for a long time. "I like the picture," I told him honestly. "It makes me happy seeing it." He rolled over until he was pressed up against me, his big hand going to my face and pulling me bodily to him. I went, dropping the computer on the bed beside me before rolling until I could wrap my arms around his big head. "You make me happy," Linc said. "I love you." I felt something inside me take off at hearing him say that. "Linc," I said softly, "do you think we've done this too fast?" He laughed. The big shit laughed. "Linc," I pinched him, causing him to curse. "What?" he chuckled. "Why are you laughing?" I questioned. "This isn't a laughing matter. You just declared your undying love to me." He looked so freaking sexy, face sleepy and mouth split wide. He was still very much naked, and each time a chuckle left those delectable lips, his abs would tighten and bunch. "I did," he agreed. "But what I also did was laugh at you because you think this is too early." "Well," I hesitated, "it is. We haven't been seeing each other for long. Hell, at some point it went from a joke Phoebe blurted out to being a favor to you to something real, and I'm not sure when or how that happened. When is our anniversary? Is it the day that the media found out I was fake pregnant with your baby, or is it when we first did the deed?" His head tilted. "Is it important?" I gave him a level look. "Of course it's important." His grin kicked up at the corner.
Fine, he said. Then our anniversary is November 6th. I looked at him blankly. What are you talking about? It's the summer. We're still 3 months away from November, I informed him haughtily. He lifted his hand up and smoothed my hair over my head, getting all the flyaways out of my eyes. November 6th is the day that you were first introduced to me, he said. It was the day that I saw you for the very first time. I felt everything inside of me still. Linc. You were dressed in blue jean shorts that showed off your hot-as-fuck long legs, a pink cheer shirt, and you had your hair up in a ponytail. He paused. You weren't wearing any makeup, and you had the cutest glare on your face that I'd ever seen in my life. I knew within 10 seconds of seeing you standing there behind steel that you would be mine. I felt tears burn in my eyes. You're serious? He nodded once. Has a heart attack. I couldn't help it. He had to know that I felt the same exact way. I've loved you from the time that your eyes met mine, I whispered. I'd never been given a lot in life. Everything was a struggle, and I was in a perpetually bad mood because nobody ever wanted just me. I only wanted you, he whispered fiercely. I've managed to keep you all to myself, and I'm going to keep it that way. I buried my face into the hollow of his throat, and never knew that in just 12 short hours, every single glorious moment of the last 5 minutes would be forgotten. There were forces that were hell-bent on keeping us apart, and neither Linc nor I could change that. Chapter 16. Home is where those fuckers aren't. Conleigh to Linc. Conleigh. I smiled when I felt warm lips running over my cheek and heard Linc's rumbled, "Love you, Con." I cracked one eye open and offered him my lips. He took them and then patted my ass. Be back in 2 days. Text me when you wake up. I licked the wetness he'd left behind off my lips, and then sleep reclaimed me. The next time I woke, I forgot his request to text him, mostly because I'd slept through 40 minutes of my alarm and had to rush to get to work. At some point during the morning, after being at work for well over half the day, I remembered getting a text. I ignored it because I'd been ankle-deep in a cardiac arrest and hadn't had the time to spare to check it. It wasn't until an hour later that I had a chance to check the message. Linc. EROBF. Thinking he hadn't meant to send me anything at all, I shoved the phone back into my pocket and went about my day. Maybe if I hadn't, maybe if I'd called to ask him what that text had meant, things wouldn't have turned out like they did. That night, after finally catching my breath from work, I called, and called, and called, and called. He never answered, not once. Finally, after getting fed up with his lack of contact, I'd gone to bed, only to sleep straight through my alarm again the next morning. The saying goes like this: all good things must come to an end. Mine and Linc's end came in the form of a picture. I'd been darting around the emergency room all morning for the 2nd day in a row and hadn't once picked up my phone because it had been so freakishly busy. Maybe if I had, and seen Linc's text messages or 18,000 calls, I would have known something was wrong. Maybe if I had. Maybe if I'd done something other than overreact like I always did and thought about the fact that Linc would never do that to me, this might have gone differently. But it didn't. Then again, maybe I wouldn't have. Maybe I'd have seen the pictures and been just as horrified. But I didn't get his calls explaining the pictures, and I did get upset the moment I had a chance to breathe and check my alerts on my phone. What I saw took my knees out from under me. I was furious.
I was madder than hell at the situation, and I was even more upset that I'd done this to myself. I knew that Linc's fame would someday come back and bite us in the ass. Knew it. Yet I'd done it anyway. "Are you okay, Conleigh?" Prue asked warily. I'd only meant to pick my phone up for a quick glance to see if Linc had gotten back to me. And that quick glance had turned into me seeing a Google alert with Linc's name plastered all over, all 30 of them. The first one I'd clicked on had been accidental. I tried to swipe my phone open and had ended up accidentally clicking the Google alert. From there, I hadn't been able to look away from the train wreck in my hand. I swallowed hard and swiped to the next picture, repeating the process over and over again until I got to the very last alert. This one of him in front of a hospital looking like shit warmed over. The picture, he had his phone to his ear with one hand fisted in his hair, and I wanted nothing more than to shove my fist into his throat just so he'd feel the pain that was currently dominating the inside of my chest. My breathing turned ragged, and I scrolled backward, looking at the photos that were much worse than the last one. Oh my God! I swallowed as Prue put voice to my words, though I wouldn't have stopped there. I felt tears starting to swell in my throat, and I started to hyperventilate. And, closing my eyes and praying for strength, I closed my phone, turned it on silent, and pushed it into my pocket. Then, without another word, I went back to work and didn't once think about Linc again. Also, that was a lie. I didn't make it through the day well, but I made it. "Whoa there, darling!" Someone grabbed my wrist when I pushed angrily out of the back doors to the hospital. I smiled absently at the man, but froze when I saw that the man holding my wrist was a man that looked almost exactly like Tyson, but more rough and tumble. Tantor, his twin brother. Oh, holy shit, as if my day couldn't get any worse. God damn it! Sorry, I extricated my wrist from the man's grasp, feeling my heart thundering in my chest. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. Actually, I had been, only I never expected someone to be entering the exit-only door that only employees were supposed to use. You know, to fucking exit. "No worries," Tantor lied. "Do you mind opening that for me?" Yes, I did. I wasn't opening the door to the back entrance of a hospital, enabling the man to completely bypass the security guard as well as the metal detectors that he'd be forced to pass through had he gone the front way like he was supposed to. I winced. "I can't, I'm sorry. It's an exit only and this one doesn't have a badge scanner. You actually have to have a key." That was a lie. I had a key, but he didn't know that. His eyes narrowed on me, but he allowed me to pull away from him. "Bye now." He grunted something and had stepped back into my path when I heard my name called from somewhere beyond the man. The simple relief at seeing the man that I loved beyond this man that I knew had done bad things to my family and friends had me breathing a sigh of relief. A sigh of relief that quickly turned to a whimper as I remembered the awful pictures that I'd been trying in vain to purge from my memory since I'd seen them. He looked awful, and as I paused there, looking over the man who was still for some reason blocking me from moving, I realized that he looked sick. I would be too, had I been caught doing what he'd been doing in those pictures. "Excuse me," I murmured, trying once again to go around Tantor. Tantor grabbed my arm just as Linc arrived and grabbed my other. I obviously went with the enemy I knew rather than the one I didn't, and would have likely hid him behind Linc's back had Tantor let me go. I twisted my wrist hard and took the man by surprise. The moment I was free, I moved until I was behind Linc. His big body felt reassuring, and I wanted nothing more than to throw my arms around him. But then I saw that he was still wearing what he'd been wearing when he left, Those stupid blue goddamn workout shorts and a simple gray tee. And remembered where those clothes had been. I took a step back, then another and another, not realizing it until it was too late that I'd left Linc and Tantor alone. Or at least alone enough for Linc to feel justified in taking a swing at Tantor without fear of me getting in the way. I gasped when he did it, wincing slightly when Linc's fist connected with Tantor's jaw, and he went down like a sack of potatoes. The moment his body hit the concrete, I felt Linc's attention turn toward me. "You didn't answer your phone," he accused. I laughed then. "Neither did you." I paused. "Which is funny. I guess you were busy doing that girl instead of meeting with Faith Sports. Was this just some elaborate ruse that you worked out with your agent, just so you could have a reason to leave?" I said it so calmly that you would think that we were just having a short conversation about the weather, not about the photos of him cheating on me being splashed all over the internet. "And just so you know, I'm going to kill you." Linc bent over and threw up. That's when I decided it was time to leave. "No," Linc moaned. "Please, wait." I viciously ripped my hand that he'd somehow latched onto away from him and growled. "Leave me alone. I'm going home." "I'm going with you," he said. "We really need to talk." I laughed then. "You're fucking out of your mind if you think we're talking after what I saw today." I laughed. "Out of your mind? No. You're going to your house and I'm going to mine. Thank God that I didn't move in with you. Thank God. That would have been awful. At the end of the day, at least I had somewhere to go that was away from him." He reached for me again and again, capturing my wrist. "Please." He squeezed my wrist tighter. "Please, listen." "I can't listen right now," I told him honestly. "Truthfully, about all I'm capable of right now is killing you by wrapping my stethoscope around your neck." Linc's shoulders slumped, and it was then that I saw the hospital bracelet that was on his wrist. But I shoved the concern for him back and turned away from him. "Fine." He dropped my hand. "I'll leave. But only if you agree to stay with one of your friends. Don't stay alone." The thought of having to stay with one of my friends after having Linc do this to me, that sounded about as fun as shooting myself in the foot with a harpoon. Yet I wasn't going to argue. I had a feeling if I didn't agree and follow through with it, I'd be seeing him again. And I did not want to see him again. "Fine," I agreed. "I'll do whatever it takes to get your face out of mine. I never want to see you again. What we used to have is over." Linc licked his lips and would have said something more, but the reporters that I'd been avoiding by going the back way turned the corner and started running toward us. "Go," he said. I didn't stay more than a second, and I wouldn't admit that I felt sort of bad leaving him to deal with them, but the man had to reap what he sowed.
Chapter 17. Sometimes I feel like I need a shot of whiskey for every single person I'm forced to talk to. Text from Linc to Conleigh. Linc. I threw up again, but this time it wasn't because of the medicine that was in my system. This time it was due to the goddamn look on Conleigh's face when she looked at me and told me it was over. "You okay, man?" I looked up to find the last person on earth that I wanted to see, and contemplated tackling his ass to the ground and pummeling his face until he couldn't use that goddamn mouth of his to ruin my life anymore. Then I thought better of it when I saw the cop standing at the front of the emergency room entrance, gazing around the parking lot as if he was only waiting for a reason to exert his authority. I drew in a deep breath and then stood to my full height. "I know that you had a play in that," I said softly. "You think I'm completely stupid? I'm not. Tyson Threadgill's brother, a.k.a. Tantor, was a dead man. He just didn't know it yet. "I haven't a clue what you're referring to," Tantor lied. I felt my hands once again curl into fists, and this time I wasn't sure that I'd care if there was a cop to witness this beatdown or not. "Go fuck yourself," I growled, angry as hell now. Tantor picked himself up off the ground where he'd been passed out for the last minute and smiled at me. "I told you to follow the rules." He brought his hand up to his jaw and stretched it out by opening and closing his mouth a few times. He had told me to follow the rules. His rules had been very straightforward. Tell your friends that it's time to find new support. That had been it. It had literally been 32 hours ago. I'd been seconds away from boarding a plane as this fool had been disembarking his. We'd passed and he'd stopped me by putting his hand on my chest. After uttering those words, he left me there, standing and wondering what in the hell that was supposed to mean. And let's not forget that I had a pair of earbuds in and I only caught what he said by sheer luck. Some chick had been behind me and had dogged my steps all the way onto the plane, and when I'd sat down in my seat in first class, she'd sat down in the one behind me. After calling Bayou and relaying what I'd heard from the little piece of trash and getting confirmation that we weren't going to let him intimidate us and agreeing, I lost track of time. When I'd woken up hours later, naked as a jaybird and lying next to a crinkled note that said, "Thanks for the good time," I'd had a minor freak-out. I hadn't been able to control my body, and I'd laid there wondering what in the hell had happened to me. It was only after I'd been able to get a hold of Eloise, since she'd been the last person to talk to me, that I'd gotten help. I'd tried to send a text message to Conleigh as I'd waited for my body to respond to commands, but even that hadn't gone well. My hands had felt like they'd been wrapped in cotton, right along with my mouth. Honestly, I was surprised that Eloise had been able to understand that there was something wrong. The next few hours were a whirlwind. At some point that morning, the paramedics had arrived, and after a ride to the hospital and another couple of hours on IV fluids to flush whatever I'd inadvertently ingested out of my system, I'd finally been aware enough to get back online. Only not one single time had Conleigh returned my calls, and I'd gotten really worried. What if the same thing had happened to her that had happened to me? It was only when I'd checked myself out of the hospital AMA, against medical advice, and was on a private flight back to Texas, that I finally got wind of what had happened, of what Conleigh had likely seen, and realized that things had gone from bad to worse. Bayou had reported that she was fine and at the hospital, but it was Prue who'd relayed what she had seen. And from there I realized the reasoning behind her radio silence. The woman had filmed us. Filmed herself touching my body. And then had released it to the public. In the span of 32 hours, 25 of which I couldn't account for, I'd lost Conleigh. I'd lost my contract with Faith Sports, and I'd lost my sense of goddamn dignity. I felt like trash. Like a piece of well-used, left on the side of the road trash. And dirty. So goddamn dirty. "Let's go." I looked up to find the last person in the world I thought would have been there to help. Tyson. Tyson was standing at the side entrance to the ER, the one that Conleigh had met me at a few times as I'd picked her up over the last couple of weeks, and was staring not at his brother, but at me. I frowned, my head once again whirling. I hesitated. "What?" Tantor started laughing and walking his brother's way, but Tyson held up a hand. "No, stay there." And that was about when the media finally got around the police officer who'd stopped them all and sent them back to wherever he'd had them corralled to anyway. One of them slipped past the cop's eye and started to make a beeline straight toward me. Knowing not to look a gift horse in the mouth, I slipped into the open door that Tyson held for me and breathed a sigh of relief the moment I was through. Tyson slammed it shut. It took me all of 15 seconds to ask him, "Why'd you do that?" Tyson was staring at the metal door and drew a large breath that made his shoulders rise, then blew it right back out. "My brother's been fucking up my life for so long that I don't know how to fix anything anymore." He paused, finally turning to look at me. "I became a doctor just to spite him because he said I couldn't do it. My brother spent his entire life making sure mine was a living hell, and the moment that he finally left me alone to live my life, I did. I went to school, worked my ass off, and became a doctor. Luckily, during some of that time, he went to jail. Otherwise, I don't think he'd have given me as much time away from his influence as he had, and I might not have graduated. The metal door had something slammed against it. My brother doesn't like when he's told no." He flinched again when it was hit again. God, I hate him. I didn't know what to say to that. I hated him too. But I had a feeling this man in front of me had more of a reason to hate him than I did, despite the fact that Tantor had practically ruined my life in one fell swoop. He definitely knew the easiest way to get to me, that was for sure. The bad thing was, I had no clue whether anything was actually done to me or not. Sure, there was a video and multiple pictures of us together, but each agonizing minute I'd sat looking through those pictures and watching the short clip that was uploaded, nothing but touching on top of my clothes had ever happened. Hell, in all honesty, I'd had my eyes closed and my mouth wide open, because that was just straight up how I slept. Which should have been the first indication that I hadn't been there willingly, seeing as when one was enjoying what a woman was doing to him, they didn't have their hands slack at their sides, and their mouth wide open, with drool coming out of the corner of their mouth. And hell, all my clothes had still been on for the most part. The way she'd positioned herself, she'd been blocking my lower half from the camera that she'd set up, but if you looked closely at my thigh, you could just make out the very edge of my black boxer briefs. "You told my brother no, didn't you?" he asked. I looked over at him in confusion. "What?" "You told my brother no," he said. "That's why he had my sister help him do what he did." I frowned. "How do you know that your sister helped?" He pulled his phone out of his pocket and pulled up a picture, then turned it around and showed me. "Not that I really need to see the tattoo or anything, because it looks exactly like Tara, but that confirms it to everyone else," he explained. "That long hair is hard to miss. It's too distinctive." I looked at the hair and the tattoo and finally realized that I knew the woman from somewhere. "I don't understand," I finally said, leaning my back against the wall. "Are you going to help me?" Tyson pushed his phone back into his pocket and nodded once. "It's time that I start fixing what he's breaking." He lifted his eyes to meet mine for the first time. "And if you blame anyone out of all this mess, blame my brother. Tara, she was probably forced into it just as surely as you were. He and my father have such a stranglehold on her that it's not even funny." I didn't know what to say to that. And if I was getting the man's help to take down his brother, I definitely wasn't going to quibble and risk pissing him off. Instead, I shrugged and hoped that it was a good enough answer to appease him. But if push came to shove, the girl was going down. What she did was wrong, and I didn't care how hard she was pushed. You didn't do shit like that and get away with it. Chapter 18. Stop destroying the earth. It's where I get my tacos. T-shirt. Linc. That's Tara, my ex. Rome narrowed his eyes and stared at the picture for a long few seconds, then stiffened. God, she's really good at fucking up lives, that's for sure. It had taken me a long time to come up with it, with the way my head was so fucked up, but it had finally come to me how I knew her, and I'd just had my suspicions confirmed. "That's Tara, all right," Liner muttered. "Looks a little different, though, skinnier, a lot skinnier. Unhealthy skinny." I'd thought the same thing, too. I hadn't remembered it until he'd said it, but the memory of looking into the woman's pale, sunken eyes had been one that I was surprised I forgot. She looked like skin and bones. Hell, on the plane I hadn't given her more than a few stray looks because of the way she looked. She looked emaciated, and honestly, it was hard to look at her because she looked so frail and unhealthy. She wasn't the same pretty little viper that she was when she'd been making Rome's life hell when it came to their kid. No, this woman was night and day different from that woman. It had been a little over a year since I'd last seen her, and time had not been kind to her. "I think," Bayou started, "that until we have all this figured out, you should probably stay away from Conleigh. The media will never let this go. With both you and Rome being involved with this woman, and both of you being professional football players, yeah, it's not going to go well." No, it wouldn't. "That works, seeing as she wants nothing to do with me," I admitted. "I think she's gone as far as to change her number." My phone rang again, this time with another local number, and I hit ignore. "Who keeps calling you?" Rome asked, looking just as annoyed as I was, but likely not for the same reasons. "Lisa from a credit approval department." I paused. "They're calling from local numbers now and making it supremely hard for me to answer the phone. It's so annoying. Mostly because every time my phone rang, I prayed that it was Conleigh calling and not goddamn Lisa." "Well, our first order of business." Bayou sat down and stretched his feet out under the table that we used to have all of our discussions that pertained to the club at, "is to find Tara. Our second is to do damage control. Linc, that's you calling your publicist. Third, it's to find Tantor and figure out what exactly he wants. Then make sure to act like we're playing his game while we find his weak link. And none of those things included making Conleigh forgive me. Son of a bitch. I looked down at my hands and scowled hard at my phone when it once again started to buzz in my hands. This time I sent it straight to voicemail without waiting for the ringer to sound. 30 seconds later, the phone vibrated with a voicemail. I tapped on it to get the notification to go away and shoved the phone back into my pocket where it stayed for the rest of the meeting. Not once did I think about sending Conleigh a text message. Nope, not me.
Chapter 19. One day I was born. Then everything bothered me. The end. Conleigh to Steele. Conleigh. 2 months later. I couldn't tell you why I was watching the game. Hell, it was the last thing on this earth that I wanted to do, yet there I was, doing it anyway. And I was crying. Why was I crying? Because I had no self-control. I'd seen Linc come out on the field and had completely lost it. He didn't take his helmet off, didn't show his face like the other players, and when he was introduced as one of the new team captains for this year's NFL season, he'd only nodded his chin in recognition. A sound had me turning my head to stare at the door to my new place, and I glared. I better not have visitors. I didn't have time for visitors. There was a game on, and I wasn't missing it. And, sure enough, 10 seconds after I'd heard the first sound, another bang followed, signaling a car door closing. Shit. I got up and looked through the blinds, barely cracking them so that nobody would be able to tell that I was home, just in case I could get out of answering the door. But when I saw who it was, I knew I wasn't going to get out of anything. Steele was at my door, and behind Steele was my not-so-little-anymore brother, Cody. I opened the door and didn't bother to conceal the tears that were still falling. Now, not only were they for Linc, but they were also because I hadn't seen my brother in so long that he was now taller than me. "What are y'all doing here?" I cried out, throwing my arms around my brother. Ganglier, yes. Taller, double yes. Grown, not even close. He was 12 and still had another 6 years to go before he was technically full grown.
We came here to set your head on straight, my brother informed me, squeezing me tighter. You're being dumb, and we're tired of it. Sean kept Stone so he could leave fast to deal with your crap. I blinked, then turned to my mother, who I hadn't realized was there until I felt her soft palm on my face. "Mom!" I cried, throwing my hands around her while never letting go of my brother. Cody made a gagging sound as I practically choked him in my haste to get to my mother. My mom was smaller than me, but her hugs were harder, almost as if she'd had way more practice at hugging, which she did. I loved my mother more than I loved anyone on this planet, and I'd missed her. I hadn't realized how much until right that second. "You're getting Cheeto dust on me, Conleigh, and you're messing up my perfectly styled hair," Cody moaned. I hugged him tighter but made sure to curl my fingers around his face so that I could run my Cheeto dust-covered fingers over his face for good measure. "Ugh!" he cried out, dropping like a stone. I let him go and moved both of my arms around my mom. Then I started to cry. My mom squeezed me tighter for a few long seconds, and eventually I felt my brother sigh and throw his arms back around both of us. He squeezed us harder than we ever squeezed him, and I was hit once again with how big he'd gotten. "When did you start to get so strong, Booger?" I sniffled. "When you used to sit on me and put makeup on me when I made you mad, I realized that I had to start lifting weights and get ready for a war," he teased. "I've been doing CrossFit. I'm a badass." "Your badass brother can barely lift the goddamn bar, but he's getting better," Steele muttered, coming out of my kitchen with a beer in his hand and sitting down on the couch to watch the game. The game? I gasped and let both of them go, hurrying to my previous spot where my snacks were all strategically placed and waiting for me to imbibe while I watched my ex-man, play. "I missed them score?" I cried out. Steele grunted. "He who shall remain nameless scored by running the ball 10 yards when none of his receivers were open." I felt my heart sink, and then picked up the remote and rewound it until I could watch the play. Linc did indeed score. He also didn't look happy about it. He didn't celebrate like he usually did. He didn't smile. Didn't even stay on the field long enough for any of his crew to congratulate him. And when the kicker completed the kick yielding them another point, he didn't even clap. Holy shit, did he look like he was in a bad mood. But so was I. "What was that look for?" Steele asked me. I sniffed and fast-forward again, ignoring the way that the cameras kept going back to Linc again and again. I also ignored the way his eyes scanned the crowd, almost as if he was searching for someone. "You've seriously lost your freaking mind," Cody grumbled. "Just get on with it already. I'm tired of sitting here watching her eat her body weight in junk food. It's honestly disgusting." I looked down at the Cheetos, Fig Newtons, Oreos, cheese platter, and buffalo dip that I'd set out to watch the game, and then back at my brother. "Are you calling me fat?" Cody gave me a level look that looked really close to the one that Steele sometimes aimed our way. He hesitated. "No, what I was calling you was pathetic. Everyone else knows that what happened to Linc was a bunch of bullshit, especially since he's been in love with you forever. Steele practically had to beat him off with a stick to keep him away from you. Did you know that he called Mom every week to ask how you were doing, regardless of whether you were talking to him or not, and nearly always asked if he could ask you out on a date yet?" I felt something inside of me loosen just the tiniest bit. "What are you talking about?" I asked, finally peeling my eyes away from the game and turning them toward my mother. "Linc used to call you?" My mother smiled. "Every Sunday for the last few years." I blew out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and turned to Steele. "What's your take on all this?" "Do you want honesty or do you want me to sugarcoat it?" he asked. I snorted. "Since when did you sugarcoat anything that you've ever told me?" He shrugged, then let me have it with both barrels. "I think that both of you are too stubborn and bullheaded to see what's right in front of your faces." You're trying to protect yourself while he's trying to protect you. He won't watch his own back because he's pulling double duty making sure yours is covered. He won't ask for help. He'll ruin his career and possibly get himself hurt in the process, while on the other hand, you're fighting so hard, sabotaging your own relationship because you don't want to get hurt like your mother was twice. I opened my mouth to argue, but he continued speaking before I could get a word out edgewise. I think that you are incredibly naive. I think that you're fighting something that's inevitable. You both love each other. You know damn well that he didn't cheat on you. Plus, all those hospital photos of him looking like absolute shit are the result of him being drugged. Everything inside of me stilled. What did you just say? I tilted my head and gave him a look that clearly said exactly what I was feeling. Terror. I said that he was hospitalized for drugs in his system. It was clear to everyone and their brother that what happened to him was the result of Tantor's scheming and conniving. I'm just surprised as hell you didn't force him to tell you what the hell had happened. He shook his head. I'm honestly more disappointed in the way you didn't react. I thought for sure that you would have been a whole lot more pissed off that Tantor fucked with the club again via Linc. It felt like a bomb had just exploded in my mind. He was drugged? I screeched, standing up so fast that I knocked the entire coffee table back a whole foot. By that woman in the pictures. Steele's eyes regarded me for a few long moments. Yes. Because of Tantor? I confirmed. He nodded without saying a word this time. And he knew all along that something had happened, I asked. He knew that he was violated, and he didn't tell me? From what I understand, my mother said softly, you've been avoiding him like the plague. I had. I'd turned my Google alerts off. I'd avoided social media for 2 entire months, not wanting to see anything that had to do with Linc James and his lying self. Though I guess lying was a relative term. He'd lied, of course, but not about anything that had to do with cheating. He hadn't lied and then allowed me to think that he had. He hadn't even tried to get me to understand. He'd let me believe the lie. But why? Why did he allow me to believe that? I asked carefully. I remembered all the times that Prue had looked at me oddly over the last month, when I'd almost break down and go on social media to see what Linc was up to on his fan page, to just get a tiny glimpse of the man that had broken me into so many tiny little pieces. She'd gone out of her way to help me be strong. She'd even given up her own social media account. All the sneaking around on her phone, as well as the covert glances, and having her father talk with my landlord, all made a sick sort of sense. She was in on it. Everyone was in on it. I allowed myself to be shoved into a dark closet and had nobody to blame but myself. Skirting around the coffee table, I walked to my room and said over my shoulder, "Feel free to hang out. I have something to take care of." Steele started to laugh. "That's the girl I know and love." Let's just say the next 30 minutes didn't go the way I'd planned. Firstly, with the way I'd been dressed, I'd never intended to leave the house. Hell, I hadn't even meant to go outside and check the mail. Had I planned on going outside, I definitely wouldn't have worn my shortest, tightest, most comfy shorts I owned. But as it was, I'd put them on this morning, planning to not go anywhere. They were honestly not much more than a pair of slightly longer boy-cut underwear. Hell, I had to wear a thong with them just so the hem of the panties wouldn't show along the bottom of the shorts. Secondly, I wouldn't have been wearing Linc's jersey that he'd gotten me the year that I turned 17. It was an old one from his college days and fit me like a glove. I'd put on quite a bit of weight since those days and had grown 2 boob sizes. Needless to say, it fit me more like a crop top if I was doing anything in it that required my arms to lift in the air. I'd felt so blah lately that I hadn't done my hair in at least 3 days, and I was on day 4 of not washing it. Granted, it did look good up in a messy bun, but that was it. Oh, and let's not forget to mention I had zits from hell on my face. I had no clue what had happened in the last 2 months, but the goddamn things had popped up one after the other, until I had a bad one at least once a week. The moment that one healed up, another would replace it somewhere else on my face. Luckily, the one I had right now was on the lower part of my jaw and easily covered up by a smattering of concealer. But, having left the house in a rush, I hadn't been able to cover it in my haste to leave and get to where I was going. It was only when I was pulling into the parking lot in Parkin that I realized I had no freaking clue how to get into the stadium. Did they sell tickets at the gate? Figuring it was worth a shot, I snatched my phone and my keys off the seat of my car and then bailed, barely managing to lock the car with my key fob in my haste to get where I was going. It was only when I arrived at the gate that I realized I didn't have my wallet. Shit. I pulled up my phone and started to pull up my Apple Wallet thingamajig as I waited in line to get to the woman behind the glass. She smiled at me, taking me all in when I arrived. "I need 1 ticket," I told her. She smiled. "Tickets are sold out but for the front row seats, and those are about $1,000 a pop." I swallowed back the cry of alarm that threatened to spill out of my throat and offered her my phone. "Do you take Apple Pay?" She nodded, a smile on her face. "I do. You pay right there." She paused. "What's your name?" I gave it to her, and her mouth dropped open. "Oh," she cried, "you don't have to pay then. You have tickets that have been waiting for you at each home game for 2 years. I've always been wondering if I'd ever meet the infamous Conleigh Rains." She quickly did something on the computer and printed out tickets before handing them to me. All the while I looked at her with bafflement. "Enjoy your game. Do you know where seat 36A is?" I had no clue, which I indicated with a shake of my head. "It's front row, middle of the field, and at the 50-yard line on the home team side." She pulled out a map and started to draw a line with a Sharpie marker to help me find my way. "Oh, I'm so glad that you're here. Enjoy the game." The woman's smile was infectious, and I found myself smiling back, even though my heart was pattering like a battering ram in my chest. But the moment I got into the stadium and saw all the people, I had a mini panic attack. That was until I heard Linc's name called over the loudspeaker as a particularly bad hit took him down, and then saw him on the big screen along the top of the opposing side stands, lying there unmoving. That's when I truly panicked. Before I could give it much thought, I was practically running down the stairs. I'd made it to the front of the stands, practically at my seat in less than 5 minutes. It took me longer than I would have wanted because of all the goddamn people. Even worse, I'd spilled something on my tennis shoes and I'd hastily passed a man carrying 4 cups of beer. My guess, it was likely the beer he'd been holding, but I hadn't given it much time to look at as I'd made my way by him. Once I was at the railing that separated the field from the front row seats. I looked around for Linc, finding him sitting on his ass at the 15-yard line as a couple of athletic trainers asked him questions. He took his helmet off moments later and then shook his head as he held out his hand to a teammate and waited to be helped up. It didn't take long, and then he was standing. The stadium around him roared at finding out that he was okay, and he walked gingerly off the field, slightly favoring his left foot. He barely made it to the sideline before an irrational surge of anger surged through me. "Linc!" There was a 1 in 1,000 chance that he'd hear me, but I wanted him to know that I was there. I also wanted him to know that I was pissed at him. Linc's head snapped up as if he'd heard his name called and started to look around. His eyes stopped on the empty seat that likely was where I was supposed to be sitting, and then moved on. His gaze roamed over me, passing me almost as if he didn't see me, and then returned to me a split second later.
When he was staring at me in stunned silence, I raised my hand and flipped him off. His mouth dropped open further. "Ma'am," I heard from my right. "Gonna have to ask you to find your seat. You can't stand here." I did so, ignoring the man on my right and making my way down the row to my seat. I had no clue who I'd passed on my way to the chair, but I felt their eyes on me as I moved. I also felt somewhat exposed in what I was wearing, especially with the way Linc's eyes never once left me as I moved. I pushed the seat's bottom down and turned, placing my ass in it, only then realizing that the reason Linc had heard me was because we were less than 10 yards away from the team. I crossed my arms in front of me and offered him my best glare. He looked at me worriedly, but what he did not look like was unaffected that I'd seen him look so many times over the last couple of weeks when I'd watched his games. Honestly, he looked like he'd like nothing better than to run up and hold his hands up for me to fall into his arms. Something that, despite being mad at him, I wanted to do very badly. God, I was so fucking furious with him. Honestly, I could happily sock him straight in the face and not feel the least bit bad about it at this point. But what I also wanted to do was wrap my arms around him and tell him how sorry that I was for being such a selfish cow when he had no control of his situation, when he'd been so thoroughly violated. I drew in a shaky breath and felt the first tear slip down my cheek. He saw that tear fall, and he closed his eyes, looking like I just dropped a 10-ton boulder on his shoulder. I hastily wiped away the tear and hoped that my being there wouldn't affect his playing. Then I decided that I didn't care if he wanted me there or not, or whether he played like shit. We had some things to talk about, and me being there, alone in a crowd as large as this particular one I was in, wouldn't have gone unnoticed. He wouldn't leave me alone because there was no way in hell that I could be at his game, sitting in my current seat, and not garner the attention of plenty of reporters. No, he wouldn't leave me alone. That I knew with certainty. I crossed my leg over my opposite knee and felt my shorts ride up even higher. It didn't go unnoticed by Linc either. In fact, I think he became more alert. His eyes swung to someone behind me who I'd been paying zero attention to the entire time I'd been sitting there, and his eyes narrowed. And suddenly he was stalking toward me with a towel in his hand and tossing it at me once he was close enough. "Cover your thighs," he ordered. My brows rose. "How about you make me?" His jaw clenched, and I noticed that the sweat that was plastering his hair to his skull was making him look like he had a mohawk going on. "Put it over your lap before your entire crotch is plastered on national television," he growled. I leaned forward then, getting down on my knees so that I could get my face as close to his as possible. Unfortunately, seeing as I was in the stands and raised a few feet over him, the only thing I could really see was the top of his head and how close he was standing. I leaned through the bars that were supposed to stop the fans from jumping out onto the field and reached forward until my hand was hooked into the V his jersey made with his shoulder pads. I yanked him to me. "Unless you want the entire goddamn world to know that I'm really pissed off at you, I suggest you stop telling me what to do and go play your little game. Then, when you're done, you come get me so I can chew your ass out in private." I paused. "And I can't believe you would keep your hospital stay so quiet. How could you do that to me?" Linc's eyes narrowed. "Who told you?" I laughed and sat back. Or I would have, had he not caught me much the same way I'd been holding on to him. And before I could so much as blast him with a protest, he slammed his mouth down onto mine. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to get hurt," he said. "We needed to figure shit out, and honestly, it was easier to have you think I was a piece of shit than to have you in the line of fire. before I could condemn him for his overprotectiveness, he let me go and jogged backward, straight onto the field, where he was up to play next. I gracefully got back into my chair, but I did cover my lap with the towel he'd given me. It still had his sweat on it, and I swear I only brought it to my face once and smelled it.
Chapter 20. Telling her to calm down is child's play. If you really want to see her eyes spit fire, tell her she's acting like her mother. Linc's secret thoughts. Linc. Elation poured through my veins as the game clock ticked down and the final buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the game. While everyone celebrated, I walked over to where Conleigh was still waiting, looking just as pissed as when she arrived over 2 hours ago. Nodding at the security guard who was standing beside the barrier, ready to stop anyone trying to throw themselves onto the field, I held my hands up for Conleigh to come to me. She didn't hesitate. Instead, she climbed over the railing, then jumped down to me almost before I was ready for her. She hit me with an oomph of exhaled breath and tightened her arms around my neck. Her arms were resting on my shoulder pads, and she was staring at me like I'd just broken her heart. I might have. Multiple times at this point. "I'm going to kill you, stupid," she whispered. Her words weren't nice, but the way she sounded saying them said more than the words themselves. "I'm sorry," I repeated. I'd said that so many times at this point it was probably not holding any meaning whatsoever. But I'd say the words until I was blue in my face because I was goddamn sorry. The last 2 months had been sheer hell being away from her. At first it was because the paparazzi had a field day with the pictures. Then about 2 weeks ago, when the media frenzy with the pictures died down, it was about the fact that Tantor had gone to ground and hadn't been found since. After setting me up, he seemed content with the havoc that he'd wrought. So content, in fact, that he had seemingly dropped off the face of the earth and he'd stayed out of sight since. Hell, even Tyson hadn't seen him. According to him, that was a big deal, seeing as he loved to torture Tyson every chance he got. My guess was that he was making other things happen, things we weren't going to like all that much. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked. I was worried that the things Tantor was working on were going to break me, and I was terrified that in doing so, he'd take Conleigh out too. But I didn't say that to her. Instead, I looked her in the eyes and said, "I've loved you for what feels like my whole life, and I've never felt emptier than I have these last 2 months without you here in my arms." She hiccuped as a tear started to descend down her cheek. "Not to break up this make-up love fest or anything, but if you don't want your life plastered in the gossip rags, along with the picture of your girl's ass, I'd suggest you get into the locker room already." I turned to find Joe standing there grinning like a loon. I felt my hands clench, and only then realized that both of them already had a tight hold on each perfect globe of Conleigh's ass. "Shit," I said and turned. She patted me on the shoulder pad. "I can walk," she informed me haughtily. I snorted. "And I can carry you." She rolled her eyes. "Whatever." Despite the wind blowing past my face and into my still slightly damped hair, I felt discontent. Normally, this was something that made me feel free. Over the last 2 months, I'd done a hell of a lot of riding when things were bad, and there were a lot of those times. But Conleigh was currently behind me in her car, not behind me on my bike, and I felt discord running through my veins. I'd felt it for over 20 minutes now, and I wanted nothing more than to pull the bike over just so she'd do the same, and then yank her out of the car and remind myself that she was talking to me. Remind myself that she was there. We hadn't talked at all once we'd gotten into the locker room. There'd been too many people and not enough quiet space. and when we got outside, more reporters were waiting at the gates looking for players, mainly Conleigh and I, to come out and talk to them. But it was really our story that they wanted. Badly. Which led to now, me pulling into the driveway of my house. My hands were shaking, and it probably wasn't the safest thing in the world to be driving like that. But Conleigh was there, pulling in right behind me, and I couldn't fucking breathe. She got out of the car, and I remained sitting, trying to make my legs work. It was the sight of her walking up behind me, throwing her arms around my shoulders from behind, that finally made me take a calming breath. She wasn't going to leave. "I got the pictures off everywhere," I blurted. "They're not anywhere, and I swear to God, Con, I didn't do that. I was drugged." Her shoulders slumped. "My parents came into town and told me. Apparently, Steele thought I was being an asshole for not forgiving you for something that out of your control." Her voice quivered. "How could you do that to me?" She shook her head. "I haven't seen the internet or the pictures or anything since I left you standing in the hospital parking lot," she admitted. "I've taken a break from everything, my phone and computer included. But if I'd known, Linc, I wouldn't have left like that. I wouldn't have done anything but hold you tight." I knew she wouldn't, which was the whole fucking point of leaving her in the dark. I pulled her into my chest. "I know, baby. But there are other things happening, and I didn't want you in the middle of that media shitstorm. I might have been able to get the ones off the internet, but there were ones printed in the paper. It wasn't safe to be around me. Hell, I'm sure having you show up at the game today only stirred that fire right back up." She laughed and pulled away, causing me to follow her. "I don't give a damn about that," she admitted. "I only care about you. And now that I know that you had no part in doing what I saw in those pictures, I'm okay with whatever comes our way, whether that's paparazzi, fame, or misfortune. Hell, as long as you don't go and keep something so important like this from me again, I'll be okay with whatever life throws at us." I sighed. "I would have told you, but..." She placed her hand over her mouth. "We were both at fault for what happened. If I had been thinking rationally and hadn't reacted without giving you a chance to explain first, I would have seen that you were sick, that you weren't even awake. Hell, now that my brain can think past seeing her hand on your chest, I can see the freaking signs. God, I feel so stupid." I pulled her into me roughly, wrapping my arms around her so tight that I was sure she was having trouble breathing. But I just couldn't force them to loosen. Having her back in my arms felt so fucking sweet that I was sure that at any second it was about to come all crashing down. I wouldn't let her go. Not ever again. "Let's go inside," I urged. In that moment, I needed to be inside of her. I needed that last connection to make this feel completely real. "My parents are at my place," she whispered. Her place that I'd been able to convince the landlord not to sell, thanks to offering him about 4 times his asking price and him accepting, though she didn't know that. Yet. I pulled her phone out of her back pocket and handed it to her. "Text them and tell them you're not coming home." She snorted, but did as I asked, typing away at her phone at lightning speed. When she pushed the phone back into her pocket, we both turned and headed for my front door. We were both seconds away from pushing through the front door when we heard it. "I saw that y'all were back together." I froze at hearing a woman's voice behind me. Turning slightly, I faced the same woman who had nearly ruined my life. Tara. "You don't have to worry about Tantor for a while," she murmured. "My father sent him down a different path for the foreseeable future. I thought I'd come share that with you in case you were curious whether or not he'd be showing up to do anything, since y'all have obviously fixed things. No offense, but why the hell would we trust anything that comes out of your mouth? And FYI, we haven't fixed things," Conleigh said coldly. I'm not sure the things you and your brother broke are able to be fixed." That made my heart leap. Not fix things? God, that sounded awful, and honestly the worst possible thing that could ever happen. If we couldn't move on from what had happened, then where would we go? Would we even have a chance? "I'm sure that you may think that way," Tara said. "But just look at it this way. I didn't do anything to him. I only took some pictures. I never touched him other than to place my hand on his chest once and his face once. He undressed himself. I only assisted him with getting a hotel room." She looked haunted. "He still has his Faith Sports contract because of whomever y'all hired to get the pictures off the internet. Tantor isn't going to be bothering you for a while. Oh, and you're not being controlled by your brother and father, being forced to do horrible things that you never wanted to do and seeing things that you never, not ever, wanted to see." Conleigh scoffed. "That sounds like a bunch of convenient excuses. Someone forcing you to do something like what you did to Linc says that you're weak, not a victim. Linc is the victim here." Tara laughed then, causing Conleigh to stiffen in anger. But there was no anger in the woman in front of me. Only self-recrimination. "I'd do anything if it meant that what I had to see never happened again," she hissed. "And when it comes to a child, you'll lose every single time." With that, the woman walked away, leaving us staring after her. But not because of the words she'd said, but because it honestly looked like the woman wasn't going to make it. It looked like walking was painful for her, as if she was going to fall down any second. "I think it's time to look into that woman," I snorted. "I've had people on it for a couple of months," I admitted. "There's nothing there, not a single thing. It's like she's a ghost. Hell, even with her and Rome having a baby together and her being in his life for 4 years, he doesn't know anything more about her. It's like she only existed here for a few years while she raised her son. Before Rome's son died of leukemia, Tara left, stating that she couldn't do it anymore. But I'm beginning to think that there's something a whole lot more going on than we're seeing." Conleigh grunted. "I wish I knew what it was. I'm not sure what to do." Her admission was one I agreed with. On one hand, I was so angry at her for doing what she did that I wasn't sure that I'd ever be able to let it go. But on the other hand, I was looking at this woman, who looked like she was beaten down and broken, and I was wondering if there was anything that I could do to help. However, at this point, I wasn't sure that anyone could do anything to help but her. I had a feeling that whatever it was that she could do wasn't going to be anything good. I pushed through the door to my house and closed it behind Conleigh after she entered. Her face started to take in the house around me, and I winced. "So, you've been redecorating," she said, trying to lighten the mood. I snorted. "Sure, if that's what you want to call it." She walked farther into the room, stopping beside the couch and picking up a bag of half-eaten pita chips, placing them on the coffee table. "I hope your bed doesn't look like this," she admitted. "I haven't changed the sheets since the last time you were in them. My pillow barely smells like you anymore," I blurted. "Conleigh, I can't do this." She frowned. "Do what?" "I can't be here with you if you don't think that we can fix things," I spouted. "We need to be able to fix what I broke if we're going to make this work." She came at me then, her anger palpable. "There's nothing to fix. Not between me and you. We've never been the problem. It's always been everyone else. So, no, there's no fixing what's wrong with me and you because it was never broken. What does need to be fixed are my reactions to things that I can't control. I know that you wouldn't ever set out to purposely hurt me, but it's going to happen again. You're too big of a name for the media not to spin things in the most unflattering or untruthful ways, and I'm going to have no choice but to react to that. And I'll apologize for that now because it's going to happen, and I'm not going to be able to control it." I pulled her into my arms. I'll quit football. She smacked me on the upper back, causing my skin to sting. You're not quitting, fool. If you quit, who will I watch in their tight football pants? I snorted and dropped my head into her neck, inhaling her scent deeply. The feel of her so close was causing things inside of me to stir, and I wanted nothing more than to start ripping her clothes off right then and there. She obviously agreed with me on that, because she pushed back from me and started to rip at her clothes. The articles of clothing that she had covering her were hastily thrown next to a few articles of mine, and I suddenly had a hot, naked woman in my arms, and I was carrying her to my bedroom. I hadn't lied. My room was a pigsty, and I hadn't cleaned anything in months, including my sheets, just like I'd told her. Yes, it was probably gross, but I couldn't force myself to do it with the smell of her still barely clinging to the sheets. The moment she was down on her back in my bed, I followed her, roughly shoving at my jeans as I did. Once I had them down low enough to get my cock out, I reared up and lined my cock up with her entrance, sinking inside a breath later. As she fully surrounded me, I realized that she was right. What we had was right. It didn't need to be fixed. I just needed to believe in it. And once I was inside of her, I did. She was home, and always would be.
Chapter 21. I didn't know he was planning to breathe so loudly when I married him. Conleigh to her mother. Conleigh. A man glowered at me, and I had the distinct feeling that he was set on not liking me from the start. I was at a party that the Bare-Bottom Guardians were hosting, and I was uncomfortable as hell about being there after everything that had happened between Linc and me. "Wade," he rumbled. "My name is Wade." But with his leg up in a cast like it was, we were both stuck with each other, so I played nice even though his glare was disconcerting. I nodded. "Is that your real name or your nickname?" He frowned and looked at me a little more closely. "Real. Not all of us go by nicknames. Some of the given names are pretty weird as it is, though Bayou goes by his middle name, but that was before the MC came around. His real name is Benson." That was true. There was Linc and Hoax, Bayou and Wade, Castile and Liner, both of whom weren't here yet but were supposed to be coming. And those were just guys I knew their names. There were more men in the MC, but since I'd seen Linc in person last at one of the parties that they hosted, they'd added quite a few new members. "So you were shot in the leg?" That was the one and only time Linc had called me over the last 2 months, and I'd listened to that voicemail over and over again, willing myself to forgive him and move on. Now I wished I had listened to my inner self and gone with what I'd known was right. And I wouldn't have wasted another month being mad over something that hadn't even happened. "Yeah," Wade grunted. "What's it to you?" "Don't be a dick," Hoax growled. "Just because your wife hates you doesn't mean that you have to be mean to every woman that you encounter." I snorted. "Just tell him how you really feel, Hoax," I snickered. Linc's phone, that I was once again holding, rang for a third time, and I growled. Wade lifted his eyebrow at me and said, "Are you going to answer it?" "It's not my phone," I admitted. "Answer it," Hoax grumbled. His eyes closed where he was laying back on the couch. "My head hurts like a motherfucker." I snorted and pressed ignore, but I did open up the phone and clear the missed call, frowning when I saw the local number. "Huh," I said. "Weird." "What's weird?" Linc sat down beside me, making the couch dip awkwardly, so I had no choice but to rearrange myself so that I was laying against him or risk face-planting into the man on the other side of me. Hoax opened his eyes from where he was planted in the seat beside me and glared at Linc. "What part of I have a headache do you not understand?" "The part where I wasn't here for that conversation," Linc muttered. "You look weird without your cast on." I looked at the arm that had once been cast and felt my lips twitch. As long as you weren't comparing one arm to the other, he looked perfectly normal. It was when both arms were crossed across his chest, like they were now, that you could see how pasty white one arm was compared to the tan skin on the other. "Not like I can help it, fucker," Hoax growled. "Go fuck yourself." Hoax had healed fully, other than random headaches he occasionally got, like the one that he was currently fighting. Apparently they were so debilitating that he wouldn't be able to work or drive until it went away, which made me feel awful. "You should go get your headache checked out," I admitted. "It could be that you have something else wrong." Hoax grunted. "I'll ask the pretty nurse next time I see her." I snorted. "The pretty nurse told me that you were too scared to go anywhere near her." He was talking about Prue, of course. "That's because her father is fully capable of killing me before I'd even realize he was there." He paused. "And I'm fairly sure that he hates me." I scoffed. "Sam Mackenzie seems like a big old teddy bear to me." "That's because you're a girl, honey," Linc explained. "Sam Mackenzie is a badass. He'll kill Hoax if he goes near his daughter." I smiled and turned my head to study the man across from me. "At least mine's easy to hide." Wade held up his casted foot. "If I keep it, that is, then it won't matter whether it's tanned or not." Wade apparently was in danger of losing his leg from the knee down due to a recurrent infection that they couldn't get to clear up. The nurses and doctors, according to Wade, feared that the infection was in danger of spreading to the bone, and if it did that, he might be shit out of luck. "What?" Linc's phone made a ding-dong sound, indicating that he had a voicemail from the same number that had called earlier. "Why do you have the hospital calling you?" I questioned, showing him the phone. Linc frowned. "That's the hospital?" I nodded. "All numbers at the hospital start with 315, I pointed out. "And they've left you like 7 voicemails over the last 2 months." He shrugged. "Just listen to it, Jesus," Hoax growled. "I just figured that it was more reporters. I nearly blocked the number, honestly, but my agent—" The phone rang in his hand and he sighed. "My agent publicist says I should keep them in case we need to use them for harassment charges. Speaking of..." He pressed the answer button and then put the phone on speaker as he placed it on his thigh. "Hello, Eloise," Linc drawled, sounding tired. "I think we can spin it so that you two were role-playing," Eloise began without preamble. "But although you were able to find someone to get all the photos off the internet, people aren't likely to forget that it happened. I'll just spin it so that an overzealous reporter took an anonymous tip that you were at a certain hotel and took it upon themselves to break in. The manager was fired, as well as 2 housekeepers. It was a tragedy. But you also have to pay them loss of wages until they find a new job. I gave them 6 months to do it. That okay?" I closed my eyes and breathed a sigh of relief.
Linc. "Yes," I answered instantly. "I'll do anything. Anything to make it to where my relationship with Conleigh stayed healthy and I didn't have to bring charges against Tara. I wouldn't be sending that woman to jail. I also wouldn't be sitting by so that Tantor and her father could continue to use her." Surprisingly, her biggest advocate was Liner, who was suspiciously absent tonight from the club dinner that we had just finished. "That's good," Eloise yawned. "I'm going to bed now. Don't do anything stupid so that I'm allowed to get a full night's sleep. I haven't been able to do that in at least 2 months. Then she was gone, leaving the room around me quiet. Since it was, I went ahead and listened to the latest voicemail that the so-called hospital had left just moments before. I pressed play and then speaker and waited. "Mr. and Mrs. James, this is Linda Haywood with Good Shepherd Laboratory. I'm calling to inform you of your test results. I've tried to reach you multiple times over the last couple of months, and this will be my final attempt to make contact. There was a positive on the pregnancy test, and the hormone levels ranged in the..." I missed what else she said because my brain was hyper-focused on one word. Pregnant. Well, shit, Hoax murmured. My head doesn't hurt anymore. Imagine that. I felt the ring in my pocket, burning a hole in the fabric, and wondered if she would think that I was asking her to marry me just because she was pregnant. But I felt so much joy at the thought of her carrying my child inside of her that I wasn't too worried. And I couldn't stop myself from doing what I did next. I dropped down to my knee and stared into Conleigh's wide-eyed face. Shoving my hand into my pocket, I took out the ring and placed it on her knee. I was going to do this later, but I didn't want you to think that I went out and got it really quick just because you were pregnant. I looked into her eyes. Conleigh Rains, I love you with all of my heart. Will you marry me? Wade made a gagging sound and Hoax started to cough. I shot them both a glance, and when I looked back at Conleigh, it was to see her slipping the ring on her finger as calm as could be. I thought you'd never ask. Epilogue. Are you fine being hugged while you pee? That's a question you should ask yourself before having kids. Conleigh to Linc. Linc. I was busting ass to get to the auditorium on time. I was late. So fucking late. Sweat dripped down my face, and I was fairly sure I looked like I'd just come straight from practice, which I had. I just made it to the auditorium doors when I heard the wailing scream of what had to be my child coming from the opposite direction. Frowning, I moved until I saw my wife leaning over a trash can, our 4-month-old child in her arms as she lost her lunch, likely for the 100th time. I came up behind her and easily scooped my child into my arms. Then I placed my other hand on Conleigh's back. You okay? She moaned and leaned up, her eyes finding mine, face green. I've been better. I held my mouth closed tight to keep the smile from breaking free. If she saw me smile, she'd kill me. Our girl up yet? I asked. Conleigh wiped at her mouth and shrugged. I just left as they were taking the stage. That was about a minute and a half ago. Sasha looks so cute in her little tutu. I took Conleigh's hand. Let's go. She came, her head leaning against my bicep as she shuffled behind me and muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, I hate you, under her breath. I snorted and looked down at our other daughter, Mila. She was an exact replica of Conleigh in every way, while Sasha was mine. I wondered idly what the third one that we were having would look like, and I couldn't decide which kiddo was cuter. Oh, Conleigh whispered, get a picture. I handed Mila over as the music started, then pulled my phone out and opened up the camera. Mila started to cry again, and I looked over just in time to see Conleigh go green in the face just as she was about to gain her seat. The handoff happened fast, and I found myself with an armful of hiccuping, but no longer crying, since she had her daddy, baby in my arms, and Conleigh running out of the auditorium with her hands covering her mouth. So I might have knocked her up again. I kind of liked her that way, though. All of our children were going to be very close in age, and there was something to say about Conleigh, barefoot and pregnant, cooking me breakfast that I just fucking loved. The music got louder as the lights on the stage got brighter, and that was when I saw my girl. Sasha, my little tiny ballerina, was on the stage, and she was not happy. Her teacher was trying to get her to perform, yet whenever the teacher would move on to the next step, she'd look away. My girl was exactly like her mama. There was no performance gene in her entire little body. Each time the teacher would move, she'd turn her little face the other way, the same glaring pout on her cute mug that hadn't shifted since I'd gotten there. Knowing that Sasha would be sad if she didn't perform her routine like we'd practiced so many times at home, I stood up and turned to the man at my side. Take her. I tried to hand the baby off to Bayou, but the moment that I even acted like I was going to let go of her, Mila started to scream. Sighing, I did what any daddy in that situation would do. I took her with me to the front and waved at Sasha when her pouting face found mine. "Dance," I whisper-yelled at her. Sasha shook her head vehemently. That's when I knew what I would have to do next. I hopped up on stage. I mean, it was only family and friends there anyway, what would it hurt? And helped my daughter do her dance. Only what I didn't realize was that the press had followed me in. Oh, and of course, they'd gotten the entire thing on tape. My daughter and I were an international dancing phenomenon by the next morning, and we hadn't even realized that we were performing for the world. My daughter couldn't care less. I only prayed that Conleigh wouldn't disembowel me when she found out. She didn't, but only because I made a damn fool of myself in the process. Later that night, after our children were in bed, I found my wayward woman on the back patio, swaying on the porch swing. "What are you doing?" I asked, looking over Conleigh's shoulder. "Looking at patio furniture on Wayfair," she answered, looking back at me. "Why?" I grinned. "You can't shop for furniture off the internet. What if you get it here and it sucks? What if it's so uncomfortable that you refuse to sit on it?" She frowned. "That's ludicrous. All couches are the same." My brows rose. No, they're not." She lifted her nose up at me. "I bought that one online." She pointed to the piece of shit that looked like my dog, and I didn't even have a dog, took a shit on it. It was that outlandish. "Did you know it was going to be that particular shade of brown?" I questioned. She pursed her lips. "No, but since I was new here and I didn't know anyone, I got the one I wanted because they had free delivery and setup. I thought that it was a normal brown." I chuckled. "That wouldn't have happened if you'd have gone to an actual store. And just saying, most stores have free delivery too. If you asked for it anyway. They weren't going to advertise that it was free if you didn't ask." "Interesting." She paused. "But I didn't know of any stores in the area that sold patio furniture besides Lowe's, and I don't want to buy cheap shit that's going to take 15 years for me to put together and will most likely fall apart by the end of summer. I want stuff that's going to last, stuff that'll still be good next summer, and the summer after that, and the summer after that." I lifted a strand of her hair and absently started to play with it. She sighed and leaned her head back, her eyes closing as she groaned. "I love my hair being played with." I filed that little tidbit of information into my memory bank and started to mess around by braiding a few strands. "You could learn how to French braid and then do my hair for me every morning. I hate ponytails. They make my head hurt by the end of the day." I made a mental note to look up YouTube videos on how to French braid later as well. If it meant being with her more, then I'd do it in a heartbeat. "I'll get right on that," I teased. "But, from what I've heard, French braiding takes small, nimble fingers, and that's something I don't have." She gently extracted her hair from my hand and examined the braid. "It looks really good to me, and let me tell you something, your fingers are nimble. I've seen you throw a football, catch a bad snap. That takes skills. Your fingers are works of art. I damn well know that if you wanted to, you could make beautiful braids." She was teasing, at least partially, but I had a feeling that she really meant what she said. Not to mention the blush on her face also indicated what she was thinking my fingers could also do, like what I'd done the previous night. "The girl's asleep?" she asked. I rounded the swing and took a seat next to her, pulling her in close and twisting my head so that I could drop a kiss on her forehead. "Yes," I answered, eyes closing. They've been asleep for about 20 minutes now. I was watching them sleep. She snorted. "I think you watch them sleep more than you sleep yourself." That was true. I did watch them sleep quite a bit. "Did you get the house cleaned up to your standards?" I teased. She sighed. "Our parents will be here tomorrow for Sasha's birthday. I can't have a dirty house when they come over." I refused to point out that we'd had the cleaning lady come and clean it twice this week, once because it was her normal day to do it, and once because Conleigh had seen a smudge of dirt on a baseboard and called her back out to clean all over again. Needless to say, Conleigh was a taskmaster when she was pregnant, and I had no one to blame but myself for that one. "If this is a baby girl," Conleigh yawned, "we're getting a bigger house." I snorted. We were still in the same house that we'd started at in the beginning, my 3-bedroom, 2-bath, non-fancy home. But she was right. If this one was a girl, which I somehow knew it would be, then we needed a bigger house. A boy would be comfortable in the office that we'd turned into a small baby room, but a girl would need room. Something that I already figured out when their closets filled up with their clothes. But it wasn't just Conleigh buying the dresses. God, so many dresses. It was my stepmother and Conleigh's mother as well. Hell, even my dad bought the girls' things. "I've been telling you for 2 years now that we needed a new place, but you were adamant that we hang out in this one until we outgrew it," I teased. Her head shook as she laughed. "It has sentimental value." It did. That I agreed with. "You know," Conleigh said around another yawn as she typed something into the search engine on the computer, "you have more hits with Sasha than you did with that little baby you held as I took her blood. Did you see?" Then Conleigh pulled the YouTube video up and showed me, embarrassing me all over again. God, I look like a dweeb. I'd been wearing my shorts hiked up because I couldn't get down far enough to show Sasha how to do the movements correctly without doing so, and I had my long socks from practice on that came halfway up my shins. That and our daughter had thrown up on me halfway through our performance. But the world loved it. "At least they got something good this time," I muttered. "It could be like when you gave birth to Mila and that paparazzi got a big old vagina shot." Luckily, the club members, Hoax being the main one, had caught the reporter before he could do anything with the picture. The only one to see the shot had been me when I deleted it from the camera and destroyed the camera card for good measure. She pinched me in the chest. "Shut up." I did, but only because I wanted to kiss her. "I love you, Conleigh James." She sighed. "I love you too, Lincoln James. Even though you have weird camera guys following me around and taking crotch shots." I laughed. He paid for that. And he did. I'd kicked his ass, and Hoax had helped me. It had been the last time that reporter had tried to take any such shots of my wife and kids since. And I hoped it stayed that way. If it didn't, I'd just make another example out of the next photographer that thought he could violate my privacy like that all over again. Because in the end, I'd do anything to protect my family. Even